Chapter 171. To confirm this, Shijiang and Xiongyan needed to lure the Ghost Mother to attack their cities. How to lure the Ghost Mother was another challenge. Currently, they hadn't even figured out the Ghost Mother's patterns of appearance, or how she chose her prey. Contemplating the situation in Songlong Pavilion was futile. The city wills left the communication space one after another. Those assigned tasks immediately took action, while those without focused on developing themselves. They all needed to reach the megacity as quickly as possible. Only a few scattered city wills remained in Songlong Pavilion. Huading was about to leave Songlong Pavilion when he heard someone calling him. Turning around, he saw Zhongzhou gently pressing his mask. Beside him were Zhou Yuan, Shenjing, and Jianyu. Zhongzhou saw Huading turning around and asked, "Besides Baipu, there are 6 remaining city wills. Which one do you plan to start with?" Huading was currently in the southernmost part of Jianyu, closest to Baiwei. Naturally, he planned to search for Baiwei first. Zhongzhou's question certainly didn't mean it literally. Hua Ting pondered it for a moment, then understood. "Who do you want me to find first?" Huading's reply was from Zhou Yuan, Sanxiang. Sanxiang was also near Jianyu, so changing her route wouldn't be a problem for Hua Ting. He nodded in agreement. Zhou Yuan said, "Sanxiang's talent is very important to us. The sooner we find her, the better." In the city will, Shenjing and Zhou Yuan knew some of the city will's talents, a privilege granted them by Jiuzhou. Huading's interest piqued. He asked, "What is Sanxiang's talent?" The brothers from the tea house, who were searching for non-existent fish in the stream beside the stone pavilion, pricked up their ears at Zhou Yuan's words. Zhou Yuan looked toward Shenjing, and several city minds also looked toward him. Shenjing was engaged in a battle of wits and courage with the annoying Jianyu around a pillar. He couldn't understand why Jianyu, who had awakened after the apocalypse, was so close to him. Shenjing dodged Jianyu's lunge and slapped his face against the stone pavilion railing, pinning him firmly. With his free hand, he adjusted his shirt slightly before replying, "Sanxiang can pinpoint the exact location of the Kyushu statue fragment. Sanxiang's city talent is called Golden Tidal Jade Trapeze. Her innate ability is based on the multi-directional teleportation channel constructed by the river fish and sky geese of Zhongzhou, and the mountain crossing and sea pressing power of Qianhu. Any Kyushu statue fragment near a city connected by the teleportation channel can be located by it, and can be directly teleported to the vicinity of the Kyushu statue fragment. Kyushu statue fragments near cities not within the teleportation channel's range can also be located, but cannot be teleported directly there. This is one of the reasons why Shenjing hasn't been in a hurry to proactively search for the Kyushu statue fragment. When Jiuzhou granted each city will its own city talents and special powers, it had practically thought of every possible escape route. As long as the city wills awakened, many issues could be resolved with the innate abilities of each city will. They simply needed to follow the established procedures. Jiuzhou was like a thoughtful and caring mother. Even when extremely sleepy, she would prepare her children for emergencies before bed. Huading's eyes lit up slightly, and he asked, "Even if it's with the ghosts, is it okay?" Shenjing nodded yes. The brothers from the tea house jumped up excitedly. "Great. This way, as long as we accumulate enough energy, Jiuzhou will awaken quickly, right?" Zhongzhou mercilessly interrupted their celebration. "Don't celebrate too soon. The fragments the ghosts hold are 99% likely in their lair. Even if we know their exact location, it will be difficult to retrieve them without alerting the enemy." The fragments of Jiuzhou in the ghosts' hands were like fragments, something they would only venture to retrieve when their preparations were almost complete. The brothers of the tea house were dealt a heavy blow, but even so, they remained delighted. It would be great to know their whereabouts. The brothers of the tea house pushed Hua Ting from left to right, urging him, "Hurry and find Sanxiang." The soaring city in the sky turned. The sky was beginning to turn pale, and a long night had passed. Huading stood on the treetops, his white robe rustling in the wind. He was searching for Sanxiang. He was also waiting for Yun Chen's return. Also waiting for Yun Chen's return was another person, Xia Fengyan, who called himself a lonely old man. Xia Fengyan woke early, closing his eyes at dusk and opening them at dawn. Sleep wasn't a sleep, but a ritual. His bedroom was on the second floor of the brick house. When he drew back the curtains, he could see Nianan, slumped in the yard, and the old turtle strolling leisurely. Xia Fengyan opened the window and basked in the morning sun. He didn't want to take the stairs today, so he decided to jump out the window. The baby-faced young man leaped from the second floor, and Nianan sprang to his feet. Seeing it was Xia Fengyan, the big white dog wagged its tail enthusiastically. The old turtle, as if it had seen the plague, scurried off at the top of its lungs. It was no use. Xia Fengyan took a long step, grabbed its shell, and hauled it off. "You're not a qualified turtle. You're too active. Xiao Fengyan flicked the old turtle's belly twice with his fingers. The old turtle was a pet Yunshin had found in a fish tank at a clothing store. The tank contained neither food nor residual water, only some decorative rockery and gravel. Perhaps someone had fed it along the way, but without water, it would have been difficult for it to survive that long. Yunshin always told Xiao Fengyan that the old turtle was a lucky creature, and that its survival from the beginning of the apocalypse to the present was a miracle. Xiao Fengyan touched the grief-stricken old turtle and muttered, "Are you truly a miracle? Miracles are based on a living being's ignorance of the world, not on the world itself." There are many things Xiao Fengyan can see, understand, and know clearly, so he doesn't consider them miracles. For example, the miracle of the old turtle in Yunshin's eyes. Xiao Fengyan couldn't directly remind Yunshin, so he tapped the old turtle's abdomen again. He was a stone spirit after all, and some stones, no matter how well disguised, are not really stones. Xiao Fengyan also admired his precious daughter, and that little bastard, constantly nagging about fragments, while those closest to them turned a blind eye. Xiao Fengyan said to the old bastard, "Cherish the short life you have left. You never know when you be gutted and made into turtle soup." The old bastard stretched its neck and glared with its green eyes, as if threatening Xiao Fengyan. "Just wait, I outlast you sooner or later." Xiao Fengyan casually tossed the old bastard into the stone fish tank, then put Yinan on a leash and started walking him. It was dawn, and the streets were crowded with people. "Teacher Xiao, good morning." "Teacher Xiao walking Yinan? Has Yunshin been away the past 2 days?" Xiao Fengyan ignored the greetings of ordinary humans and walked his dog with an indifferent expression. Those who had taken Xiao Fengyan's history classes were already accustomed to his sullen expression, so they smiled indifferently and continued to go about their business. Yinan, nose to the ground, walked and sniffed until he reached a forest on the edge of the city. Xiao Fengyan, with his excellent hearing, heard some movement, and then he sensed Yunshin's presence. Xiao Fengyan let Yinan run on his own, while he concealed his presence and quietly approached the spot where Yunshin's presence appeared. As an elderly father, he had no other thoughts but to see if his daughter was being bullied while the young couple was together. The forest was dense and deep, and Xiao Fengyan drew closer and closer to Yunshin's presence. He found Yunshin and Huating both in a tree. He held his breath and climbed another tree behind them, but there was no movement. The fatigue on Yunshin's face was obvious. She had expended a lot of energy in a short period of time trying to reawaken by Pooh, and was in desperate need of rest. But Huating said he had faintly sensed Sanxiang's faint presence and, if nothing went wrong, he'd be able to find its city image within an hour. Sanxiang's presence was too faint, like the aura of a city's will awakening. Yunshin thought for a moment, and didn't return to her quarters. Instead, she rested for a while on the platform in the tree that Huating had woven for her out of vines. Lacking a pillow, Huating served as a cushion. Yunshin was desperate to find the most comfortable way to sleep. Without a second thought, she leaned against Huating. This action startled Huating, who immediately raised her arms high, afraid to touch. Yunshin closed his eyes and fell asleep, waiting for his body to recover its energy. Huating, on the other hand, was at a loss as to what to do with his hands. He held his arms in the air for a long moment, then slowly, bit by bit, lowered them. Just as he was about to place his hands on Yunshin, he paused. His 2 hands rested in the air for a long moment, separated by a gap, before he gently lowered them. Yunshin hadn't been woken by him. She was exhausted and soundly asleep. Huiting breathed a sigh of relief and gently embraced Yunshin. There were numerous rustling sounds in the woods. Huiting saw Yunshin's brow furrow slightly at the noise. The surrounding vines immediately began to stir. They half gently, half forcefully, urged the nearby creatures to remain silent. The chirping of insects and birds faded, and the sounds of animals darting through the woods gradually faded. Finally, the surroundings became completely silent, as still as the night. Huiting tried not to focus his attention on Yunshin, keeping his gaze level and looking elsewhere. But it was difficult for him to do so. He could clearly feel the rhythm of the person in his arms breathing, and the warmth of her body. Huiting couldn't help but lower his gaze. The scenery in his field of vision shifted, gradually shifting to Yunshin. Huating had seen Yunshin sleeping countless times, and no matter how many times, he never tired of it. Unconsciously, his fingertips moved on their own, touching Yunshin's cheek. Huiting pulled his hand back, as if burned. Instead, a slender, inconspicuous branch emerged from his sleeve and slowly moved across Yunshin's face. The branch traced the contours of Yunshin's face, his eyebrows and eyes, then playfully ran across her lips. The branch tickled Yunshin's face, and she raised her hand to rub it roughly, then rubbed her nose again. As the branch dodged, Yunshin opened his mouth to inhale, and as he pursed his lips, he took the branch in. Hooting shuddered, his eyelashes fluttering as he detached the branch from his sleeve. He shyly removed the branch, his gaze vacant. The image of the pale, pink lips lingered in his mind. Hua Ting, possessed, slowly approached, ahem. A baby-like face with wide eyes suddenly emerged from the treetops, seemingly embedded within them, merging into one. Xia Fengnian had been hanging upside down in the canopy for who knows how long. Hooting was horrified by the horrifying scene. Xia Fengnian pointed at Yunshin, making a sign of one with his left hand, and 8 with his right, indicating that his precious daughter wasn't yet 18. At the same time, he crushed the vines nearby and flicked his fingers to disperse the sap. All these actions took place silently, yet with a powerful intimidation. Hooting's Adam's apple rolled nervously, and he instinctively jerked his head up and down. Xia Fengnian nodded in satisfaction at the sight. Like a caterpillar, he slowly crawled back, his figure completely disappearing into the canopy. Half a second later, a finger suddenly emerged from the canopy. It asserted Xia Fengnian's strong presence, signaling that his old father was still there. Hooting, Chapter 172. Yunshin was awakened by Hua Ting. She opened her eyes. Hua Ting was half a meter away, poking her with a vine and whispering, Yun, wake up. Sen Xiang is down there. Yunshin, ? Was she hitting someone in her sleep or grinding her teeth, causing Hua Ting to stand so far away from her in disgust? Hua Ting sensed Yunshin's confusion, and he was speechless. The fingers in the treetops were still stretched out, as if to kill him on the spot if he dared. Hua Ting gave Yunshin a forced smile. Yunshin stared at him for a long moment, then snorted coldly and left without looking back, heading for San Xiang. Hua Ting stretched out his arms, wanting to speak but hesitant, and finally let go. Xia Fengnian leaped out of the treetops and swaggered out of the forest, leaving only one sentence. Ha! Ha! Sanxiang is brimming with the charm of a water town. Where Hooting hovered, a vast lake emanated a mysterious, soft, green glow. In the center of the lake, a small island-like patch of land, vibrant with lush vegetation, and the desolate landscape of abandoned residential buildings, juxtaposed against the city's lower right corner. Yunshin spotted the Sanxiang city statue in an inconspicuous corner of the tree-lined path. When she arrived, a ship-like, over 2-meter-tall stone statue slowly began to emit light. Ah, it's a human! Sanxiang's voice sounded a bit innocent as she said, how wonderful. I can see humans right after waking up. Yunshin hadn't expected Sanxiang to wake up in a large city. After briefly introducing herself, she asked, is this your first time waking up? Well, Qianhu and Zhongzhou are doing well now, aren't they? Sanxiang finished her words, lamenting the cloudy sky, the absence of any sun. Hooting is up there, Yunshin replied. Sanxiang clearly needed no help, as she seemed quite knowledgeable about the situation in Zhongzhou and Qianhu. Yunshin mentioned it out of curiosity. Sanxiang said, I can only accumulate the energy to awaken after they both awaken. Our 3 talents are connected. I can't awaken too soon. My talent depends on theirs, and it won't work without the teleportation channel they established. Sanxiang had only recently accumulated enough energy to awaken, and Yunshin arrived shortly after. Yunshin continued to inject some energy into Sanxiang, and she was full of praise. After Ming Ranlin arrived in Sanxiang via Hooting's teleportation point, Yunshin sent some more energy to Zhongzhou. Hooting went to search for the wills of other cities, whose situation was unknown. Sanxiang also bordered Baiwei, and Hooting flew south. Finding Sanxiang was as easy as finding Baiwei. Days passed, and Hooting thoroughly explored the former Baiwei territory, finding no trace of a Baiwei city. During this time, Zhongzhou and Qianhu successively established teleportation channels, with the wills of other, recently connected cities. The web of transportation routes formed by these channels grew ever larger, and the flow of people between cities became more frequent. Personnel control also became stricter, as everyone worried about women sneaking into the cities. Mathematics proficiency became the passport for every human in the apocalypse to travel smoothly between cities. Few people were completely incapable of math. After all, before the apocalypse, Jiuzhou was known as a country where mathematics was the subject our people excelled in. Those truly lacking in this area will be isolated first. After verification by professional Rendayo's dog nose, they can be released. Xinluo was once again infiltrated by Wu Ming. Because it couldn't solve math problems, it was placed in isolation. Rendayo recognized it as soon as he smelled the stench. Wu Ming had no time to do anything. It has not been seen in the city since then. The ghost mother has also been silent. Based on the location provided by Sanxiang, the Xinjing army, utilizing the combined teleportation capabilities of Zhongzhou and Qianhu, successfully located the 3 fragments of the Jiuzhou statue. Huiding still hadn't found Baiwei. 7 days had passed, and Huiding had traversed the former Baiwei territory several times, but had found no trace of the Baiwei city statue. This was not good news. Xinjing instructed Huiding to search for the wills of other cities first. Currently, Longzhou, Shuifang, Tianfu, and Shuangyu remained. They weren't close to Huiding at the moment, so if they wanted Zhongzhou to teleport directly to the city, they would need to go there first. Huiding made up his mind and decided to go to Tianfu and Shuangyu, 2 nearby cities. Just as he was about to depart under cover of darkness, all the city minds received a message from Yuyuan. A dark shadow appeared outside Yuyuan's city aura. The shadow was taking shape at breakneck speed. It had been exactly 7 days since the last appearance of the Ghost Mother. The ordinary citizens of Yuyuan were somewhat bewildered. They had received notices about the possibility of the Ghost Mother appearing in various cities, but no one had imagined this day would actually come. Furthermore, circumstances had changed. The shadow was taking shape even faster than the notice had indicated. It looked like there wasn't even a few hours' time left to retreat. They seemed to remember how to retreat, but as they watched the ever-growing shadow, their minds suddenly faltered. What should they do next? Even with the constant reminders of the city's will, they remained like headless flies, unsure where to go. Sirens wailed continuously. The ground shook, and the hum of engines hummed as large green trucks appeared one after another. Many young men in uniforms jumped out, urging, "Get in!" With someone taking command, the crowd suddenly felt a sense of unity. The older men, those who had survived the apocalypse, stared in amazement at this well-trained group. These were soldiers. They had thought that with the apocalypse upon us, the country would be over. To their surprise, the soldiers who had protected their retreat before the apocalypse, who had sacrificed most of their lives, would once again witness such a scene after the apocalypse. As they passed by the soldiers, the people of Yuhara saw many soldiers with obvious old wounds, as well as many young, resolute faces. One by one, ordinary people were pushed onto trucks and transported to the teleportation point. The carriage shook. A child with a tender voice asked, "Who are they?" A young man replied uncertainly, "Soldiers, I think. I've seen them in books, wearing uniforms like this." The child asked again, "Soldiers? Our soldiers from Ubera?" Just as the young man was about to answer, the old man sitting next to him said in a trembling voice, "They're soldiers from Kyushu, soldiers from our country. Kyushu is still here. Kyushu has always been there, protecting the children she loves in her own way." The people of Ubera were evacuated to different cities, but the supplies in those cities were too late. The Ghost Mother was about to take shape, and it wasn't even midnight yet. The bright white moon was tinged with black, and beneath a shroud of black mist, the Ghost Mother's extremely pale skin gradually revealed itself. Shinkyo stood atop a towering tower, his robes fluttering. He looked toward Yuhara, his eyes lowered, and a soft moonlight emanated from his body. Summoning the wind and rain was activated. At the same time, the Ghost Mother swung her claws, storming towards Yuhara's city aura. It struck nothing. The city aura quietly dissipated before its attack could reach it. Yuhara's city image also dimmed, indistinguishable from the surrounding stone. Shinkyo used his own gift to force Yuhara into a deep sleep. When Yuhara awoke again, it was a massive city. The Ghost Mother lost her grace, waving her arms hysterically, destroying everything she could. The Ghost Mother lingered on the ground for over 10 minutes before unwillingly sinking back into the earth. It roared angrily. The ghosts, sensing their mother's wrath, shrieked in unison. Xinjing was already seated in a chair, next to the army commander, who was discussing military expansion. In these apocalyptic times, everyone should be a soldier. The ghost screams pierced the city's atmosphere, reaching everyone, including Xinjing. Xinjing said calmly, "Rude creature." "Well, I wasn't talking about you." The man next to him, question mark. "I hadn't noticed it before, but after hearing so many words, I noticed it." Xinjing, unwilling to listen to the noise, said, "Go find your father. If he agrees, I agree." The man immediately shut up, muttered a few words, and left the room. Xinjing watched him leave. He entered the room, opened a secret door, and stepped inside. The man's name was Xue Fugua. His father had been the commander-in-chief of the military escort for the human evacuation after the ghosts appeared. The suggestion to continue establishing an army and adopting the Jiuzhou military system also came from him. He said that after the apocalypse, ordinary people's concept of nationhood had become increasingly vague, and soldiers could remind them of their once powerful nation, allowing them to once again understand the concept of country rather than just city. This was more effective than any verbal instruction. Tonight, The effect was indeed significant. Inside the secret door stood an incomplete stone statue, emitting a faint, mottled red glow. The fragments of the Jiuzhou statue that had been found were all here, some still missing fragments from other cities. Jiuzhou was delighted by the children's excellent performance and that they still remembered her. The red light slowly faded, and the statue returned to its ordinary stone form. Another night passed. The people of Yuyuan settled in other cities. Although they felt a little melancholy about leaving the city they had lived in for so long, they quickly adapted to life in their new cities. Yuanchen traveled back and forth between several cities, like a living energy transporter. She was happy to do this work, without any complaints. Of course, she also had her own selfish motives. From Hua Ting, Yuanchen learned that Sister Duwan was recuperating in Qingtang. She wanted to quickly open the existing city teleportation channel so that she could see Sister Duwan. To see Li Duwan soon, Yuanchen became a workaholic, constantly traveling between different city wills. One day, as she was walking down the street, the jade hairpin on her head lit up. Huiting said calmly, Yuan, you haven't been back in 4 days. Yuanchen was surprised. She hadn't expected time to pass so quickly. She asked with a wry smile, have you found Tianfu and Shuangyu? Huiting hadn't contacted her to awaken the city wills in the past 2 days. Hua Ting said, found them. They're all awake. Tianfu and Shuangyu are currently classified as small cities, which is why they didn't show up at Songlong Pavilion. Yuanchen said, that's good. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Yuanchen was puzzled. What's wrong? Hua Ting asked, when will you be back? Yuanchen thought about the city will, which was currently short on energy. She said, it'd probably take a couple of days. The city will is still a bit slow to absorb the energy stones. Is there anything? No. Hua Ting paused. I'm going to Shuafang and Longzhou next. Zhongzhou asked me to stop by Qingtang, but Uncle Ming can't teleport there directly. Yuanchen said righteously, you must be short on energy after flying so far. I go back and help. Hua Ting, I actually have enough energy. Yuanchen interrupted, no you don't. Hua Ting, Chapter 173. Before the apocalypse, Shuafang and Longzhou were geographically located in the same direction. From the previous map of Kyushu, Longzhou resembled a giant hook, its curved end encompassing Shuafang. Lush forests, snow-capped peaks, desolate Gobi Desert, vast grasslands. Mutually incompatible beauties, yet all belonged to the same Longzhou. Across the canvas of the azure sky, a massive shadow emerged among the white clouds, flying at breakneck speed. Huiting broke through the clouds, traces of the clouds' movement still lingering around him. He was above Shuafang. The city descended to its normal altitude, tracking the terrain to search for the city of Shuafang. As with Tianfu and Shuangyu, Huiting sensed a faint urban presence upon reaching Shuafang's borders. Shuafang must be awake. Its city level wasn't even a mid-sized city. As Huiting concentrated on searching for Shuafang, Yuanchen stared at a single spot with a serious expression. Even when she descended into the haunted cave, she hadn't been this serious. Yuanchen was looking through her wardrobe. Perhaps the term for it should be used, a cold weapons arsenal. Yuanchen pondered earnestly what she should wear when she met Sister Duwan, and what weapons would earn her praise. She stared at it for a long moment, then angrily closed the wardrobe. None of her knives looked good. Yuanchen stood in front of the mirror again, took off her coat, and struck several poses. She was pleased with her height, and the subtle muscular lines that flickered as she moved. After a moment, Yuanchen put on his coat with a blank expression. What good was a good figure? She was merely skinny, far from the kind of muscle that would fill out her clothes. In this weather, could she really just take off her clothes when she saw Sister Duwan and say, Sister Duwan, look at my muscular body? Yuanchen, If she really did that, her image in Sister Duwan's mind would surely be reduced to that of a pervert. Yuanchen sighed emotionally for a long time. Finally, she gave up dwelling on the matter and left the house. The sun was shining brightly in the courtyard, and Xia Fengnian was lying on a bench. He closed his eyes to rest, slowly waving a large leaf fan in his hand. White smoke curled from the teacups on the stone table beside him. Yuanchen glanced at his leisurely old father, and his gaze fell on Hua Ting. Huiting was squatting far away from the stone table, holding something in his hands. His voice sounded anxious. Yuanchen immediately went over. The old turtle shell was grasped by slender fingers, its head stretching and retracting, looking painfully agonized. Yuanchen, what's wrong with the old turtle? Huiting said, it's suddenly become like this. Each person and the other city spent a long time investigating the old turtle, but they couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. The old turtle couldn't be harmed. It was their Huiting mascot. Yunchen planned to take the old turtle to the ranch's veterinarian for a checkup. It just desperately wants to vomit, but can't. Xia Fengyan said with a smile, interrupting Yunchen's steps as he walked out. Vomiting? Yunchen looked at the old turtle, puzzled, and asked, Dad, did you secretly feed it something it shouldn't have? Xia Fengyan stood up and said angrily, It's just a lousy turtle. It likes to eat whatever it wants. What's it got to do with me? Yunchen made a face at Xia Fengyan and continued to take the old turtle to the veterinarian. After examining the old turtle, the veterinarian sighed, judging from the dense number of rings on its guts. This turtle must be quite old. This is the first time I've seen a turtle in such good condition. Yunchen, it looks like it has a stomach upset. The veterinarian said, Turtles are very tolerant of hunger, and will eat almost anything. It doesn't appear to be poisoned, so there's no need to worry. Yunchen was relieved to see the old turtle so full of life in the veterinarian's hands. Back in the courtyard, the old turtle repeated its previous vomiting motions. Yunchen and Hua Ting were overcome with headaches. Xia Fengyan chuckled gleefully, then muttered to himself, This turtle must have understood what he said last time. It really is like a spirit. Huiting, holding the old turtle, suddenly looked up and said, We've found Shuofang. Shuofang is now a small city. The houses in the city were densely packed, and the humans were wary of Yunchen, who had suddenly arrived with the city. They repeatedly questioned and examined Yunchen, preventing him from approaching Shuofang. Yunchen asked, Have you ever encountered a ghost disguised as a human? The people of Shuofang were horrified, demanding Yunchen's knowledge. Yunchen took out the ghost-type manual he carried with him, and handed it to them. This was the second edition of the ghost-type manual, with updated information about ghosts, such as Wuming's immortality and the characteristics of evolved ghosts. Yunchen finally gained their trust, but when she pulled out a box of energy stones, she was once again surrounded. This thing won't work. This thing is bad. It caused us Shuofang so much trouble before, and we're still suffering now. After Yunchen understood, he realized that Shuofang had absorbed contaminated energy stones. Just like the box of disguised energy stones that Chafu had given to Huiting without understanding the situation. She still didn't know how the ghosts disguised the energy stones. Yunchen explained again. She finally saw Shuofang's city image and understood why it had been so quiet. Shuofang's city image was half pitch black, half stone-colored. He was fighting the pollution with all his might. Continuously emitting the city aura was his limit. He couldn't do anything more. Yunchen placed his hands on the city image and asked, When was Shuofang polluted? Leading Yunchen, he saw the Shuofang city image, a dark-skinned young man with naturally curly hair. He said, Several years ago. After the black appeared on the city image, Shuofang's power and level haven't increased. It's even regressed from a medium-sized city to a small one. We don't know how to help him. It's all our fault. We let bad things in without reviewers. Shuofang is in this state entirely because of us. The voice faded, and Tian Ranjuan stared at the scene in shock. A faint red glow appeared on the young girl's body. As the red light touched the city image, it frantically drove away the mottled black. More and more black slime dripped from the city image. Shuofang sighed, Thank you. Tian Ranjuan stammered, This. Is this the ability of the city follower? Shuofang always said that other city wills would have powerful abilities. They are indeed powerful. Yunchen smiled, without further explanation. Yunchen did not withdraw his hand until the city of Shuofang had completely regained its stone color, and was faintly shiny. By this time, Shuofang had learned Yunchen's origins from Tian Ranjuan. Shuofang's voice was neutral, and it was hard to tell whether he was male or female. He said, I know my request may be presumptuous, but I still implore you to set out immediately to help Long Zhou. Yunchen asked, Is Long Zhou in the same situation as you? Shuofang replied, His condition may be even more serious than mine. Yunchen left the energy stone with Shuofang, inquired about the location of the Long Zhou city statue, and then he and Hua Ting set out immediately. Knowing the exact location of the Long Zhou city statue, Hua Ting hurried at full speed, and soon they found Long Zhou. Long Zhou was sparsely populated. Due to the unstable city aura, most people had moved to Shuofang, not far away. Long Zhou's situation was even worse. When Yunchen saw Long Zhou nestled between the mountain cracks, a circle of black energy surrounded the city statue. Every night, black energy would emerge from the ground, enveloping the surface. This black energy also formed the ghost's lower body. The Long Zhou city statue had turned gray. The remaining humans in Long Zhou said, Long Zhou has been unresponsive since last year. Yunchen wasn't sure if she could still cleanse Long Zhou given its current level of pollution. If not, Zhou Yuan might have to intervene. She approached the Longzhou city statue, feeling a stinging sensation on her exposed skin where the black aura had come into contact. Yunchen didn't rush forward. She was also an energy stone, having first been contaminated by the black mist underground. She waited a moment. Confirming she wouldn't be affected by the black aura, she continued forward. The moment Yunchen placed both hands on the Longzhou city statue, the energy stone ring on her thumb flashed. The thick black aura instantly dissipated considerably. She mentally thanked her old father and attempted to purify Longzhou. Injecting energy into a completely polluted city image was difficult. Like walking in a swamp, it was difficult to even take a single step. Yunchen channeled a large amount of energy into it, his expression gradually relaxing. It could be purified. The purification of Longzhou took a long time, about 4 hours. After Longzhou recovered, she asked bewilderedly, "Is she gone?" Yunchen, "Who?" "The new city will that woke up with me. She said Jiuzhou was worried about me, so she sent her to see me and counsel me." Longzhou paused as he spoke. He hesitated for a long time, his consciousness gradually clearing. No, there was no city will that woke up with him. Longzhou had only him from the beginning. Longzhou said that after he was polluted, another city will appear within the city image, constantly tempting him to become king. She used rhetoric like, "Jiuzhou is unfair, only favoring certain cities, and we're all city wills, so why are our abilities so different?" To try to get Longzhou to defect. After being corrupted, Longzhou genuinely believed the new person to be his sister. Even so, he never wavered, simply finding his new sister annoying. A city will with this personality definitely hasn't received a hard lesson from Jiuzhou. Just wait until Jiuzhou wakes up and gives it a beating. Longzhou said, "I was wondering why she was so annoying. Turns out she's not our Jiuzhou city will at all. Ugh, I can't even sleep." Yunchen was at a loss for words after hearing this. It seemed Longzhou was facing the same situation as Xian Luo. When a city will is corrupted to a certain degree, the ghost mother will appear, disguising herself as the city will through unknown means, to lure Jiuzhou's city will into defection. The Longzhou city image stood 2 meters tall. It was already a major city. The polluted city will, still awake at its current level, seemed immune to being pulled into the Songlong pavilion. After Longzhou was purified, Yunchen had Huating notify the other city wills. Meng Ranlin immediately dropped his current tasks and rushed to Longzhou to establish a transmission channel. Huiting happened to be heading to Qingtang, and by the time Zhongzhou finished building the transmission channel in Longzhou and rested for a while, ready to build another, he would have arrived in Qingtang. Yunchen was working on an energy charger in Zhongzhou. She suppressed her impatience, looking elsewhere to shift her focus. The Zhongzhou city image slowly unfolded and closed, as usual. Yunchen noticed some changes. The scroll-like city image also took on the dark hue of a scroll. As the scroll unfolded, a faint shadow appeared, in addition to the calligraphy and painting engraved on the city image. The shadow was like a flowing picture floating on the scroll, its concrete image unclear, something that hadn't been there before. Yunchen asked directly, "Uncle Zhongzhou, what is that?" Zhongzhou was silent, hesitant to speak. He hesitated for a moment, not uttering the words, "Don't call me uncle." He then addressed Yunchen's confusion. "Qianhu, Sanxiang, and I share a common talent. When all three of us awaken, my city's talent will change. I'm not sure about the specific changes. We have to wait until Qianhu and Sanxiang reach megacities." Yunchen nodded, the jade hairpin on her head gleaming. When she answered the call, her eyes lit up. "Huiting has arrived in Qingtang. I'll be back soon." Yunchen waved to Zhongzhou before teleporting. "Goodbye, Uncle Zhongzhou." Zhongzhou finally couldn't help himself, suppressing his emotions and speaking in a calm voice. "Huiting and I share the same generational city will." Yunchen didn't hear her. She teleported away immediately after greeting him. Zhongzhou felt melancholy. Qingtang was entirely within the plateau, and even from above, one could feel the breathtaking beauty of the plateau's landscape. Yunchen had specially changed into festive clothes and asked Huating to give her a nice hairstyle. Hurry up, hurry up." Huiting, urged by Yunchen, quickly raised her hair with her fingertips, a style that was even more refined than usual. He lowered his eyes, gazing at Yunchen's boldly colored outfit for a long time. Well, Yun was good in every way, except for a slight difference in aesthetics from his own. Usually Yunchen's clothes were all prepared by him a day in advance. But today, Yunchen wanted to dress himself. Perhaps because it was a power stone, she had a particular fondness for bright colors. Xia Fengyan seemed to be like that too, but not as exaggerated as Yunchen. Huating added some accessories, to Yunchen's outfit to alleviate the abrupt change in color. Yunshen frowned. Do I really have to wear them? They're so in the way. I can barely walk. Do you think I don't look good in them? You look good in anything. Hua Ting coaxed her. Those areas are too empty. Something would be better. Look at Sister Duwan's old photos. Hua Ting wasn't lying. It was true that Yunchen's features were exceptional. Otherwise, most people wouldn't be able to pull off such a color. Of course, having clothes in the apocalypse was good enough. There wouldn't be so many styles in the pre-apocalyptic world. Yunshen shook her head as Hua Ting finished dressing her. She then ran over to Xia Fengyin and spun around. Daddy, how is it? Do you think Sister Duwan will like it? The color of this dress is really pretty. Xia Fengyin gave a thumbs up. He said, those accessories are so in the way. Yunshen felt the same way. Huiting, At dusk, a vine bridge connected Qingtang and Huiting. Yunshen and Meng Ranlin, who had just arrived in Qingtang and were warmly welcomed. The construction of the teleportation channel began again. Yunshen coughed lightly and asked reservedly, Where is Li Duan? The person who greeted them replied, Ms. Li? She only comes to the city for a short while after dark. No one knows where she goes the rest of the time. Yunshen felt lost. The person continued, You can wait for her at the campsite in the square. She be there when she returns in the evening. Yunshen immediately perked up. She looked up at the sky, dyed red by the sunset glow, and for the first time, she looked forward to the arrival of night. In the evening, a bonfire was lit at the Qingtang campsite. People who had worked hard all day sat in the square, laughing and chatting loudly. Yunshen found a campfire and sat down, hands resting on her knees, twisting her head back and forth. She was pondering what her first words would be when she saw Sister Duwan. Should it be long time no see or hello? Yunshen heard a distant commotion. It seemed many people were approaching the camp. She stood up in anticipation, the jade hairpin on her head lighting up eagerly. Yunshen answered the phone, his expression grave. It was Ji Luoshan on the other end. Yunshen, we need your help. The ghost mother has appeared in the tea house. The people there are retreating. Shi Jiang wants to use the misty fisherman to cover the tea house, but she's worried about the lack of energy. Yunshen said, I'll be there right away. She glanced at the people laughing and chatting in Qingtang Square, then took out a fragment of the Jiuzhou statue and infused it with energy. Star-like points of light emerged, and Yunshen teleported to Shijiang. Just as Yunshen vanished, the person who had received them that afternoon arrived, leading a woman. The woman's face bore scars, and as she approached, she carried with her the rich, bloody scent of a recent hunt. The square fell silent for a moment, then returned to its previous bustle. Li Duan didn't mind. She wasn't naturally likable. If she paid attention to every person she disliked for even a few minutes, she'd have to live for hundreds of years. Who's looking for me? Huiting City's loyal servant, the young lady has been waiting for you. Hey, where are you? You were just here. Chapter 174. The tick-tick and tap-tap sounds of water stopped. Yunshen stood before the Zhejiang City statue, half submerged. Even though they were inside the house, the water on the ground was incredibly deep. Ji Luoshan stood not far behind her. Even at close range, Yunshen could only make out the outline of the Zhejiang City statue. A deceptive white mist enveloped the Zhejiang City statue. The crisp, gentle clinking of jewelry echoed, and a graceful woman in a pink dress emerged from the mist. Shijiang said, Thank you for coming all the way here. Yunshen shook his head slightly, and said, Shall we start now? Shijiang replied, We've already started. Misty Fisherman will have no problem covering only my area. If we go further. She let Yunshen walk into the mist around the city statue, and touched the cold city statue. Yunshen channeled his energy. Is that all it takes? Yes, that's all you need to do. Shi Jiang looked at the handsome young man behind Yunshen and said, Luoshan, I leave the coordination with the tea house to you. If my abilities can't hide from the ghost mother. Yunshen looked at Ji Luoshan in surprise. Ji Luoshan laughed heartily. Don't say that. Since I agreed, I must have a plan in mind. I'm leaving. He put his index and middle fingers together, bent the others, tapped his forehead, and waved his head gracefully, bidding Yunshen and Ji Jiang farewell. The sound of footsteps gradually faded. Yunshen asked, Why is he going to the tea house too? Ji Jiang was silent for a moment. She said, I need Luoshan to locate near the tea house, so I can control the precise direction of the misty angler's spread. Yunshen said with a firm expression, It will succeed, and Brother Ji will be safe. Ji Jiang's smile tinged with worry. She was worried about Ji Luoshan. The teleportation points for Zhejiang and the tea house lit up simultaneously. As everyone hurried to leave the tea house, a young man swaggered into the tea house. Clad in a pink shirt and patterned shorts, Ji Luoshan strode with a reckless abandon towards the tea house's city statue. He treaded on the slippery ground, brushing past many shocked tea house residents. Someone tried to stop him. "Brother, you're going the wrong way. You should flee this way. The retreat is over here." Ji Luoshan waved his hand. No, I'm not fleeing. I find this life too boring. I came here specifically for excitement." The person trying to dissuade him. The other person muttered something about being sick and quickly left. There are so many kind people in the tea house. Ji Luoshan happily arrived at the temple, halfway up the mountain. He had expected the place to be deserted, but as soon as he opened the door, he saw the Yu siblings sitting on the steps in front of the temple, leisurely sipping tea and eating sunflower seeds. The two identical brothers, whose faces differed only by their facial moles, squatted on either side of Yu Chaojia and Yu Qingxia, their expressions anxious. "Qingxia/Jiar, you're not helping anything here. What are you doing here? Hurry up and retreat with the others." Ji Luoshan. "Wow, are you guys acting out some melodramatic drama? Tell me what the plot is." As Ji Luoshan entered the temple, a massive black shadow, tens of meters tall, gradually took shape behind him, obscuring the sky. A slight chill ran down Ji Luoshan's spine. He could see what was behind him from the eyes of the people in front of him and the will of the city. Only by experiencing the Ghost Mother's presence firsthand can one realize how terrifying she is beyond description. Ji Luoshan calmly sat on the steps and snatched half the sunflower seeds from Yu Chaojia's hand. "Why did you come here?" Yu Chaojia was surrounded by sunflower seed shells. He casually kicked them aside and asked Ji Luoshan curiously. Ji Luoshan said, "If the Misty Angler wants to cover a specific location, he needs me, a city follower, to locate it." "You're pathetic." Yu Chaojia smiled and patted Ji Luoshan's shoulder. The Cha brothers finally couldn't help but yell, "Stop chatting here and leave. We don't need you two city-followed ones anymore, okay? Who needs you here? Do you think we're children?" Yu Chaojia pulled out the fragment of the Jiuzhou statue representing Zhejiang and said, "We still have this." The Cha brother gritted his teeth and said, "If Zhejiang's talent can't even reach the Ghost Mother, can her power on the fragment protect you?" The Cha brother looked at Yu Qingxia helplessly and said, "Qingxia, you're more rational than Jia. Take him away." Yu Qingxia, however, looked at Yu Chaojia tenderly and said with relief, "Jiar has grown up. He's not afraid of death for the people he cares about. He will only become stronger in the future." Yu Chaojia nodded proudly. Ji Luoshan rested his chin on his hand, chewing on melon seeds. He had always known that the Yu siblings' minds worked differently than ordinary people, but he hadn't expected them to be so different. Ji Luoshan glanced back, seeing the visible fog rapidly rolling in their direction. Yu Qingxia also noticed this, and smoke slowly rose around them. Chafu's younger brother roared speechlessly, "What about the future? You need to be alive to have a future. We can sleep and wake up again, but can you crawl out of the earth after you die?" The air grew humid, thick with the stench of sulfur and a fishy smell. Yu Chaojia stood up and yelled at the Chafu brother, "What do you know? If I could abandon you once because of my own life, I abandon you a second time, a third time. If that happens, we never be a family." The stench grew stronger, even the city's atmosphere couldn't dissipate it. The Chafu brother looked sternly in the direction of the shadow. Yu Qingxia and Ji Luoshan also looked in that direction. The Chafu brother humbly said, "Please, Jiar, let's go." Yu Chaojia stiffened his neck, "I won't go." I'm sorry to interrupt your family drama." Ji Luoshan raised his arm and pointed ahead. "I suggest you look at the Ghost Mother." Yu Chaojia and the Chafu brother paused, both looking at the shadow from before. Under the moonlight, the shadow was no longer a shadow, but a Ghost Mother, about to take shape. The Ghost Mother's features slowly gathered, revealing a pair of cold, deep eyes. She swept away her frustration at Yuhara and regained her elegance. From her perch, the Ghost Mother gazed down at the tiny temple halfway up the mountain. Yu Chaojia and the younger brother of the tea house, conspicuous by their quarrel in the silent night, were the center of her gaze. To the younger brother of the tea house and Yu Chaojia, it seemed as if the Ghost Mother was saying, "Okay, you don't even take me seriously. I kill you first." The younger brother of the tea house, Yu Chaojia, They shivered like two little pitiful children, huddling together for warmth, not daring to utter a single word. The previously nonchalant Ji Luoshan grew even more nervous. The air grew more humid, and he noticed clouds of mist rising from the damp ground beneath his feet. Zhejiang's misty fishermen have reached this area. Just a moment longer, and the misty fishermen will envelop the entire tea house. Suddenly, A chorus of ghostly screams erupted. The high-frequency sound waves pierced the eardrums of everyone in the temple, causing them to swell. A haughty, contemptuous sneer echoed from the air. They all looked up. The last sliver of skin on the shadow's face was completely filled with black energy. The ghost mother had fully formed. Having learned her lesson from last time, she gave neither humanity nor the cities will any respite. She gathered her form and immediately raised her arms, a hurricane rising up, blowing away all the nearby white mist. At her highest point, time seemed to stand still. The ghost mother's vast eyes reflected the faces of several tiny humans. Facing death, they should be terrified, yet why do they only look calm? With a powerful swing of her arm, the trees in the forest fell, and a hurricane swept up the leaves, lashing out fiercely along with the ghost mother's pale arm. At that moment, the mist, dispersed by the wind, seemed to be moving slowly, but in reality, it recondensed with incredible speed. It blinded the ghost mother's eyes, halting her swift attack. No matter how hard the ghost mother waved her arms, the mist remained unmoved. The ghost mother pressed down with one arm, and the mist dispersed to the sides. But when she raised her arm, the mist gathered again. Despite her reluctance, the mist slowly thickened and enveloped the tea house. The ghost mother seemed to have forgotten the location of the tea house city statue. She waved her arms angrily at the mist, but couldn't hit anything. Great, it works! Yu Chaojia shouted excitedly. Bang! The mist was swept away by a giant hand, heading straight for him. He gasped in fear and covered his mouth, as Yu Qingxia pounced on him. But the giant hand, after the sound faded, remained suspended in midair for a moment before slowly withdrawing. The misty fisherman could block the ghost mother's perception, but not completely. If someone in the mist made a loud noise, the ghost mother would still notice it. Yu Chaojia made a zipper-zipping gesture with his mouth. After his previous recklessness, he felt a wave of fear, and he collapsed to the ground. Ji Luoshan was the same. He was just pretending to be fearless, but now he was fine. The moment he relaxed, his nerves gave way. Ji Luoshan assumed everyone present would be the same. His gaze fell on Yu Qingxia's face. Her smile was always gentle. From the moment he entered the temple, to the quarrel between Yu Chaojia and the younger brother of the Cha family, to the attack by the ghost mother. Only when Yu Chaojia narrowly escaped attack did her gentle eyes gleam with a hint of terrifying murderous intent. Now, there was none of that at all. She still looked as gentle as water. Ji Luoshan stared at Yu Qingxia for a long moment. Wasn't she afraid of death at all? Yu Qingxia noticed someone was watching her and met Ji Luoshan's puzzled gaze. After a moment, Yu Qingxia raised her hand and patted her chest twice, looking frightened. Ji Luoshan, Good, such a perfunctory performance. The Cha family encountered the ghost mother, and a bad situation turned into a good one. If Zhejiang's misty fisherman proved effective against the ghost mother, then Xiongya's cloud-breaking mist would surely work as well. Their talents were essentially similar. After confirming this, the city will, after consulting with the leaders of the other cities, decided to implement the plan as soon as possible. They couldn't allow the ghost mother to delay the city's development any longer. However, Xiongyan needed to be bound to the orb first. Zhejiang's talent had been enhanced by the orb, allowing it to conceal its true power, and Xiongya also needed strengthening. The orb was rebound to the wills of the three cities, Zhejiang, Xiongya, and Huiding. Huiding's talent still needed strengthening. For Zhejiang and Xiongya to use their talents together, their city images must be physically connected. Geographically, Xiongya and Zhejiang were far apart, unlike the three cities in the central region. Huiding would serve as a bridge connecting the two cities. His vines could indeed grow long enough to connect the Zhejiang and Xiongya city images, but he couldn't control that length and would have to be manually carried across. For the vines to grow that long, Huiding would also need to be sufficiently tall. According to Zhejiang and Xiongya's estimates, it would take at least a day and a night for their fog to cover the entire Kyushu region. If their movements attracted the attention of the ghost mother, there was a possibility she would appear midway through the fog. Huiding would be in great danger then. Everyone in Huiding must evacuate to other cities first. Yun Chen took advantage of this opportunity to pre-inject a large amount of energy into Zhejiang and Xiongya for their storage and use. She herself would accompany Huiding. Everything was ready. The sky was still dark, as the lush green city soared high into the sky. Two extremely thick vines stretched out from beneath it. The vines continued to grow, becoming increasingly slender towards the ends. The slenderness was only relative to the thickness at the very base. When they reached a certain length, the vines soared in two completely opposite directions. Their flight slowed, and relying only on the last bit of their sprinting momentum, they suddenly sped forward a short distance before stopping on the ground. The vines continued to grow, coiling around and around the ground. As daylight dawned, all the working people in Zhejiang and Cheongya, as well as those arriving from other cities, donned masks. They walked towards the vine pile, facing the rising sun. Hey! The enormous, heavy vines were lifted by the incredible collective strength of ant-sized humans. From the sky, two giant green pythons swam slowly. When the vines connected to the two cities, the will of the people and cities of Kyushu lay dormant. Victory and defeat in war are unpredictable, and the resurgence is uncertain. Chapter 175. After a day of heavy lifting by numerous humans, the Huading vines successfully connected to the city statues of Zhejiang and Cheongya. Beginning the plan at night would be detrimental to the will of both humans and the city. They needed to wait. Everyone spent the night before the plan began, feeling anxious. This night was surprisingly safe. The plan began. Zhejiang and Cheongya's plan to use their talents to cover the 9 provinces and confuse the Ghost Mother, and the ghostly perceptions was to use Zhejiang's talents to raise a fog covering the entire 9 provinces, supplemented by Cheongya's talents to enhance the fog's ability to block sound and breath. One of the most important conditions for Zhejiang's misty fishermen to activate the fog was sufficient humidity and moisture in the city, allowing the misty fishermen to trigger the fog. The morning air was slightly cool. Swish, swish, some people sprayed water onto the ground with hoses, while others brought out basins, buckets, and even lunch boxes from their homes, leaving no dry spots. The ground in each city was covered in a flood of water, shimmering in the golden sunlight. Every step taken by those coming from the city was accompanied by a loud splash of water. Beginning at Zhejiang and Chafu, a thick white mist drifted across the ground and water, gradually spreading outward. As the sky brightened, the white mist took on a beauty reminiscent of floating clouds, appearing ethereal under the increasingly dazzling sunlight. The sun is too strong today. Yuan-Chin raised his arm to shield his eyes, and gazed at the sky. Normally, humans would appreciate clear, sunny weather, but this was different. The strong sun was not conducive to the fishing of the misty waves of Zhejiang. This scorching sun would soon dry up the water stains on the ground. Don't worry. Hua Ting stood beside Yuan-Chin and said, the Xinjiang people have already figured out a solution. Now, each city has a T-brand phone number. If a nearby city is covered by fog, the next city will be notified immediately to begin preparing for watering. This way, unnecessary labor is not wasted, and the misty anglers can reach the area in time. Yuan-Chin nodded and looked down at the city below. It was a vast expanse of white, and nothing could be seen. The fog could only cover a limited height, and Huading was outside it. Hua Ting couldn't descend. His height depended on the length of his vines. If he wanted his vines to be long enough to connect Zhejiang and Cheongya, he had to maintain this height until misty anglers covered all of Jiuzhou. The misty anglers' coverage was tedious, but it kept everyone in each city on edge, their nerves on edge. Yuan-Chin was no different. She prayed in her heart that her dormant plan would succeed. It was quiet all around, the fog blocking out any sounds from below. Because Hua Ting's role in this plan was highly dangerous, everyone in the city evacuated to other cities. Now, only Yuan-Chin and Xia Fengyan remained. Huading didn't try to persuade Yuan-Chin to leave. He knew clearly that it was precisely because of the danger he faced that she stayed with him, and would never abandon him. Huading quietly raised his hand, and grasped the fingers of the person beside him. Yuan-Chin turned and smiled at him, then took his hand in his own. The wide sleeves of Huading's white robe fell, obscuring their movements. Xia Fengyan, holding the old turtle in his pocket, curled his lips in disdain. The misty fishermen spread steadily and swiftly across the 9 provinces. Everyone's tension hadn't dissipated. Instead, their hearts grew heavier. The most challenging part of this plan was night. Currently, the Ghost Mother only appeared once every 7 days, and there were only 4 days left until her next appearance. In theory, they had plenty of time. But no one could guarantee that the Ghost Mother would adhere to her 7-day pattern. They even believed that she would definitely appear tonight. Both Wuming and the Ghost Mother displayed the thinking and scheming of higher beings. Ghosts were no longer the creatures humans imagined, driven solely by desire. They surpassed humans in their calculations and lurking. Humanity was buying time for development, and the ghosts would surely find ways to stop them. No matter how much the humans in each city prayed in their hearts, the sun in the sky still cruelly bid them farewell. Today's sun seemed to have done enough work during the day. At the appointed time, it eagerly swapped shifts with the moon, leaving behind not even the usual afterglow. Night fell, a dark mist swirled, and a chill was pressing. Ghosts emerged from the mist, roaming aimlessly and furiously, unable to find either city or human presence. Outside the mist, vast numbers of ghosts surged toward the auras of various cities, attacking them recklessly. The night sky lit up with white light, the result of attacks on the city auras. The T-brand telephone connected communications between all cities, allowing each city to promptly report its own situation. The situation in each city remained stable in the first half of the night, but in the second, the ghosts unleashed their full force. The Misty Anglers have 30 minutes left to fully cover the city. A large number of evolved ghosts suddenly appeared in Guishur. Their attack on the city auras consumes enormous amounts of energy. Even with replenishment, they won't last more than 30 minutes. Calm down. The Misty Anglers have already reached Qingtang. Move your personnel closer to Qingtang as quickly as possible. A ghost mother has appeared in Losu, and she's taking shape at 10 times the speed of before. Everyone was horrified. Not long after, another horrified report came from Losu. The ghost mother has taken shape. It's not attacking. Wait, what's that? It's spewing out a lot. The ghost mother is spewing out a lot of living ghostly fluid, and it's rushing towards Losu. The phone in Losu fell silent. People in other cities asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Are you all okay?" After more than 10 minutes, the Losu line rang again, the voice of the person still trembling with fear. It's pollution on the level of a pearl. The pollution is being blocked by the city's aura, but the land outside the city's aura is in very bad condition. The ghost mother has disappeared. The phone lines in other cities remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, people from Tianfu and Baipu screamed, "Pollution has appeared here too." Followed by, "Xuanyu too. It's here in Qingtang too. It's appeared in Longzhou. Same here in Qianzhong." The black wave of pollution brought by the ghost mother was rapidly sweeping from Lhasa. The black wave couldn't infect the environment within the city's atmosphere, but it would prevent humans from setting foot anywhere outside the city's atmosphere. Don't you humans want to hide? Then hide in fear and humility forever in the cage you have created. The ghost mother's figure appeared and disappeared repeatedly. Hanging from her body were numerous polluted energy stones. A rope formed from black energy on her chest held two seemingly ordinary stones, one of which glowed continuously as it moved. The energy stone on the ghost mother's body faded with each flash of light. Every time the ghost mother moved to a new location, she opened her mouth wide. From the end of her bottomless throat, an endless stream of black, viscous liquid gushed out. The black liquid dripped onto the ground, and the green grass instantly turned yellow and withered, its vitality extinguished. Countless animals cried and roared, helpless. The ghost mother moved through the fog. It could not detect humans through the fog, and humans could not see its specific appearance through the fog. When the ghost mother passed by a city, humans could only feel a huge shadow passing by. The temperature could drop to below zero in an instant, and the ghost mother's odor could not even block out the city's atmosphere, making the smell nauseating. They could not make any sound, as that might attract the ghost mother's attention. A child sobbed uncontrollably from fear and cold. The ghost mother stopped moving immediately, leaning down, piercing the fog, her nostrils twitching slightly. The fog had thinned enough for the humans to clearly see the ghost mother's features. The child's mother wept silently, covering her child's mouth and nose. No one dared to make a sound. The ghost mother's vision was unfocused. No matter how thin the fog was, it blocked her perception and vision, preventing her from finding the humans. The ghost mother slowly receded. Just as the humans were about to breathe a sigh of relief, a torrent of foul-smelling liquid poured down on them. A gentle flash of the city's aura blocked them all out. The ghost mother wandered in the fog for a long time. Its duration had already exceeded its previous two appearances. The vast number of energy stones on its body was constantly being consumed. The ghost mother was searching for something. Suddenly, the stone on its chest lit up. The ghost mother paused at a certain point, slowly raised its head, and a sinister smile immediately crossed its lips. It braced itself against the ground with both hands, and dense black meridians erupted from its arms. All the energy stones in the ghost mother's body were instantly consumed. The ground supported by the ghost mother gave way, and its body slowly grew taller. Shijiang and Qiongya used their talents with all their might. The spreading white mist took 2 steps forward, 1 step back, as it stained the pollution on the ground. Even so, the white mist continued to cover more and more area, fearless of danger, until it was about to envelop all of Lhasa and Qingtang. Almost there, Shijiang and Qiongya shouted simultaneously, "Huiding, retreat!" Huiding received the warning and immediately descended rapidly. The air suddenly became extremely cold, and even the trees were covered with icicles. A hurricane swept fiercely from behind the city. A pale, massive ghost mother broke through the fog, its form flowing over her. As her figure faded, she saw the city in the sky, a wide smile spreading across her lips. She raised her arm, and swung it down with all her might. Crack! The city's aura shattered with a distinct sound. Time seemed to stand still. Yunchen saw a crack appear on Hua Ting's smooth, porcelain-white face. She instinctively reached out to reach him. The figure before her suddenly shattered, leaving her only a faint speck of light in the air. The city's aura dissipated, and time began to flow again. A lingering vine on the ground, still conscious, wrapped around Yunchen's waist and flung him to Xia Fengyan. Xia Fengyan caught Yunchen. The vines, at top speed, flung Xia Fengyan out of the city before the Ghost Mother's attack could fully reach her. The Ghost Mother's attack arrived before she vanished from the ground. A single blow shattered the urban atmosphere of Huting, and the image of the city blossoming like a flower. The city follower symbol behind Yunchen's ear burned so hot it nearly burned her skin, then fell silent. She reached behind her ear. The city follower symbol vanished. Huting slept. Without its will, the city's greenery quickly receded. Its buildings quickly withered and faded, lifeless. A massive shadow plummeted from the sky at high speed. Chapter 176. The city fell from the sky like a meteorite, its surroundings rubbing against the air, creating faint sparks. Withered, lifeless vines continuously fell from the city, brushing past the two men suspended in midair. A faint red light flickered beneath Xia Fengyan's feet. He gazed at the city swooping down on them, then embraced Yunchen with one arm. Yunchen's body was as stiff as a stone. She didn't cry, scream, or struggle. But her breathing was heavy, as if a mass of debris had blocked her airway. Xia Fengyan whispered, "Nan, Huting will be fine." The city above them had already crashed down. His words were instantly dissipated by the shockwaves of the massive object. Boom! After a thunderous roar, silence followed. Yunchen's eyes widened in shock, reflecting the city's base, so close. Parched soil, withered vines, and the incredibly slender fingers that held up the entire city. Fingers, nails stained crimson, pressed down hard, palms pressed against the city. Xia Fengyan's black pupils instantly turned completely red, and a surge of energy surged from his feet to his entire body. His casual clothes were supported by the energy, constantly surging. The old turtle in his pocket blew out of his pocket, its will to survive fiercely opening its mouth and biting Xia Fengyan's clothes. It still wanted to outlast all humans and the city. It couldn't die in such a small place. The city continued to press down. Xia Fengyan's energy surged more and more, and only the buildings above the falling city could be heard crashing violently. The city stopped sinking. Xia Fengyan had single-handedly held up the entire city. For a moment, the sky was filled with crimson clouds. Xia Fengyan said calmly, "Nan, I put Huting back to its rightful place." The sky was tinged with a faint paleness. With every step Xia Fengyan took in the air, a streak of crimson appeared beneath his feet. Against the backdrop of the entire city, the two of them seemed so insignificant. Yunchen suddenly remembered something from earlier. The two of them had once had a conversation in their own city. Yunchen remarked on Xia Fengyan's strength. Xia Fengyan claimed he could carry Zhou Yuan, and if it were Huting, he could lift it with a single finger. Of course, that was assuming Huting's city status had regressed. Yunchen, "Dad, you can't lift Huting with a single finger." Xia Fengyan instantly recalled their conversation. Every moment and every word he shared with his wife and daughter were deeply etched in his mind, never to be forgotten. Xia Fengyan chuckled, "It's all because this guy's too heavy. When he wakes up, you have to make him lose weight." "Okay." Yunchen raised his hand, sloppily wiping the moisture from his eyes. "Huting will be fine. She can wake him." So many city minds have slumbered and awakened again, recovering their memories of their last awakening in medium-sized cities. Surely Huting can do the same. At dawn, the colors of the sky grew more distinct. Ghosts gradually vanished from the ground, and before Yunchen and Xia Fengyan lay a pitch-black, bottomless abyss. This was Huting's original location. This was also the ghosts' headquarters, their lair. Xia Fengyan embedded Huting into the ground. The split land merged at its boundaries the moment it sank into the ground. Seamlessly, this land became as if it had never been left. The river dividing the city surged once more. The soil, contaminated by the Ghost Mother, instantly invaded the newly arrived land. Yunchen and Xia Fengyan had nowhere to stay. The ghostly liquid, like a living creature, sensed the presence of a living being and bared its fangs and claws, eager to attack them. No one knew what would happen if attacked by a ghost. Perhaps they would be like the animals that collapsed in the black, viscous liquid, dragged hopelessly into the depths, their heads exposed, their bodies rapidly rotting and stinking. Xia Fengyan lifted Yunchen and returned to the air, some distance above the ground. Yunchen lacked Xia Fengyan's ability to levitate using energy, that could only be achieved with pure energy stones. She still had the blood of the people of Jiuzhou flowing through her veins. Daylight had dawned, and sunlight once again shone upon the earth. The fog in the contaminated area was visibly thinning, but it still held on tenaciously. Yuan Chun and Xia Fengyan arrived at the brick house. After the recent fall, more than half of the buildings in Huading were destroyed. The brick and stone houses, plagued by disasters, were once again reduced to ruins. Thankfully, the half of the house where the city statue stood had been reinforced. Although it was crumbling, it was still accessible. The pollution had spread even here. The city statue, once with its beady black eyes, was now just a pile of stone, submerged in the polluted earth. The vines, devoid of city energy, eroded and tilted sideways. The stone base of the city statue also tilted to one side. Yuan Shen approached the city statue, slowly stepping onto its base and crouching down to inject energy. Suddenly, she noticed a small crack in the base. She had never seen such cracks when awakening other city wills. Does this crack matter? Will it heal itself once the city will awakens? Yuan Shen's heart was in her throat, and her fingertips on the city statue trembled. She took 2 deep breaths, regained her composure, and poured energy into the city statue. Xia Fengyan stood behind Yuan Shen, watching as her energy, which should have been gentle, was filled with impatience. He also watched as the anxiety in her eyes grew more and more evident as time passed, while she was injecting energy. The sun shifted in the sky, and 6 hours passed. The energy Yuan Shen poured into the Huading city statue fell on deaf ears, provoking no reaction. She hadn't needed this much time to awaken other city wills. Yuan Shen told herself not to rush. Perhaps Huading simply needed more energy to awaken. A voice came from behind. I've said before that Hua Ting is a sickly person. He's also a very delicate city spirit, and this time he's even more delicate. Xia Fengyan walked over to Yuan Shen and said, he can't handle too much energy. It won't be absorbed. You need to channel it more gently. Why? Nan, you look calm just now, but your emotions are pent up to the point where they can't be contained any longer. You need to vent. Xia Fengyan knew all too well the feeling of feeling powerless, while a loved one dies before your eyes. Huading had died before Yuan Shen's eyes once, and even if he could still wake up, the oppressive feeling brought on by that scene would be indelible. Xia Fengyan pressed Yuan Shen's head. You only show your emotions on minor matters that don't affect you. You're too restrained when it comes to anything more serious. Yuan Shen didn't argue, her head lowered. She had always been someone who easily expressed her emotions, prone to giggling, crying, or getting angry over the smallest things. What happened then? She wanted to protect the little, broken-down town that had become her family, to stop being a child. But she couldn't. What had just happened had made her realize how powerless she was. She had tried so hard to do everything, but why was she still, like at the beginning, unable to do anything? Why? 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 Why could she only watch helplessly as Hua Ting was harmed by the ghost? A dark, polka-dotted stain suddenly appeared on the city's foundation. It was tears. These dark spots grew more and more, and tears continued to fall from the lowered-headed girl's eyes. I can't protect. Dad, I can't protect Hua Ting. Yuan Shen raised her face, sobbing. Xia Fengyan's eyes flushed red as he held his daughter tightly in his arms. She's only 17, an age before the apocalypse when she should have been carefree and attending school, yet she has to shoulder so much responsibility. Nan, you've done well enough. Xia Fengyan kept repeating this. You've done well enough. At the tea house, Yu Chaojia tried to rush out, but was stopped at the exit by the tea house brothers and Yu Qingxia. It's been a whole day. I haven't heard from Huading and the others since we lost contact. You told me to go find them. What can you do if you go out now? You only cause trouble. The tea house brothers slapped Yu Chaojia to the ground. Contaminated land can instantly corrode the human body. Several cities in Xinjiang are already rushing to produce protective gear. If you really want to leave, you have to wait until the gear arrives. The elder brother of the Cha family said, Huading may have been attacked by the ghost mother and fallen into a deep sleep. Don't worry too much, he wake up. Yu Chaojia said, then he won't forget us, will he? The elder brother of the Cha family was speechless. It's just a sleep, not a rebirth after death. The younger brother of the Cha family glared at Yu Chaojia, Qian, who remembers the stupid things he did during his last sleep. Jiang Yu has fallen asleep and woken up more than a dozen times, and he remembers every beating clearly. The two brothers said in unison, why are you worrying so much? Yu Chaojia stood up awkwardly. He argued Yuan Shen, I'm mainly worried about Yuan Shen. What if she encounters a ghost? Don't worry. Yu Qingxia pointed to the glowing jade ornaments on her body. Ji Luoshan said that both father and daughter are in Zhejiang and have just arrived. Yu Chaojia breathed a sigh of relief, but then immediately complained, Yunchen and I are obviously closer, so why did she go to Shijiang first? Yu Qingxiao glanced at Yu Chaojia and sighed. Shijiang needs a lot of energy to sustain Misty Angler. So I'm here first to replenish her energy. We need to go to Qilnya soon, so hurry up. Yunchen finished speaking, and Ji Luoshan nodded immediately. He walked ahead, watching Yunchen, who looked much the same as before, following behind. Ji Luoshan asked cautiously, how is Huading now? She hasn't woken up yet. It should take a while. Yunchen's tone was calm. By the way, because Huading is asleep, I can't contact the other city wills. I have something to ask Shijiang about Huading. Okay, go ahead and ask. Ji Luoshan immediately carried Yunchen behind a secure door in the wall. Ji Luoshan treated Yunchen like a child who couldn't stand being provoked, and his tone and gestures were as gentle as possible throughout. Yunchen laughed. After crying for a while in Xia Fengyan's arms, her emotions had stabilized, not as fragile as Ji Luoshan had imagined. Yunchen met Shijiang, who leaned in close to the city image, channeling energy. Shijiang looked and dressed gently, but she wasn't actually a gentle person, and wasn't very good at comforting people. She said dryly, with your help, Huading will wake up soon, yes, for sure. Yunchen smiled, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Shijiang sensed that Yunchen's emotions were indeed stable, and she felt relieved. She asked, what do you want to ask me? Yunchen told Shijiang about the cracks in the base of the Huading city image, and how his will was more picky about accepting energy than other city wills. I don't remember anything about these things. Shijiang pondered for a moment before answering. She continued, wait a minute. Shenjing and Zhou Yuan know more. I asked them. Yunchen nodded, and quickly channeled energy into Shijiang's city image. 5 minutes later, Shijiang relayed Shenjing and Zhou Yuan's response to Yunchen. They speculate this is related to Huading's previous disappearance. When Huading chose to disappear on his own, it's unclear to what extent he was contaminated by ghosts. That may have affected his stability. Yunchen asked, puzzled, does this also happen with Xinluo? Shijiang said, no, Xinluo's situation is different from Huading's. Xinluo's disappearance and rebirth were both accomplished by Jiuzhou, without any mistakes. But Huading's situation is different. Yunchen asked worriedly, will this affect him? Shijiang replied, no problem. It's just that waking up will be more difficult than in other cities. Once Jiuzhou awakens, his problems will be fixed, so there's no need to worry. Yunchen felt relieved. After transferring energy to Shijiang, Yunchen headed back to Qilnya. She and Xia Fengyan rested overnight in Qilnya. The next morning, when Yunchen was about to use the Jiuzhou statue fragment to teleport to Huading, Qilnya asked her to wait a moment. Shenjing sent a complete set of protective gear. Humans cannot defend themselves against the polluted land outside the city's atmosphere, but metals like steel, iron, and copper can block the corrosive effects of polluted liquids. Huading hadn't woken yet, and the city was still polluted. If Yunchen was going to transfer energy to him for a long time, he had to protect himself. Yunchen accepted Shenjing's offer and teleported to Huading with Xia Fengyan. The teleportation location, where vines usually awaited, now contained only a ghostly, bubbling, swamp-like mass of liquid. Yunchen, now wearing heavy armor, could walk safely through the polluted earth, though her pace was somewhat slow. Xia Fengyan, unable to bear her slower pace than an old turtle, scooped her up and flew to the masonry house. Yunchen shook off the ghostly liquid and stood on the base of the Huading city statue. The energy she injected was gentle and soothing, flowing into the city statue like a stream. Unlike yesterday's ineffective response, she felt a noticeable change today. The city statue base was absorbing her energy. Like a hungry child. A smile finally broke out on Yunchen's face, and he continued to inject energy at this rate. Huading could only take in a small amount of energy each day. Just as Xia Fengyan had said, he truly was a particularly delicate city will. He wouldn't eat if the energy was too much, wouldn't eat if it was too little, wouldn't eat if his mood was even slightly unstable, and couldn't eat too much in a single day. If he did, he wouldn't eat. Yunchen's initial energy transfer was filled with pity, but later, his eyes twitched as he continued, and he wished he could beat up Hua Ting the moment he woke. Xia Fengyan watched, chuckling gleefully, as he embraced the old turtle. Time passed. Yunchen provided energy to Hua Ting during the day, and stayed at the tea house at night. Every few days, he visited Zhejiang and Qilnya to replenish their energy. The fog was effectively enveloping them, completely blocking the perception of ghosts. Ghosts rarely appeared outside the city's atmosphere. Aside from the significant reduction in human activity space, the current situation seemed quite positive. Ghosts could no longer interfere with the development of the city will. Aside from the dormant Huating and the ever-present Baihui, all other cities were developing rapidly. The energy stone veins near Jiangyu have been largely mined. After Xia Fengnian inspected them for use, they were distributed to various cities. Bai Pu and Dong Qiao dispatched additional personnel to search Baiyu daily, reaching as far as possible, but to no avail. 2 more fragments of Jiuzhou were found. The ghost mother disappeared for a long time. But on the night of the hottest summer day, she reappeared. A dark figure appeared in the fog. If anyone or any equipment in the city happened to make a sound, the ghost mother would attack without hesitation. Everyone could sense her uncontrollable rage. When the ghost mother appeared, the ghosts became more active. Even ghosts would appear, darting about the city's atmosphere. If they spotted humans, they would scream to alert the ghost mother, who would then attack. Now, the ghost mother appears every 5 days. Each appearance lasts from 30 to 60 minutes, fluctuating greatly depending on the time of night when she appears. Whenever the ghost mother appears, each city must maintain absolute silence. Not even the slightest sound can be made. Humans huddled in their rooms, holding their mouths and holding their breath, staring at the slowly moving shadows beyond the fog. Summer soon arrived at its end. During this period, the urban will gain 2 more megacities. As these megacities joined the ranks, they began accumulating the energy to awaken Kyushu. Yunshin once again entered the brick house. Just as she had before, she recounted recent anecdotes while channeling energy. Xia Fengnian calmly toyed with the grief-stricken old cuckold. Yan'an was taken to Zhongzhou by Zhang Yongfu and his men during their retreat from Huading. The old turtle wasn't found at the time, but unexpectedly, Xia Fengnian had captured it. Xia Fengnian seemed to be fond of the old turtle, and kept it with him every day. Sunlight slanted into the masonry house, casting a golden hue on Yunshin's skin. Usually, Yunshin would transfer energy to Huading for an hour, and he would be full and no longer interested in absorbing it. Today was different. 3 hours had passed, and Huading was still absorbing energy. The ghostly liquid was boiling. No, it was the stones immersed in it that were shaking. Yunshin's mind shifted slightly, and the energy shifted, causing the city statue's absorption rate to slow considerably. She immediately calmed herself, and more stones began to float around the city statue's base. The first fragment fell, merging with the city statue's base. Bang, bang, bang. Floating stones fell one after another. Yunshin took several steps back, her armor clanging. She stood in the ghostly liquid, letting it splash against her. He was waking up. The stones gradually piled up into the familiar bun-shaped city statue that Yunshin was familiar with. As the city statue took shape, cracks appeared on its surface, and large pieces of stone peeled off, revealing the fully awakened city statue within. The city's aura also spread rapidly at this moment. The surface of the black, viscous liquid showed distinct ripples. Though clearly liquid, it seemed to emit a piercing scream. No matter how reluctant they were completely ripped from the ground by the arrival of the city's aura. The pristine white city statue, sitting less than a meter above the vine base, rippled twice. 2 round, black eyes stared watery-eyed at the human in front of them, and the vines beneath them swayed gently. Yunshin swooped forward, covering himself entirely with the flower-bud city statue, and cried, "You're finally awake. I missed you so much." Ivy hesitated briefly, then hugged her tightly. Although he didn't recognize this human, he loved her scent. After Yunshin's excitement faded, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Ivy's embrace felt strange, unfamiliar, and a little awkward. She moved away from the city statue, gazing at its clear, beady eyes. And at the less than 1 meter height of the city statue. Huading was still a small city, and he hadn't yet recovered his memories from his last awakening. It didn't matter. With her around, Huading would soon be a medium-sized city. Yunshin introduced himself again. "I'm Yunshin. Do you remember who you are?" Ivy stood up sharply, shocked. Damn it! He couldn't even remember which city's he was. Yunshin laughed. "You're Huading." The city statue's eyes lit up, and the vine tilted its head to look at the person in front. She was clearly smiling, but why didn't she seem so happy? The green branches reached out to Yunshin, swaying twice, waiting for her eyes to fall on the vines. Pop! A small, delicate white flower bloomed at the tip of the branch. "I'm giving you a little flower. Don't be sad, okay?" Chapter 177. Huading awakens, and Yunshin and Xia Fengnian move back from the tea house. They don't have much luggage, and Huading's safety remains uncertain, so for now, it's just the 2 of them living here. And you Chao Jia, who follow you even if it means you cry, make a scene, or even commit suicide. In the dilapidated but spacious brick house, 2 tents, one large and one small, were set up. Yunshin slept in the smaller tent, while Xiaofengyan and Yu Chaojia shared the larger one. The three of them set up their tents and went out to pack their belongings. Yunshin wasn't yet a Huading city devoted, so he couldn't use the city's energy to repair buildings. They worked outside, sprinkling water on the dry ground to keep it moist. The white mist that covered Kyushu drifted gently. Across the wall, the city of Huading, like its beady eyes, stared at the new decorations in the house, swirling around. A vine quietly poked its head out, looking around. Seeing no one was paying attention, it scurried over to the small tent. The branch, quite clever, circled and blossomed around the tent's support pole. Compared to the shabby-looking larger tent, the small tent looked exceptionally luxurious. Yu Chaojia, the weakest among them, was the first to enter the house to rest. Glancing at the unequal treatment among the tents, he retorted, "Huading, we used to be good friends. Why don't you bloom for me?" The city-like beady eyes stared at Yu Chaojia for a long moment. Then, reluctantly and hesitantly, it extended a branch. Shoo! A wilted little flower was thrust into Yu Chaojia's hand. Yu Chaojia, Yuanchun and Xiaofengyan entered the house, and noticed the tense atmosphere. Yu Chaojia crouched in a corner of the rubble, drawing circles to himself. What happened? Yuanchun was puzzled. She wiped the dust from her hands, and injected energy into Huading. The branches wrapped affectionately around her fingertips, like a clingy puppy. Xiaofengyan sat in front of the tent, tearing off a piece of meat from his hand, and feeding it to the old turtle. 2 days passed, and after Yuanchun injected energy into Huading again, the city seemed to have grown considerably taller. Yuanchun estimated the height to be around 1.1 meters. Huading had returned to the level of a small city. "Can you speak?" The air vibrated slightly, and a few discordant monosyllables echoed in the ears of Yuanchun, Xiaofengyan, and Yu Chaojia. Yu Chaojia was a little surprised. Huading's situation was indeed different from the other cities' willpower. When the Tea House brothers were small cities, they could already curse fluently. The eyes of Daodu, who looked like a flower-bud city, were filled with disappointment. Yunshin patted him and said, "It's okay. I teach you how to pronounce it. We start with pinyin, just like before." The branches wrapped around the wrist of the person who spoke so gently to him. Yunshin felt a surge of city energy begging to enter her body. This was the energy reaction when the city will chooses a city-loving person. She didn't resist, letting the city energy flow into her. The city-loving person symbol appeared behind Yunshin's ear again. She looked at the city image of Huating, her smile radiant. Ah, 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 ah. Yunshin sat in the repaired brick house, patiently correcting Huating's pronunciation. Huating couldn't pronounce the syllables he wanted, and he became frustrated. He was even more coquettish than before, and even more attached to Yunshin. Whenever Yunshin returned from another city, his vines would instantly transform into an octopus, entangling him tightly. He didn't give up until Yunshin hugged him, both amused and tearful. Now that Huading had suffered a setback in class, his vines immediately collapsed pitifully on Yunshin's knees, dejected. Yunshin injected energy into him, saying, "You're weak due to some recent events. You feel much better once you level up." Outside the window, a hazy mist covered the air damp. These past few days, heavy rain has been falling in the Chafu and Huading areas, which has been a significant boost to the Misty Wave anglers. Unlike other cities, where humidity levels must be constantly maintained, they don't have to be as constant. Squeak! Yu Chaojia pushed open the wooden door of the brick house from the outside. He raised his hand and shook it twice, the jade ornament on his wrist gleaming. He said, "Yunshin, it's time to go to Xinjing for a meeting." Yunshin nodded, stood up, and handed the notebook to Yu Chaojia. "I leave it to you, brother Yu." After the Misty Wave anglers and Chongyun Po covered the 9 provinces, they held at least one meeting in Xinjing every month for the city's followers. Especially for the city devoted from megacities, not a single one can be absent. After arriving in a megacity, the city will begin to accumulate energy to awaken Kyushu. Maintaining a standby sleep state helps the city will accumulate energy. At this time, the city devoted, as the city will's followers and agents of power, must shoulder their responsibilities. Yu Chaojia doesn't need to attend this regular meeting in Xinjing. There are 2 city devoted at the tea house. One will suffice. Yu Qingxia is more adept at handling this kind of thing than Yu Chaojia. Yu Chaojia is happy not to go. He took the notebook from Yunshin's hand, flipped through it, and after confirming what Yunshin was teaching, he said, "Teaching this kind of childish stuff is no problem. Go ahead and go. I promise to teach him to say a single word correctly before you return, or I won't eat roast chicken for a month." Yu Chaojia vowed solemnly. He had once been a cultural figure in Yunshin and Huading, and had even served as a teacher in one man, one city. Yunchen was very confident in Yu Chaojia, and she added a few words of advice. Don't be too harsh on Huiting. Yu Chaojia, okay, hurry up. That stern old man in Xinjing doesn't like people being late. Yunchen was speechless. Xinjing was known for his meticulous nature, so how could he be called an old man in Yu Ji's mouth? She and Xia Fengyan teleported to Xinjing together. Yu Chaojia and Huiting were the only ones left in the brick house. Yu Chaojia casually sat on the bench where Yunchen had been sitting, and said seriously, let's do some hands-on teaching. Incorporating words into everyday life will help us remember the pronunciation more firmly. Huiting stared at Yu Chaojia for a long moment, slowly shaking the vine up and down. Yu Chaojia pointed to the chair beneath him and said, chair. Huating, duck. Yu Chaojia, chair. Huating, duck. Yu Chaojia, let's switch. He pointed at himself again, brother. Huating, brother. Yeah. Yu Chaojia leaned forward expectantly, cheering Huating on. Yes, brother. Huating, quack. Yu Chaojia, yes, brother. Huating, quack. Yu Chaojia was silent. He felt that as a person, sometimes one shouldn't be so blunt. Not eating roasted chicken for a month. He stood up quickly, and scanned the room for easily pronounced items. Yu Chaojia pointed to the beams and pronounced them. Huating said, Fangliang. He pointed at everything in the room. Huating's pronunciation was strange. He even pronounced his own name, Huating, as Fa-ting. Was he going to teach them every pronunciation? Yu Chaojia refused to give up. His teaching philosophy couldn't be wrong. He scanned the room again, his gaze finally landing on a family photo on Chi-Chi's desk. Yu Chaojia saw Xia Fengyan place the photo on the table after repairing the masonry house. It was a photo of Yunchen's family of 3. It showed Xia Fengyan, his wife, and Yunchen, then a baby. A tiny leaf had been clinging to the baby's body. The leaf had forced itself into the family portrait. Yu Chaojia guessed it belonged to Huating. He picked up the photo and asked cheerfully, Do you like this photo? Huiting tapped the vines vigorously. After Xia Fengyan placed the photo on the table, he became particularly fond of it. He even moved the table closer to the city portrait. Yu Chaojia fiddled with the frame and discovered a line of words written on the back of the photo. You are 1,000 years of beauty. To my beloved wife. Yu Chaojia's eyes lit up. Given Huating's fondness for Yunchen, he must have learned the phrase quickly. He feigned seriousness and said, Do you know what your relationship with Yunchen is? Huiting pointed at the city statue, then at Yu Chaojia, shaking the vines. It certainly wasn't between him and Yu Chaojia. Yu Chaojia said angrily, I knew Huating was after me. I'm such a fool to want to run here all the time. Huiting carefully tugged at Yu Chaojia's sleeve, his small eyes looking at him expectantly. Yu Chaojia was overcome by those clear eyes. He suspected that Xia Fengyan, who always wanted to beat Huating up, was just as soft-hearted. Yu Chaojia said, You two are a couple. He placed his fingertips on the words on the back of the photo. When these things are over, Jiuzhou recovers. And you have your banquet, she will also be. Yu Chaojia paused deliberately, teasing Huating. When Huating's anxiety nearly tore his sleeve, he slowly began, Your wife. Wife. Yu Chaojia didn't need to repeat it a second time. Huating pronounced the word accurately. He loved it. The vines happily fluttered. For a moment, the brick and stone room was ablaze with flowers. Xinjing. The atmosphere in the conference room was slightly subdued. Everyone sat at their seats, their expressions slightly solemn. Only Xia Fengyan, bored and slouched over the table, silently playing with the nameplates on which he was written, was ignored. During the meeting, Yunchen learned a lot of new information. Of the 34 cities now known, 22 had become megacities, excluding Yiyuan, whose Xinjing talent was dormant. The wills of the remaining cities, excluding Huiting, were all above the level of large cities. Without the interference of ghosts and aided by the energy stones, the city's development was faster than anyone had expected. Secondly, there was the situation with the fragments of the Jiuzhou statue. Including the fragments in Yunchen and Yu Chaojia's hands, as well as the fragments found through Sanxiang's talent, they now had a total of 19 fragments. Sanxiang's golden title Jade Falcon confirmed the location of the Jiuzhou statue fragments, but the prerequisite was based on her current city level. Since Sanxiang was currently a megacity, the golden title Jade Falcon's range could not yet extend to the entire Jiuzhou region, limiting it to the central, eastern, southern, and a few northern cities. She had currently located only 23 Jiuzhou statue fragments. Someone asked, Where are the remaining 4 pieces? Pei Shengyin, summarizing the report, looked at Xinjing beside him. Xinjing said calmly, "They're probably all in the hands of the ghosts." The other 4 fragments of the Jojo statue that had been located were precisely where Hooting was, and they were extremely concentrated. There was no trace of the Jojo statue fragments above Hooting, so they had to be underground. Everyone was shocked. They all knew that beneath Hooting was the ghost nest. The situation with the Jojo statue fragments was worse than they had imagined, and the ghosts could also use the fragments' abilities. It was known that the fragments representing Hooting and Qianhu were in the hands of the ghosts, allowing the ghost nest to move and connect to various locations through underground passages. What could the remaining 2 fragments in the ghost's hands be, and what kind of power would they bring to them? Even Yun Chen's expression was heavy. Xia Fengnian couldn't help but sigh heavily. Alas! He desperately wanted to remind them of something, but he couldn't say it directly. If there are 4 fragments in the Hooting area, Guimei has at most 3, and the other one. Xia Fengnian sighed loudly again. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Pei Shengyin asked, "Mr. Xia, what are your thoughts?" Xia Fengnian hesitated for a moment, staring at the conference room ceiling. Suddenly he said, "This beam really looks like a mountain from any angle, a peak from the front." Yunchen was stunned. Why did her old father suddenly start reciting poetry? A mountain looks like a peak from any angle, and it looks different from different distances and heights. Looking at the same thing from different perspectives may yield different insights. Recalling some of Xia Fengnian's behavior, Yunchen suddenly realized something. She was so surprised that she couldn't control the expression on her face. Yunchen lowered his voice and asked in disbelief, "Old bastard? Is the old bastard the fragment of the 9 provinces? Or does the old bastard contain the fragment of the 9 provinces?" Chapter 178. 2 green, bean-shaped eyes glared at everyone with immense force. The old turtle crouched beside the pot of boiling water on the stove, its demeanor radiating, "If you come any closer, I jump into the pot and we all be doomed." Yunchen was closest to the old turtle. She was still absorbed in the mystery of the fragments of the 9 provinces within its body. Behind her stood Pei Shengyin and a team of specialists from Xinjing, experts in handling such emergencies. However, according to this team, the old turtle that had swallowed the fragments of the 9 provinces could no longer be treated like an ordinary animal. This turtle was incredibly cunning. They had just tried to capture it, but this seemingly lazy creature was incredibly sensitive. Before the team could even get close enough to capture it, it launched its 4 short legs and ran at a furious pace. So fast that its shadow left an afterimage as it ran. The old turtle was well aware of the importance humans placed on it, and knew how to use itself as a threat. And so this scene unfolded. The group and the old turtle were in a stalemate in front of the pot. The old turtle wasn't particularly large. Compared to other long-lived turtles, it was even a bit ridiculously small. With a size like that, it would surely be cooked in no time if dropped into that massive pot. No one knew the connection between the old turtle and the fragment of the 9 provinces statue it had consumed. What if something happened to the old turtle, and that caused the fragment to suffer as well? One member of the team gritted his teeth and said, "Who boiled a pot of water here for no reason? What if the fragment of the 9 provinces statue?" Yu Chaojia, who had just learned of the situation, was displeased. "What happened to me? You didn't tell me before you came, and you're trying to blame me? That's moral kidnapping and responsibility shifting. Mr. Yu, calm down. There are things you really shouldn't have said." Pei Shengyin glanced coldly at the person who had just spoken. The person immediately fell silent and said, "I'm sorry, I was just angry." Yu Chaojia was a soft-hearted person. Given the other person's good attitude, he felt embarrassed for making a big deal out of nothing. "Oh, it's really my fault. Why did I boil the water for no reason? I'm so sorry for interrupting your work. Look at what you said. It's not your fault. It really isn't your fault. We should have discussed this with you before we came." The two began to apologize to each other. Pei Shengyin, Amidst the apologies, Yunchen slowly lowered himself. The old turtle's attention was drawn to the quarrel behind him. His green eyes alternated between Yunchen and the ones behind him. Gradually, his gaze became more focused on the rear. As if to say, "What kind of idiot is this?" After the old turtle looked away again, Yunchen reached out with lightning speed. His gloved hand suddenly pressed down on its back. Yunchen clasped the old turtle with his 5 fingers and handed it over to Pei Shengyin and the others. She whispered, "If possible, try not to hurt it." The old turtle had been Yunchen's pet for a long time, and it held a special meaning to her. She was reluctant to part with it, but the old turtle's situation was different. They needed to be taken to Xinjing to research how to remove the fragments from its body. The old turtle stretched its neck and swam vigorously. It sensed danger approaching. If it fell into the hands of these people, it would be dead. It couldn't die. It had to outlast everyone else. Pei Shengyin nodded. Okay, Ms. Hyun, don't worry. He gestured to the person behind him to take the old turtle. However, just as Yunchen handed the old turtle over, something unexpected happened. A massive gust of air suddenly erupted from the old turtle. It happened in the blink of an eye, leaving no one able to react. The gust of air brought immense force, sending everyone flying several meters. Yunchen and Pei Shengyin, who were closest to the old turtle, felt the greatest impact and were most sensitive to the pressure emanating from the fragments of the Jiuzhou statue. As Yunchen flew backward, a pliant vine caught her before Xiaofengyin. Xiaofengyin was speechless for a moment, then dodged, blocking Pei Shengyin's impact against the wall. Pei Shengyin pressed his hand against his aching chest, gasping for breath for a moment, and coughed up blood. He peered through his glasses. Through the spiderweb-like cracks on the shattered lenses, he saw the scene unfolding in a tumble, utterly devastated by the tortoise. The vines diligently moved out tables and chairs, allowing those with varying degrees of injury to rest. The old turtle lay in the center of the sunken pit in the clearing, its intimidating aura still lingering. No one dared approach. Yunchen hadn't expected the situation to turn out this way. She asked, "What should we do now?" Pei Shengyin, equally troubled, said, "I've told Shenjing what just happened. He'd tell us after he goes to Songlong Pavilion. The old turtle's behavior must be due to the fragmentation of the Jiuzhou image within its body. Knowing which city will's talent corresponds to which should make it easier to deal with. Not every city will's talent is disclosed. Shenjing has stated that some city wills can only be used in times of crisis. These talents are not suitable for displaying to humans prematurely, as they can easily arouse other human concerns. Currently, only Shenjing, Zhouyuan, and Zhongzhou fully grasp the specific abilities of each city's will. Therefore, to find out which fragment of the 9 provinces statue the old turtle ate, we can only ask them based on what happened just now." After everyone rested for a while, and had a simple lunch, Shenjing gave his answer. From the situation described, it seems that they correspond to the innate abilities of 2 city wills, Tianfu and Shuangyu. Tianfu and Shuangyu are closely connected, and their city talents share similarities. Tianfu's talent is called Iron Wall, and Shuangyu's talent is called Golden City Hot Springs, can form a defensive shield with the city's energy to block attacks even in extreme danger and near-death situations. Its will to survive is so strong that it has triggered the abilities within the Kyushu statue fragment. No matter how strong the Iron Wall or the Golden Fortress, ordinary attacks cannot penetrate it. Once activated, the defensive shield will reappear whenever the subject encounters a situation deemed dangerous by the subject. Unless the subject's will is weak and can no longer withstand the drain on their willpower, or they die, then they can only wait. Take good care of it first. Don't rush this one until the other fragments are collected. Understand its desires and fulfill its wishes, and perhaps the fragment will peel itself from its body. You don't need to come back for now. Take care of this matter first. I send more people over to help rebuild Huading." After conveying Shenjing's words, Pei Shengyin looked at the crooked figure recuperating. That's right. Everyone was stunned. Asking a turtle what it wants? Shenjing really thinks too highly of them, doesn't he? Yunchen didn't know what to say. Hua Ting had caught her when she was knocked away, so she only suffered minor injuries. The lunch break had almost allowed her to recover and regain her mobility. She went to talk to the old turtle, asking him to at least stop staying in that hole, which was unsightly and in the way. She squatted down, held out her palm, and placed it on the ground. The old turtle actually trusted Yunchen a little more. It slowly climbed over and rested safely in Yunchen's palm. But as soon as Pei Shengyin and the others approached, the old turtle, even without hair, immediately erupted, and it seemed as if it was about to reinflict the shockwave from earlier. Pei Shengyin and the others had no choice but to retreat. Xiaofengyin was speechless. "I really don't understand why your Jiuzhou doesn't limit the use of the fragment's power, such as only allowing Jiuzhou people to use it. That way, the situation of the ghost possessing the fragment would no longer exist, and the old turtle's ridiculous behavior would not occur." Xiaofengyin's words were more of a tease, and a feeling of helplessness. Pei Shengyin replied earnestly, "Mr. Xia, this is our Jiuzhou. The sea embraces all rivers, embracing everything." Bang, bang, dong, dong. The setting sun made the wet ground shimmer. Yunchen was using the city's energy to repair the 3rd floor of the masonry building. Huading was still weak, and even with Yunchen's energy, it wasn't enough to repair the building. Yunchen finished the 1st and 2nd floors over several days. The people of Shenjing needed accommodation, but the 1st and 2nd floors of the masonry building weren't enough. The 3rd floor also needed to be repaired. Yunchen took Pei Shengyin and the others to Xinjing to pick up some luggage, then returned to Huading. After their rooms were assigned, everyone moved in and packed their belongings. By the time they emerged from their rooms, the city was already lighting up. Yu Chaojiao and the person who had apologized earlier had become close friends, and the two of them were having a great time at the dinner table. Pei Shengyin handed Yunchen some of the items he had brought with him. These were old utensils that Huading's men had taken away with them during their evacuation. They had heard Huading needed help, and had already prepared these offerings. Yunchen happily offered them to Huading. Huading's energy suddenly increased significantly. Before going to bed, the group from Xinjing once again considered the old turtle sleeping in the fish tank, only to be glared away by it. Yunchen was the last to go to bed. She wanted to inject energy into Huading. She asked, "Have you learned anything from Brother Yu?" Huading tapped the vines vigorously. "Yes." He pulled at the vines wrapped around Yunchen's waist, moving them back and forth in a coquettish manner. Xiaofengyan lay in the corner, his eyes squinting, displeased with the little jerk who was so arrogant in his presence. He couldn't express his opinion. The little brat was too city-savvy, having accurately grasped his daughter's preferences, and was a real favorite with her. Yunchen was delighted to hear Hua Ting's perfect pronunciation of the word "you." "So what did you learn to say?" The vines climbed up her shoulders, the tips of the branches nestling just below her earlobe. Her voice, childish in its small city, echoed in her ears. "Madam." Yunchen couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips slightly, his ears reddening. She coughed softly and said, "You can't call me that." "Huading, madam, madam, madam." The vines slithered around Yunchen, now brushing against his cheek, now caressing his little hand. An elderly father in the corner was about to burst into tears. Yunchen tried to persuade Hua Ting with amusement and helplessness. He saw Xiaofengyan had already stood up, ready to teach a lesson to a certain overreaching city spirit. A biting chill suddenly struck. Xiaofengyan stopped, staring out the window, his brow furrowed. Yunchen's expression tightened, and she made a hushed gesture toward Huading. She went to the window and observed the scene outside. Amidst the white mist, a large black shadow slowly moved. Ghostly screams gradually gathered outside the small city of Huading, rising and falling. A faint sound came from the stairs. Yunchen looked back and saw Yu Chaojiao, Pei Shengyin, and the others quietly descending the stairs. Wrapped in thick clothing, they looked at her gravely. Yunchen pointed out the window and silently mouthed, "Ghost Mother." The black shadow moved around the city, and from time to time, a ghost would encounter the city's atmosphere, desperately scanning for any human movement. The city was completely silent. Yunchen and the others sat with their backs to the window, leaning against the wall, each of them suppressing their breathing. They breathed in and out softly, not daring to make a single sound. Chapter 179. The Ghost Mother wandered in the fog outside Huading for nearly an hour. It gradually vanished, and the frantic ghosts within the mist gradually calmed down. The people in the masonry house gasped and looked at each other in bewilderment. Based on past months' experience, the Ghost Mother shouldn't appear today, but tomorrow. Could it be that the Ghost Mother's appearance has been brought forward again? To confirm this, we had to wait until the Ghost Mother's next appearance. After the Ghost Mother vanished, the rest of the night would be safer, and everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Huading was frightened by the terrifying Ghost Mother. He threw himself into Yunchen's arms, his voice trembling. "Madam, I'm scared. I'm scared, you big-headed ghost." For the first time, Xiaofengyan realized that he actually hoped Huading would regain his memory sooner than Yunchen did. At least Huading, with his knowledge and memory, understood the meaning of shame. Now, this Huading was only acting on instinct. Yunchen watched, bewildered, as Xiaofengyan snatched the Huading vine and flung it at his city statue, roughly injecting energy into it. Daodu, atop the city statue, felt deeply wronged, the vine trembling with pain. He cried pitifully, "Madam." Yunchen softened his tone. "Dad, he's in pain." Xiaofengyan snorted, "But don't you see him struggling? Don't use the same force you used to wake him up. It'd take him forever to recover to his previous level." Seeing Yunchen about to say something, Xiaofengyan said, "If you're too soft-hearted to do it, let me do it. He's not yet a megacity, so he can absorb my energy. Although your energy is more suitable for him, I can control him just as well." Yunchen hesitated for a moment, then finally chose to ignore Hua Ting's tearful face. "Okay, please, Dad." Huading's hard times officially began. Every morning and evening thereafter, the same conversation echoed in the masonry house. "Ah. It hurts. It hurts so much. You're a scoundrel. Shut up, you little wretch. So many city wills want my energy, and I won't give it to them. Woo, it hurts. Madam, save me. I'm dying. Madam, hee hee, I see you become much more fluent. You've benefited greatly. Outside the masonry house, the former wall had been erected again, both for aesthetics and to block out ghostly sight. Pei Shengyin, sitting on the steps, said to Yunchen, Mr. Xia is such a soft. He paused. Referring to a person was inappropriate, and referring to a stone was rude. Yunchen smiled and said, My father has always been very kind. Her gaze remained fixed on the stone vat in front of her. The old turtle was leisurely basking in the sun, eating snacks. They hadn't yet figured out the old turtle's desires. Whenever the team assigned to deal with the old turtle approached him, the laid-back turtle would immediately change its demeanor. A fierce aura surged. Yunchen stared at the old turtle for a moment, then recalled something. The old turtle had vomited several times before, and Xia Fengnian had said some strange things. Thinking back, Xia Fengnian had been giving them hints. The old turtle had vomited on his own initiative. Yunchen suddenly muttered to herself, The will to live? Pei Shengyin looked at her, pushed up the new glasses on her face, and asked, What did you think of? Yunchen said, What if the old turtle just wanted to live, simply wanted to survive? The old turtle knew Yunchen wouldn't attack it, so it wasn't afraid of Yunchen's approach. The people of Xinjing were different. If they couldn't use normal methods to remove the Jiuzhou statue fragment, dissection might be an option. The old turtle noticed this and resisted. Yunchen shared his thoughts with Pei Shengyin. She crouched down near the old turtle, treating it as a creature of equal intelligence, and asked earnestly, Old turtle, are you worried about your own death? The grey-backed tortoise continued to glare at the restless members of the team, and Yunchen patiently asked again, If we promise not to harm your life and find another safe way to remove the stone, will you cooperate with us? The old turtle's head slowly turned towards Yunchen. Yunchen quickly said, We can make a promise. Green Bean leaned towards the young man next to Yunchen. Pei Shengyin nodded, We will definitely keep our promises. Please trust our credibility. Green Bean turned back to the rest of the team. They nodded quickly, inwardly exclaiming, Their previous thought was just a casual guess. They hadn't expected this turtle, influenced by the fragments of Jiuzhou, to truly become a spirit. The old turtle tilted its head for a long time, as if in thought. Everyone watched with bated breath. 10 minutes later, the old turtle slowly nodded. The team cheered and stepped forward to pick up the old turtle. We take you back to Xinjing right away. Bang! They were once again sent flying. The team members, ? Didn't they already agree to cooperate? The old turtle stomped its feet vigorously, stomping the ground several times. Yunchen guessed. It's probably saying it can only stay in Huading and can't be taken anywhere else. The old turtle nodded in satisfaction, and gave Yunchen a look of approval. Yunchen, a subtle feeling. Shijiang. Swallowed by white mist and billowing steam, it felt like a fairyland. The mist in Zhejiang was thicker than in other cities. It was the birthplace, after all. It was like Qiongya, which always maintained a resounding song. In other cities, only animals could hear sounds inaudible to the human ear. In Zhejiang, two people maintaining a normal social distance could only see each other's faint outlines. Everything else was white mist. Sprinklers lining the road sprayed water day and night. The entire Zhejiang area was damp and humid. Even the corners of the buildings were moldy. This made life somewhat inconvenient for the people of Zhejiang, but they also enjoyed it. Every day, meeting people felt like opening a blind box. Zhejiang and Qiongya were unlike other megacities. They needed to constantly maintain their urban talents at a high level, preventing them from sleeping or relaxing. Unable to rest, they couldn't restore the city's energy on their own. Their only source of energy came from human offerings. And Yunchen's tireless delivery. Yunchen had previously delivered energy to Zhejiang and Qiongya every other day, but now only once a day. This way, after subtracting the energy consumed by their city talents, there was still some left. After visiting Qiongya, Yunchen returned to Zhejiang at her usual spot. Ji Luoshan was waiting for her. Hey, hey. Ji Luoshan's voice sounded gloating. I heard everyone in Huading is serving that bastard, cooking and sewing quilts for it, hoping it eat more and poop more. That way, it can poop out the stone, right? Yunchen was speechless. Did brother you tell you? Ji Luoshan chuckled. Yu Chaojia and Chafu said that the two brothers in Chafu are two loudmouths. Now Uncle Wangba is their favorite joke at Songlong Pavilion. Yunchen sighed. Does everyone know? Ji Luoshan thought for a moment. I don't know if everyone knows, but it's certain that all the city wills know. Not every city-affiliated person is open with the city will. For example, Bai Pu and his city-affiliated person, Zhongzi. Even though Bai Pu had chosen his own city-affiliated person, he was terrified of Zhongzi. After Baipu arrived in the megacity, whenever his humanoid appeared to do business, he would avoid Zhong Zi. Yunshen, how did you know? She guessed that Baipu's humanoid was good-looking, and that he was a human male. Zhong Zi had a particular obsession with beautiful women. Ji Luotian, the tea house said so. Yunshen, don't they have anything to do? Don't they need to sleep to accumulate energy? They're just gossiping all day long. Ji Luotian shrugged. They claim they're gathering intelligence. The brothers don't need to sleep at the same time. One can accumulate energy while the other collects gossip. The sleeping one can share it as soon as they wake up. Ji Luotian also told many interesting stories. Yunshen silently glanced in Ji Luotian's direction. In just one night and half a day, she had so much new gossip to share. Big brother Ji, like the tea house, is inherently gossipy. As Ji Luotian spoke, the jade ornaments on his body gleamed. He hummed twice and continued. A few minutes later, he told Yunshen, we've confirmed that the frequency of the ghost mother's appearances has changed again. It used to appear every 5 days, but now it appears every 4. Yunshen said, the nights are becoming increasingly difficult. Ji Luotian sighed, yes, once the ghost mother appears, there can be no sound in the city. Equipment used to be able to operate at night, but as soon as dark, all factories have to shut down. Once the ghost mother appears, no sound can be made. Nights with the ghost mother are a torture. Thankfully, each appearance of the ghost mother doesn't last very long, otherwise every city would surely have a lot more madmen, and many people wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. Cities are also considering building buildings with stronger soundproofing. For now, the only thing they need is to prevent the ghost mother from hearing physical sounds. Soundproof buildings that can accommodate everyone are too expensive, and with limited resources, they won't be built in a day or two. Yunshen saw Zhejiang's city image, greeted her familiarly, and then injected energy. As the energy input neared its end, Zhejiang said gently, Xinjing invites you over. Yunshen didn't ask what it was. She would know once she got there. Xinjing's ancient and modern buildings are both well preserved. Walking through the streets of Xinjing, one could sense a rich cultural atmosphere. Yunshen savored this feeling for a moment, before skillfully entering the reception room. Xinjing was already waiting for her. Yunshen said, sorry, I'm a little late. Xinjing shook her head slightly, pressed her sleeve to pour her a cup of hot tea, and waited for her to take a sip before speaking. Sister-in-law. Puff. Yunshen spat out a mouthful of hot tea, spraying it all over Xinjing's face. The humanoid form of the cities will possess physical form. Aside from its ability to vanish and reappear at will, it functions similarly to humans in every other way. Tea dripped onto Xinjing's face, and he sank into deep thought, perhaps not expecting such a scene. I'm sorry. Yunshen apologized hastily. Xinjing's figure flashed and solidified, the tea on his face and body disappearing completely. He said, nothing, why are you so surprised? Yunshen's toes curled together in his shoes, his whole body steaming. He said, it's mainly because you just called me, that way, it was awkward. Xinjing's brows flickered with confusion. Xiao Pei told me that Huading has already called you madam. I've already notified the other city leaders to change their words. Yunshen, unwilling to continue this embarrassing topic, asked, why did you ask me to come here? Xinjing couldn't do anything. Having done something embarrassing, he took the opportunity to ask, you've been to the ghost nest several times. Do you know anything about it? Yunshen said, I've only been to a corner of it, mainly around the underground platform. I haven't been into the other passages, so I know very little about it. Xinjing nodded. Would you like to join the team that explores the ghost nest next? You don't have to go every time. Before Xinjing could finish, Yunshen decisively said, I go. What for? Xinjing told Yunshen that they would eventually reclaim the fragments of the Jiuzhou statue from the ghosts. This task was extremely difficult, and they needed to gain a thorough understanding of the situation before actually taking action. It would be even better if someone experienced in this area could offer some advice. Yunshen's eyes lit up. Sister Duwan, she was there at the time, and she was the one who discovered Wuming. She must know a lot about it. Xinjing was silent. Thinking back on Li Duwan's arrogant response, it's none of my business, it's none of yours, he couldn't help but press his hand to his temple. Yunshen kept recommending her to Xinjing. Sister Duwan is truly amazing. She even came up with the original ghostly type. Xinjing listened intently, and said calmly, I understand. Yunshen wanted to say that she hadn't told Xinjing many good things about Sister Duwan. Xinjing replied, Huading was just upgraded to a medium-sized city. Yunshen was stunned, then suddenly overwhelmed with joy. She couldn't help but shout, I'm going back. She pulled out a fragment of the Jojo statue, revealing a star-shaped structure. Yunshin flashed back to Huading. Chapter 180. Huading's urban atmosphere continued to expand. The soil, decontaminated, returned to its original state. More vines spread outward, inconspicuously nestling in every corner of the city. A sparse green space somewhere in the city, imbued with the upgraded urban atmosphere, quickly became lush and green. The air rippled, and tiny specks of starlight fell from the sky, condensing into a tall figure. Yunshin's eyes sparkled. As soon as he arrived in Huading, he couldn't wait to move forward. She took a step when the ground ahead suddenly bulged. It stopped at her feet. The vines burst out from the ground. "I'm sorry." Huading's teenage voice apologized at the same time. He was sorry. He had only just arrived in a medium-sized city, and only now remembered the people who meant the most to him. Yunshin embraced the lost vine, smiling broadly. "I missed you so much." Huating, feeling its warmth, twisted the vine joyfully yet shyly, whispering, "I missed you too." One man, one city, walked slowly back in the fading light of the setting sun. The slender, soft branches entwined Yunshin's fingers. Huating had just returned to the medium-sized city, and was integrating his memories of the past and the present. He usually waited for a free moment, such as before bed, to read his memories, unless there was something extremely important he needed to know immediately. This was the same process for every city's well after its memories were restored. They walked quietly, one man, one city. With Huating's return, the fog that had enveloped Yunshin's heart suddenly dissipated. They didn't need to talk much. Simply being there for each other was enough. Yunshin picked up interesting recent events to share with Huating, mostly what she heard from Ji Luoshan. More importantly, once Huating reached Sanlong Pavilion, the other city wills would inform him of everything, no matter how big or small. Huating listened with rapt interest, occasionally offering a comment or two. It had been so long since he heard Yunyun speak, and even if she didn't say anything, just hearing her voice would have made him happy. Yunshin mentioned Old Turtle. Huating was utterly shocked, his vine stopping instantly. Old Turtle actually ate a fragment of the Jojo statue? He hadn't yet accessed his memories from that period. Then, he quickly realized, Dad's actions earlier were meant to warn us that Old Turtle wasn't acting right. Yunshin nodded. Xia Fengyan had been so diligent in providing these subtle reminders, yet they only grasped them so slowly. Huating extracted memories from that period based on key words, gaining a general understanding of Old Turtle's current dominance in Huating. Unbelievable. There's something even more unbelievable. Yunshin puffed up her cheeks, acting childlike for once. She said, "I just got back from Xinjing. He did something truly horrible. He made me spit all the water I drank on him." Huading, shocking. What could Xinjing possibly have done to cause Yunshin to react so violently? It shouldn't be like that. Xinjing is one of those incredibly reliable characters in the city's will. Yunshin didn't keep her in suspense and directly explained the situation, resolving Huading's confusion. "He actually called me sister-in-law." "Huh?" Huading thought he misheard and asked, "Which two words?" Yunshin replied, "Brother, daughter-in-law." "Is that the term brother's wife? Does the city will also have seniority distinctions?" Huading immediately stuttered, Why does Xinjing call you that?" Yunshin muttered, "It's because you always call me madam. Brother Pei tells Xinjing everything, and once Xinjing hears it, it forces the other city wills to change their ways." The vine stopped, no longer moving. Yunshin, held by his hand, was forced to stop too. The branches danced wildly, the leaves trembling with excitement. Huading, like a shy adolescent boy whose innermost thoughts had been pricked, said, "I've never called you that. I always call you Union." He trailed off, "You told me not to call you that before, so I never did it to your face." Huading still feels wronged. Yunshin seized on the opportunity and asked with a hollow look, "Pretend to obey?" Huading quickly added, "I never called you that behind your back. I always listened to you." Zhang Yongfu had once teased Huating for being a henpecked man, and he proved to be a sharp-eyed man, seeing through his true nature at a glance. Yunshin stopped teasing Huating. "You were especially welcoming this time in this small city." She raised her other hand, her fingertips poking at the vines wrapped around Huating's fingers. "Let's go. It's getting dark, and Dad will be waiting for us to eat." Huating decided to retrieve his previous memories now. He was momentarily distracted, and images flashed through his mind. Sounds, touches, smells, and emotions. He saw a slightly disheveled girl crouched over his city portrait. The disappointment in her eyes, realizing he hadn't recovered his memories, contrasted sharply with her radiant smile. A blood bubble suddenly formed in Huating's heart, filled with guilt and self-reproach. But soon, he realized there was no place for guilt or self-blame. Shame had completely swept him away. What had he done? Huiting was dumbfounded by how bold and shameless he was in his memory. He had actually cried and acted like a spoiled child to get Yun to soften her heart. He had even used branches to entangle Yun completely, no matter where she was. He hadn't done anything like that since he started studying with Yunshin. When Xia Fengnian came after him to beat him, he even hid vines in Yun's clothes, slipping into her underwear and staying there for a long time before emerging. He even touched her here and there, a perfect example of shameless taking advantage of her. Yun, who was kind and trusting of him, hadn't been on guard at all. The name he cherished so much, the self in his memory kept repeating it like a tape recorder. If Huiting were in human form now, he would dig a huge pit, bury himself in it, and sleep there forever. See nothing indecent, hear nothing indecent, say nothing indecent, do nothing indecent. The him in my memory wasn't exactly the same. It was completely unrelated. Huiting was devastated. The vine wilts, releasing Yunshin's fingers, and lies flat on the ground, moving as fast as a dying snake. Through the faint white mist, the tall, dark walls of the brick house can be seen not far ahead. The sun in the sky is still trying to emit its last rays of light for the day. Yunshin squatted down, pinched the vine between his thumb and index finger, and shook it twice. "What's wrong with you?" Huiting said weakly. Yun, do you still like me? Yunshin was stunned, puzzled. Of course I do. Why are you asking? Ting didn't hide it, revealing the little thoughts from his memory. He felt ashamed. I'm so happy. You love me no matter what you look like. Don't dwell on what's already happened. Yunshin smiled, picking up the vine and walking toward the wall. She said, I like you in every way. Huiting lifted the tip of the vine, which Yunshin held in his arms, and gently rubbed her face. Yunshin felt itchy, and smiling, he pressed his face down, clamping his shoulders around the vine to prevent it from moving. She whispered, You can call me that now. Huiting didn't react at first, but then he was overjoyed, shyly but firmly calling out, Madam. The surroundings seemed to heat up at that moment, and the vines scattered across the city blossomed into a sea of flowers, radiating the joy of the city's will. The fragrance filled the air, and Yunshin's ears flushed. He responded to the call in a whisper. The path was clearly short, yet it took Yiren and Yicheng a long time. From within the walls came the bustling sounds of people chatting, occasionally Xia Fengnian's loud comment of idiot. At Xia Fengnian's voice, Yiren and Yicheng felt like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, instantly calming them. Yunshin said earnestly, Don't let Dad hear this. He'd be upset. Huiting tapped the vines vigorously. He didn't want to risk upsetting Yunshin after falling asleep, as he had done the last time the ghost mother had shattered them. They knew Xia Fengnian wasn't trying to stop them or anything. It was just that, as a father, he naturally disliked things that took his daughter away. Yunshin switched from hugging the vines to carrying them, as she pushed open the iron gate on the wall. A creaking sound. Dad, I'm back. The large dining table in the open courtyard was piled high with dishes. The food was plentiful, but not elaborate. An electric wire, strung with a dimly lit bulb, was pulled from the house and held above the table by a pole, making the fog seem less dense and allowing the dishes on the table to be clearly seen. The table was filled with mostly whole grains, along with some deliberately strong flavored dishes meant to go well with rice. Xia Fengnian asked sarcastically, Excuse me, has that righteous and respectable Ting returned? I thought it was such a short distance. You two could still walk for another half an hour. Yunshin chuckled, and Ting admitted his mistake. As expected, even at such close distance, Xia Fengnian's perceptions were untraceable. Sometimes, his perception of specific things was better than the city's understanding of its own city. Yu Chaojia called out to Yunshin, Come and eat. I heard from Ji Luoshan that after Zhejiang, you went to Xinjing. What were you doing? Pei Xingyin raised his head. He seemed unaware. Yunshin sat between Xia Fengnian and Yu Chaojia, picked up her chopsticks, and briefly summarized Xinjing's request. Xia Fengnian had almost emptied the best dishes into her bowl, embarrassing her. The environment outside the city's atmosphere was now completely polluted, meaning that the only source of supplies now was production within the city. The city's atmosphere was limited in scope, with limited planting, breeding, and production areas. Resources were scarce, and they also had to consider stockpiling emergency supplies. Compared to the past, people in various cities were tightening their belts. Everyone understood the current harsh conditions, but none of them complained. Xia Fengnian picked at the fruit for a moment before stopping. He frowned when he heard Yunshin was joining the Ghost Nest exploration team. Yunshin noticed Xia Fengnian's displeasure and said, I've been to a ghost nest before, so I'm quite experienced. I be careful after this. Xia Fengyan picked up a hot sweet potato, peeled it, and placed it in Yun Chen's bowl. Some of the peel was still on his hands. He sighed and said, I'm not trying to stop you. Yun Chen met Xia Fengyan's distressed eyes. Xia Fengyan wasn't unhappy about what Yun Chen was about to do. He simply felt that there was little he could do. If possible, he wanted to help Yun Chen with everything. All parents hope their children will achieve success, but above all, they must be happy. Xia Fengyan's only concern as he remained on the ground was Yun Chen. The more he spent with his daughter, the less he wanted her to do anything big. He wanted her to have a pet, a relationship, and avoid any danger. But the current situation made him realize that was impossible. Nanan wasn't that kind of person. Xia Fengyan raised his hand and ruffled Yun Chen's thick, soft hair. Dad will support whatever you want to do. He would be Yun Chen's strongest and most reliable support. Thinking of Jojo's recovery and Xia Fengyan's future decisions, Yun Chen's nose tightened. She understood and respected Xia Fengyan's choice. She just couldn't help but feel sad. The thought of it made her breath seem blocked. Yun Chen took 2 hard bites of the sweet potato, but finally couldn't help turning around and hugging Xia Fengyan beside him. Dad, don't worry about me. Xia Fengyan understood Yun Chen's meaning. He gently stroked the back of his daughter's head, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Yu Chaojia, standing next to him, suddenly said, Mr. Xia, you rubbed sweet potato peels on Yun Chen's hair. Yun Chen subconsciously pushed Xia Fengyan away and rubbed her hair for a long time. After a moment, she took her hand away, revealing a few pieces of mashed sweet potato peels in her palm. Yun Chen frantically cried, Dad, please wipe your hands before touching my hair next time. Washing hair is such a hassle. Xia Fengyan, He felt a surge of gratitude stuck in his throat, unable to let it out or down. Does everyone in Jiuzhou have that horrible disease? Chapter 181. The original teleportation channel in Huading City disappeared with his slumber. Now that he had returned to the medium-sized city, the channel could be re-established. Ming Ranlin rushed to Huading upon receiving the news. The square-faced middle-aged man had a few strands of silver at his temples. Seeing that Yun Chen and Xia Fengyan were in good condition, the gloom on his face eased a little. Yun Chen hadn't seen Ming Ranlin in a few months, and was surprised to see him look so haggard. What had happened? Considering that Ming Ranlin was his elder, Yun Chen didn't ask rashly. Yun Chen selected an open space as the location for the teleportation point. Ming Ranlin immediately used the river fish and sky goose. Bright white dots of light continuously appeared in the sky, quickly obscured by white mist. The light from the city energy channel flickered silently in the mist. Zhongzhou now had sufficient energy. Building a teleportation channel to just one city wouldn't require Yun Chen to travel far to recharge. You look so bad. Did Zhongzhou mistreat you? Xia Fengyan lacked Yun Chen's hesitation and asked directly. Ming Ranlin glanced at Yun Chen, about to say something but stopping himself. Yun Chen, seeing this, said, I'm just. You stay. You're not a child. There's nothing you can't hear. Xia Fengyan waved at Ming Ranlin and said, go ahead. Ming Ranlin whispered, my sister-in-law returned not long ago. During the Wuming incident, she, like everyone else, was randomly teleported away by Zhongzhou. Most of the people Zhongzhou had teleported to Baoshu, with the remaining few scattered across various cities. Zhongzhou himself couldn't remember which cities they had been. He wasn't in good shape at the time, relying solely on his last bit of willpower. Sister-in-law? The sister-in-law Ming Ranlin was referring to didn't seem to be her mother, but someone else. Yun Chen was puzzled. She remembered that Ming Ranlin only had a wife and son, no other relatives. Xia Fengyan told Yun Chen, he's a fool. His brother tricked him several times in Zhongzhou, nearly killing him. His brother brought his own downfall, and before he died, he made him promise to take care of his wife and son. TSK, even after he promised, his brother still felt uneasy. He insisted on marrying his wife. That way, with the status of a Zhongzhou city patron's wife, those two wouldn't have it too badly. Oh right, he and his brother aren't actually close. It's just that he's incredibly filial. His parents told him to take care of his eldest brother's family, and no matter how much they fussed, he did. When his brother died, he cried his eyes out, and even tried to cling to me, begging me to save his brother. It's not like I can save everything. Ming Ranlin, you don't have to be so detailed. If you don't explain clearly, you'd be so quiet for so long. Xia Fengyan's words were sarcastic and harsh. Yun Chen tugged on his sleeve, and his tone softened slightly. What did your weird sister-in-law threaten you with again? Ming Ranlin remained silent. The construction of the transmission channel between Zhongzhou and Huading was gradually drawing to a close. Xia Fengyan, growing impatient, urged Ming Ranlin on. Ming Ranlin then slowly said, "My nephew died after the wombing incident. My sister-in-law is a little angry about Xiaoyun, calling her a jinx." Before he finished speaking, Xia Fengnian looked at Ming Ranlin with a half-smile and whispered, "Shut up." Yun Chen was overwhelmed with emotion when she heard the long-lost name from her dusty memories. When she first arrived in Huading, she was fragile and still particularly concerned with those people and events. Now, she was completely indifferent. What did the opinions and comments of strangers in her life have to do with her? She had only recently truly understood what her mother had said to her. Don't waste your energy on irrelevant people and things. It's not worth it. The Huading vine silently climbed up her arm, indicating that they were here with her. Yunchen smiled. She couldn't even remember what those people looked like. The smile didn't last long. She suddenly stopped smiling and looked ahead. After Xia Fengnian finished speaking and shut up, the pressure around him suddenly dropped. The red energy that overflowed and lingered was like tangible rage. The people inside the wall were startled by the heavy pressure that permeated the city and rushed out to see what was happening. Pei Shengyin ran the fastest. He was particularly worried that something might happen to Xia Fengnian or Yunchen. It would be a huge loss for them. As soon as he arrived, he heard Xia Fengnian's voice gloomy. "If I hear you humans describe my daughter like that again, I won't mind helping Guimei return you humans to your place of origin." At these words, the usually expressionless Pei Shengyin's face changed slightly. What had happened? Why did Xia Fengnian, who had always been a decorative figure, suddenly say something so serious? Ming Ranlin apologized repeatedly, saying that his sister-in-law had lost her mind because she had lost her beloved son. Besides, his sister-in-law was now in a state of collapse, with both legs broken. She had been sent to Zhongzhou by someone, and would never cause trouble for Yunchen. Ming Ranlin knew well how much Xia Fengnian cared for his family. Someone had previously said that Yun Zhongshu was disabled, so Xia Fengnian gave him to Guimei as food. That's why, after much deliberation, his hair turning gray, he decided to tell Xia Fengnian about this. He couldn't let Xia Fengnian hear it from anyone else. Ming Ranlin was also annoyed, dealing with such a ham-fisted and unreasonable family member. But could he really abandon his family? He couldn't do it. After he finished speaking, the other party was clearly furious. Xia Fengnian was petty and vindictive, and his vengeance grew exponentially when it came to matters he cared about. In the past, when Xia Fengnian got angry, Yun Zhongshu would stop him. Now, Ming Ranlin silently looked at Yun Chen. Yun Chen's brows furrowed, clearly unprepared for his father's uncontrollable anger. Xia Fengnian caught Ming Ranlin's gaze. "You dare look at my daughter? I'm telling you if you don't." Hey, Nan, what are you doing?" Ming Ranlin's pupils dilated in shock. The scene before him reflected in his brown eyes. Yun Chen, a tall man, lifted Xia Fengnian by the waist and carried him on his shoulders like a sack. Yun Chen said helplessly yet calmly to everyone, "Sorry, don't take my father's angry words to heart. I go talk to him." Xia Fengnian gently said to Yun Chen, "Put Dad down quickly. Don't hurt your shoulders." Turning to Ming Ranlin, he roared ferociously, "Wait!" Huading, cover Dad's mouth. The vines obediently wrapped around Xia Fengnian's face, covering his mouth, making him utter only mumbling sounds. Xia Fengnian's eyes widened as Yun Chen carried him away, and the onlookers were as dumbfounded as ever. For a moment, they were at a loss for what to make of this farce. Pei Shengyin asked everyone to disperse. He inquired about what had happened. He learned that Ming Ranlin's sister-in-law was seeking revenge against Yun Chen, and that his deceased nephew had stolen Yun Zhongshu's belongings, leading to Yun Chen's entanglement with the ghosts. Pei Shengyin stared at Ming Ranlin with an indescribable expression, lowering his voice and saying, "Why didn't you tell me something so important earlier?" He felt utterly miserable. It was as if he and his teammates had been working on something incredibly important and long-lasting, and just as they were about to complete their goal, they suddenly stabbed him in the back. Ming Ranlin added, "It seems like there were quite a few people who were talking behind Xiaoyun's back. During my time in Zhongzhou, I frequently teleported to other cities to gather supplies, so I only exuded a city vibe and had no time to pay attention to human comments. I only found out after talking to my sister-in-law. Xiaoyun never complained when she was with me. I knew some people in Zhongzhou might be confused, but I didn't expect." Pei Shengyin, He let out a long breath and gently massaged his temple. Pei Shengyin contacted Xinjing. "She's so human." In a room with a touch of ancient charm, Li Duan casually folded her legs, resting them on Xinjing's tea table. No matter how many times you see it, the solemn expression of the human form of the cities will remain captivating. Xinjing had learned what had happened from Pei Shengyin, and his gaze fell on Li Duan's heavy shoes. They were dirty boots, and the dust from the sauce fell into his teacup. Shinjing raised his eyes and said calmly, "We were born from humans, so it's normal for us to act like humans." The human form of Shinjing was present, and he also appeared at Songlong Pavilion, inquiring about the will of Zhongzhou and other cities. He learned that Meng Ranlin's sister-in-law was named Wang Lijiu. Wang Lijiu had lived in Lhasa for a time, where she was called a lunatic. Later, she joined the Dawn cult, but suffered an accident during that time, losing both legs and becoming unacceptable to the cult. On the verge of death, Wang Lijiao encountered someone from Lhasa who had come to investigate the Dawn cult. She was rescued and brought back to Lhasa. After the teleportation channels between the cities were connected, she returned to Zhongzhou and pestered Meng Ranlin to seek justice for her. Inside, Shinjing said to Li Duan, "I hope you can join this operation." Li Duan shook her legs twice, more shoe dust falling into Shinjing's teacup. She said, "You want me to take a risk and get some benefits." Shinjing said, "Whether Jiuzhou awakens or not depends on. I am undoubtedly a patriot, but you can't use patriotism to blackmail me." Li Duan raised an eyebrow to interrupt Shinjing, stroking the scar that ran across half her face. "Don't use that whole every man is responsible for the fate of his country. I rarely think of such grand principles for more than 3 seconds. Be more practical." Shinjing asked, "What do you want?" Li Duan, "Xiongya asked me to protect the things her city followers gave me, triple the amount." Shinjing nodded and contacted Xiongya. When he learned what Xiongya had given Li Duan, a strange look crossed his eyes. Even if it were tripled, those things weren't valuable supplies. He had expected Li Duan to demand some kind of lavish reward. A faint sense of relief crossed Shinjing's face. "The people of Jiuzhou are all righteous men." Li Duan suddenly said, "Your expression right now is disgusting." Shinjing, Li Duan added, "Besides these benefits, there's one more condition. I want the right to act alone. Don't assign me any teammates." Shinjing agreed. Seeing Li Duan stand up to leave, he asked, "Do you know Wang Lijiao?" Li Duan smiled. "It's a common name. I've seen many Wang Lijios." Shinjing stared into Li Duan's eyes. She was originally from Zhongzhou. She later stayed in Lhasa and joined the Dawn cult during that time. Li Duan, "I don't remember." Shinjing, "She said she was beaten. Broken leg." Li Duan, "How pitiful." Shinjing, "The person who broke her leg was a woman with a big scar on her face. She accidentally bumped into her and broke her leg." Li Duan, "The world is so big, there are all kinds of strange things." Shinjing asked bluntly, "Did you do it?" Li Duan leaned against the doorframe. Hearing Shinjing's question, she pretended to think seriously. "It's possible." Shinjing, "How much do you know about her identity and what she did?" The second half of his sentence he didn't say was, "Who are you venting your anger on?" Li Duan shrugged lightly. "Anything else? Contact me before the operation begins. Don't bother me unless you have nothing else." Shinjing watched Li Duan walk out the door. Li Duan stood in the hallway as the door slowly closed. She suddenly turned around, and Shinjing couldn't see the expression on her face in the backlight. He only heard the person say, "At night, I often live next door to ghosts." She seemed to be talking to herself. "Grandma is my favorite neighbor." She strolled away leisurely. The ghostly grandma can consume humans and acquire their memories, allowing her to constantly exploit their weaknesses with her words. Until a human responds, the grandma won't attack, instead constantly taunting them. If a human can't handle the grandma's response, they will attack. Shinjing got the answer he wanted. Wang Lijiao's broken leg was indeed related to Li Duan. Why did she do this? Chapter 182. Hooting. A faint white light emanated from the Flowerbud City statue. Beyond the existing city aura, a miniature, bun-shaped city statue replica appeared. Unlike other cities, whenever Hooting separated a city statue replica, the city aura of the new replica could be connected to the existing city aura. This allowed the people of Hooting to move more easily across the city without having to traverse polluted soil untouched by the city aura. But after this new city statue replica separated, the situation changed. "Hooting, huh?" Yunshin asked him what happened. Hooting sensed it again, and his perception was correct. He said, "The new city statue replica has appeared." On the other side, Yunshin was surprised. The river flowed relentlessly, and the contamination of the ghostly liquid had degraded the land, but the living waters within each city remained intact. The Huangxia River split the former Hooting in two. After the new Hooting was born, no matter how much its city level improved, it could not cross the river. But this time, his city appeared like a replica on the other side of the river. The location was familiar to them. The library where the Longhuan Blessed Land was located. Yuan Chen, Pei Xiangyin, and the others wore protective armor, their steps heavy and clanging. The ghostly liquid on the ground, like a living thing, tirelessly attacked their armor. Unable to stain metal objects, it slid off the armor after a moment. The ghostly liquid, which once evaporated upon exposure to light, now carelessly enjoyed the light that filtered through the fog unmoved. Every step Yuan Chen and the others took felt like strolling through a swamp. The surroundings were silent and devoid of life. The pollution situation improved considerably by the time they reached the Huangxie River. The bridge debris still piled up on both sides. Yuan Chen waved his arm. The city-followed symbol behind his ear gleaming faintly. The stones wrapped in rebar disintegrated and reassembled, rapidly taking shape under the surging energy of the city. Yuan Chen was the first to step onto the river bridge, followed closely by Pei Xiangyin and several others. The bridge continued to take shape as Yuan Chen walked, the surging river roaring beneath. The people behind Pei Xiangyin, witnessing for the first time a city followed who dared to use city energy in this way, expressed their envy. Someone muttered, "There's a big difference between these city followed." Pei Xiangyin, Sorry, he's not a city followed who possesses energy. The bridge was almost finished with repairs. Yuan Chen pressed down with his right hand, patching the last stone in place. They reached the other side of the Huangxie River. Huading City clearly resembled a dungeon-covered area. Even obscured by the white mist, a small, pure patch of earth, a tiny head poking out from the utterly black soil, could be seen. They entered the library. The city's atmosphere enveloped them, and the ghosts that had previously occupied the library vanished without a trace. Yuan Chen removed the vines adorning his belt, and dropped them beside the city instance. This was exactly why she had come here. Huading's vines grew underground, and he couldn't penetrate Huangxiejiang from beneath the ground. If the city instance could appear here, perhaps vines could grow here too. Perhaps they just needed a medium. Yuan Chen had brought the medium. Originally, Yuan Chen's arrival would have been enough, but Pei Xiangyin and the others, out of curiosity, no scientific spirit, had joined in the fun. When the vine was first dropped to the ground, it showed no reaction. After nearly 10 minutes, the branches stretched out from the vine trembled slightly. After several more minutes, a dazzling light appeared on the surface of the palm-sized steamed bun city statue. Attracted, the branch immediately crawled towards the steamed bun city statue, transforming into a small green snake and wrapping itself around its base. More and more tiny tentacles sprouted from the vine surface, each one piercing the very bottom of the city statue. The city replica became increasingly similar to the original Huading city statue. The person behind Pei Xiangyin was jotting down notes in a small notebook, unidentified as to what they were writing down. With a pop, the seemingly soft vine grew rapidly, piercing through the library's tile floor and taking root in the ground. After a moment, Hua Ting whispered, "This half can also be used with wandering floating." Wandering floating affected the vines in Hua Ting. Previously, the vines could only grow in the other half of the city, and when Hua Ting used wandering floating, he could only carry the original half of the city. But now, he could use wandering floating to make the entire Hua Ting area, which had been divided before the apocalypse, soar into the sky. Yuan Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. The vine's wider reach was a good thing no matter how you looked at it. Pei Xiangyin was also surprised, but he was thinking further. Huangxiejiang had divided Hua Ting into two parts, one large and one small. Previously, the smaller part of Hua Ting could only fly, and the number of humans it could carry was limited. Now, it could significantly increase that. Compared to the previous areas of other cities like Hua Ting, Yuyuan, and Xinjing were pitifully small. After the apocalypse, especially with the current soil pollution, the advantage of their greater connectivity in urban auras became apparent. As a city capable of flight, Huading offers advantages not found in other cities. Before the apocalypse in 2012, Jiuzhou had a population of 1.3 billion. Now, the combined population of its various cities is less than 100 million. To put it bluntly, if anything unexpected were to happen during the awakening of Jiuzhou, Huading could at least take away half of its people. If he couldn't deal with the Ghost Mother, wouldn't he be able to escape across the world? Pei Xiangyin, a man who habitually devised a retreat plan, kept his thoughts to himself. Everyone firmly believed that Jiuzhou would awaken, so there was no need for him to dampen morale with discouraging words. Yuan Chen mobilized the city's energy to repair 1/3 of the library's existing ruins. At the height of the afternoon sun, Yuan Chen used Jiuzhou's ability to teleport like a fragment to quickly return a few people to the masonry building. Many people emerged from the teleportation point, a large portion of whom were construction workers. They were primarily responsible for installing sprinklers in Huading to ensure the city's humidity remained high enough to sustain the misty waves fishing. Ren Pei-jun, a member of Baoju City's family, and her father, Ren Dayo, went for a stroll around Huading. Ren Dayo had recently visited Qingtang and Luosi, using his keen nose to sniff out any signs of women in the cities. Perhaps because humans knew too much about him, his disguise had become difficult, and women hadn't appeared in the city since then. Ren Pei-jun and Yunchen hadn't seen each other for a long time. She grabbed Yunchen and talked for a long time. When she heard that Yunchen was going to explore the ghost nest, she immediately shouted that she wanted to go too. Ren Dayo immediately shouted, Pei-jun, you can't go. It's too dangerous. What if you get killed in an accident? After yelling, he looked at Yunchen with an embarrassed expression and hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to curse you. Ren Pei-jun complained, you've taught me to love Jiuzhou since I was a child. Now Jiuzhou is in trouble, and I have the ability to do so. Why can't I go? There are plenty of capable people out there, and you're not the only one. Don't try to be a hero. Ren Dayo, enraged by Ren Pei-jun's stubbornness, began arguing in front of Yunchen. Passers-by paused in curiosity, Xia Fengyan among them. Ren Pei-jun scoffed, Dad, if everyone thinks like you, relying entirely on others, who will step forward, it's just one life. Sacrificing for the country is such an honor. Some of the onlookers looked at her with admiration, while others shook their heads in disapproval. Ren Pei-jun looked at Yunchen. How do I sign up for this mission? Before Yunchen could react, Ren Dayo roared, if you dare go, I die in front of you. The surroundings became extremely oppressive. Ren Pei-jun pursed her lips for a long moment, then waved to Yunchen. Without a word, she clenched her fist and walked towards the teleportation point. Ren Dayo quickly caught up, and the father and daughter disappeared into the teleportation point, presumably returning to the pearl. Yunchen, unsure of what to say, turned around and saw Xia Fengyan. Xia Fengyan seemed lost in thought, his eyes gleaming, and he was about to speak. Yunchen interrupted him expressionlessly, Dad, don't even think about it. Xia Fengyan twisted his body in dissatisfaction, like a wriggling caterpillar. Dad hasn't said anything yet. Do you know what he's going to say? Yunchen remained expressionless. Don't imitate other people's family dramas. It's not suitable for the two of us. Besides, I'm soft-hearted, not hard-headed. That won't work on me. Xia Fengyan snorted, his eyes rolling, and he was about to sit down on the ground and act like a spoiled child. Yunchen saw through his father's thoughts and quickly grabbed him. The immense force forced Xia Fengyan to be lifted up by his daughter once more. He waved as everyone watched, carried inside the enclosure. Xia Fengyan didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. Instead, he thought those watching him were envious. What a bunch of pathetic children without a partner. Yunchen left Xia Fengyan in the courtyard, a headache pounding in his head. Ever since Meng Ranlin had mentioned his sister-in-law, Wang Lijiao, and she had spoken to Xia Fengyan, saying she had long forgotten all about them, Xia Fengyan had begun acting as if a ghost had gnawed away half his brain. Yunchen asked, Dad, what are you trying to do? Xia Fengyan stroked his chin, pondering, enjoy the joy of father-daughter? Yunchen sighed, you're the only one enjoying this. Xia Fengyan said seriously, actually, I'm studying the behavioral manifestations of urban will. Yunchen was puzzled, really? She hadn't noticed at all. Xia Fengyan nodded seriously and said, I'm trying to understand what the city's will truly is by imitating its actions. Knowing Xia Fengyan was talking nonsense, Yunchen suppressed a smile and said, which city's will are you imitating? Xia Fengyan said firmly, of course, Huading. Huading? Question mark. When has he ever been so shameless? Yunchen nodded in sudden realization, I see. Huading? Question mark. He was about to shout in shock when he received a message from Xinjing. Huading had no choice but to speak. Yun, Xinjing wants us to see if we can open a path to the ghost nest within the city. The cheerfulness in the air faded, and the atmosphere returned to a heavy mood. Xia Fengyan patted Yunchen's shoulder and said with a smile, go ahead, be safe. Yunchen nodded to Xia Fengyan and strode away. Night fell. Only at night did ghosts emerge from the underground, leaving the underground, where the ghosts slept, empty. Just now, Xinjing had given San Qian the location of the reconfirmed fragments of the Jiuzhou statue. He hoped that Huading could open a passage nearby to facilitate future exploration of the ghost's lair. The location was perfectly situated within Huading's urban atmosphere, next to the former alleyway buildings. Huading could indeed open a passage underground. His vines spread throughout the city's subterranean space, and the underground where the ghosts resided was truly another dimension. He was connected to that dimension, acting as its ceiling. With a simple movement of the vines through the earth, they would instantly create a wide burrow leading underground. In the past, ghosts dug burrows to Huading in an attempt to attack human lairs. Now, the opposite had happened. Humans had become interested in the ghost's lairs. A cave formed in an instant. Yunshin looked down, only to see a vast expanse of white mist covering the entire cave. She removed a burning stick from her belt, snapped it open with both hands, and tossed it downward. The red light shone, and by the time she reached halfway through the cave, the mist had cleared. At the very bottom of the cave, the familiar underground platform, now, at a distance, it appeared as a tiny, square patch. Chapter 183. Beneath a white mist veiled in green smoke, a square underground platform slowly rose. The small square in Yun Chen's field of vision grew larger and larger. After rising a distance from the ground, it stopped moving. The entrance to the underground space enclosing the square platform shifted slightly. The densely packed caverns, like a honeycomb or anthill, slowly expanded and contracted, as if breathing. Yunshin only took a cursory glance at the underground scene. After confirming that Huading could open the underground passage, Xinjing assigned Huading the lead in repairing residential buildings suitable for densely populated areas. During this time, some people from Xinjing arrived and surrounded the underground tunnel Huading had opened. They deployed numerous devices around the entrance to observe the underground topography. They drew a map of the underground terrain they could observe from the tunnel and numbered each tunnel. The number of numbers exceeded 20,000. After the next Ghost Mother's arrival cycle, Huading welcomed a nearly 10,000-strong team of Ghost Nest explorers, instantly bringing back a significant amount of life to the deserted city. In fact, the people who had relocated from Huading to other cities were planning to move back soon, but the large-scale relocation currently required review and inspection. Only after all approvals were passed would the people and the corresponding supplies be delivered all at once. After the task force arrived, Pei Shengyin specifically explained the situation to Yunshin to avoid any strange and unnecessary misunderstandings, such as they were intentionally delaying the return of the people. All members of the task force were assigned to their respective dormitories, and the general manager, Su Longwei, met with Yunshin to explain the situation. The weather was getting colder, especially at night, and standing outside was freezing. Yunshin invited them indoors. Su Longwei, dressed in combat uniform, was a burly figure with a dark complexion, his eyes brighter than those of an average middle-aged man. Behind him stood two silent young men, wearing the same combat uniform. Su Longwei began, "Hello, Xiaoyun. I've learned a lot about you from Captain Zhang. You're a good comrade." Yunshin was surprised. Su Longwei said, "I went to Zhongzhou a while ago." Yunshin then realized that the Captain Zhang Su Longwei was referring to was Uncle Zhang Yongfu. She said, "Hello." Su Longwei had been a member of the 312th Group Army that protected humanity from Huading before the apocalypse. He was a comrade of Zhang Yongfu's and held a higher position than him. At that time, Zhang Yongfu and his men stayed behind to attract ghosts and spirits, ensuring the retreat of Su Longhui's team. They also successfully escorted the remaining humans to safety. When they went to rescue Zhang Yongfu and his men, they could not find them. The superiors issued an order for them to retreat, and Su Longwei assumed Zhang Yongfu and the others were already dead. After paying their respects in Xinjing, Su Longwei remembered that when they had previously served together in the army, Zhang Yongfu had shown him a photo of his fiancée sewn into his hat. The casualties of the apocalypse were too numerous. The limitations of the city's will and atmosphere, coupled with limited communications and transportation, meant that the Jiuzhou administrative region ceased to exist. New urban concepts emerged, and the concept of the Jiuzhou army gradually faded. The people of the apocalypse seemed no longer to need their protection. Without missions, Su Longwei took on tasks he had previously neglected. Over the past decade, he fulfilled many of his fallen comrades' wishes, including saving money for Huang Xing's wife, finding Zhang Yongfu's fiancée, and caring for her as a family member. Later, Xinjing formed another army, and he volunteered to join. From the moment he enlisted and went on border duty, he knew in his heart that his life would be dedicated solely to the country. After rejoining the army, Su Longwei deliberately forgot about the past. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yongfu and the others were still alive. Upon learning the news, Su Longwei immediately requested leave and traveled to Zhongzhou for a few days. He gave Huang Xing the tens of thousands of yuan he had saved. Although the old paper money was useless in the apocalypse, Zhang Yongfu was happy to see his fiancée again. They still remembered each other. Su Longwei, mid-sentence, said with an awkward expression, "Sorry, I've talked a little too much. Don't mind. It won't interfere with our business." Yunshin didn't mind. On the contrary, she was delighted to hear about Uncle Yongfu and the others. Outside, the sky darkened. Tonight was not the night the Ghost Mother would appear. The Misty Angler and the cloud-breaking mist, enhanced by the orb's innate ability, could block out all sounds normally perceived by ghosts. For 4 days, after the Ghost Mother's appearance, people in the city could continue their daily activities at night, but they were advised not to make excessive noises, such as setting off firecrackers or other unnatural acts. Yuanchen pressed the light switch, and the light bulb above her head flickered twice before illuminating with a warm yellow glow. Su Longhui explained the plan to her. The task force consisted of over 9,000 people. Due to the unique nature of the ghosts, and the number of passages within the haunted nest that needed to be explored, they would not act as a single unit, but instead be divided into teams of 3 or 5. Teams of 3 were the most numerous. Each team was assigned a T-House's specially made T-brand walkie-talkie, which, unlike ordinary electronic communications equipment, would not be affected by the ghost's unique magnetic field. T-brand walkie-talkies within the team members could only communicate with Su Longhui's walkie-talkie in a one-way manner. Only Su Longhui could connect to all the walkie-talkies. The intercom will be used to announce special circumstances, and the daily sunrise and sunset times. Yuanchen's eyes flickered with confusion when she heard the latter part of the sentence. Su Longhui explained, I told you from the beginning that this operation was special. Many people participated in this operation, including him as the overall commander. However, it was not a unified operation, but rather a separate, independent operation by each team, aimed at finding the Kyushu statue fragments and useful information within the ghost nest. Su Longhui's role was to integrate information and provide macro control. Su Longhui glanced around the room, noticing the inconspicuous vine resting on Yuanchen's knees. Huiding is the one who has the most trouble with this independent operation. I need your patience. Although Hua Ting had only recently arrived in the medium-sized city, he received a significant daily energy input from Yuanchen and Xiaofengyan. He should be able to reach a large city in about 2 days. By the time he reached the large city, his vines would have extended far enough to reach the entrances of the underground tunnels. When each team member wanted to return, they would notify Hua Ting via a special signal set up by the tea house on the intercom. Hua Ting was required to promptly bring them back to the surface. Hua Ting's voice was clear and sweet. It's nothing. Su Longhui had first met Hua Ting, and upon hearing his voice, he couldn't contain his surprise. He repeatedly glanced at the vines, almost asking directly, is this really Hua Ting? Yuanchen couldn't help but ask curiously, is there something wrong? Nothing. Su Longhui hesitated for a moment. He was a straightforward person in personal matters, not one to hide things. He said, Hua Ting's voice sounds like this. It sounds quite normal. Even Hua Ting was now curious. What did pretty normal mean? It wasn't back in Zhongzhou when old Zhang kept nagging me about Hua Ting. Su Longhui casually berated his former comrade. Old Zhang said Hua Ting was a whiny henpecked man who cried all day, lost his hair every day, and would eventually go bald. He was a particularly interesting and humane type among the city's will. Huiding? ? He couldn't hear the second half of the compliment. He only caught the key point of the first. Lose your hair every day, and you eventually go bald. What a joke. How could a city's will lose his hair, let alone go bald? Huiding shook the leaves from the vine in dissatisfaction. The small leaves rustled down. Su Longhui's eyes lit up, and he pointed to the pile of leaves on the ground. Isn't that what old Zhang meant by daily hair loss? Indeed, after the leaves fell, that willow branch looked quite a bit balder. Huiding, he's not bald. He's not a willow branch. Yuanchen wanted to cover his face. Huiding was always good-tempered, but he was particularly particular about maintaining his appearance. He was very particular about both his image as a city and as a human being. Huiding's leaves were falling. Seeing Su Longhui was about to point at Huiding and call him bald, Yuanchen quickly changed the subject. Who are these two? Su Longhui's face darkened. He raised his hand and asked the 2 men behind him, who had always kept their backs straight, to come forward. He said, Comrade Xiaoyun, you've been tentatively assigned to a 3-person group. If you agree, they will be your teammates for the rest of the mission. Do you need any? Yuanchen instinctively asked, can we do without? After she finished speaking, she realized her statement was impolite. She looked at the 2 men and said, my situation is quite special. The 2 nodded in understanding. They had known this before they arrived. Unlike Xiaofengyan, Yuanchen's concealment only affected herself and couldn't protect her teammates. Furthermore, her physical fitness couldn't be measured by ordinary human parameters, making it inconvenient for her to operate with others. Yuanchen briefly explained the situation, and she once again gave the 2 a non-offensive look. Su Longhui expressed his understanding, saying, no problem, I understand. You also be operating alone. The word also piqued Yunchen's curiosity. Are there many people operating alone? Su Longhui shook his head. Not many, just 2 including you. Yunchen blinked and asked, who's the other one? Li Duan. Su Longhui paused. She's not here today, but tomorrow. The next day, the city's sprinklers operated relentlessly, day and night, keeping the ground constantly drenched and the air damp and humid. The air was permeated with the subtle energy of the Zhejiang city, transforming the moist air of the various cities into a white mist, obscuring vision. Early in the morning, people carrying large and small bags began to appear at the Huading teleportation point. Most of them had lived in Huading before, had been evacuated, and had returned. Everyone saw many familiar faces at the teleportation point, and greeted them with familiarity, laughing and joking. Upon arriving in Huading, some immediately searched for their usual vines in the white mist. Seeing the familiar green plants, they greeted them with great joy, expressing their deep longing for Huading. Huading was flattered. With the city currently short on manpower, he used vines as plant figures and arranged for everyone to live in the houses. He didn't even need to arrange anything. Zhang Yongfu, Huang Xing, Qian Gaofei, Ning Rui, Qin Haohao, and many others who had previously been responsible for Huading's management had all returned. They handled these tasks skillfully, greeting Yunchen and Xiaofingyan as soon as they saw them, as if they had never left. The number of people appearing at the teleportation point gradually decreased, and Zhang Yongfu and his companions, exhausted after most of the day, also went to rest. Yunchen met Zhang Yongfu's fiancée, now his wife. Her name was Lu Fang, and when she smiled, her cheeks had 2 particularly beautiful dimples, and she was friendly. She reminisced with everyone for a while, and the team from Xinjing specializing in researching the old turtle came eagerly looking for her. After their tireless care, no research, the old turtle finally opened up to them. Yunchen thought the old turtle would immediately spit out the fragments of the Jiuzhou statue, but who knew the Xinjing researchers would produce a different result. The energy waves within the old turtle no longer just enveloped it, but also protected its minions. The Xinjing researchers excitedly wanted to demonstrate it to Yunchen. At the same time, another person appeared at the Huading teleportation point. The woman, bundled up tightly in a coat and hat, looked like any other person bringing their luggage to Huading. But the sniper rifle, barely visible on her back, made it clear she was no ordinary person. As Li Duan arrived in Huading, she was greeted by the sounds of laughter and chatter. She slowly walked, dragging her luggage along. Suddenly, she turned and raised her index finger to the vines behind her, pressing it to her lips. Shoo! Huading stopped, wanting to immediately tell Yunchen the good news of Sister Duan's arrival. As Li Duan watched the vines disappear into the white mist, she approached the source of the sound and stood nearby, listening to the conversation. Huading is still more comfortable. It feels more relaxing. Yeah, it's not that other places are bad. They're so serious. Where were you assigned? I think the tea house is okay. Those 2 city brothers are always bullying people. It's so annoying. I'm in that. Forget it. Stop talking like you're picking on each city. Want to go and pay respects together? Okay, let's go. As they walked away, Li Duan understood what they were trying to say. Huading felt more relaxed and at ease. Here, one didn't feel the constant weight of the apocalypse. Li Duan disliked the excessive anxiety of some cities, their daily grudges and vengeance, as if the entire world's responsibility rested solely on them, with no other thoughts. Even if humanity were to vanish in the next second, so what? Just do your duty and enjoy life the rest of the time. Even the apocalypse has its own comfortable and carefree ways. Why keep the concept of the apocalypse constantly on our minds and faces? Li Duan listened to the casual conversation along the way, feeling a rare boost of joy. She strode forward. The roadside vines guided her path. A researcher from Xinjing wrapped the old turtle in red cloth. Under Yunchen's speechless gaze, he respectfully held it in his arms, and presented it with a small snack ball made from a mixture of ingredients. Another researcher shouted, "Old turtle, I take you back to Xinjing right now." There was no point in pretending. The old turtle had keen senses. It could sense whether someone truly wanted to take it away. The researcher wasn't pretending. He truly wanted to take this old turtle back to Xinjing. And then, a sudden surge of energy arose. Yunchen's hair on her forehead flew back in a flurry. She was surprised to see that the researcher holding the old turtle wasn't knocked away, but remained safely within the surge. This was a pleasant surprise, but Yunchen was still puzzled. Did the researchers have time for more complex tasks, but not for inducing vomiting and defecation on the old turtle? The researchers were in trouble. After experiencing the treatment of the master, the old turtle had become increasingly reluctant to vomit or defecate on its own, and even asking it to vomit would cause it to break its own fragments. This was a necessary, roundabout tactic. Once the old turtle got used to being enveloped in the air wave, it would become a conditioned reflex, and would be able to work better. They claimed that even with multiple people in the air wave, the shield's defensive power would not be weakened. After the researchers finished their demonstration, a woman's voice of praise could be heard from the back. Okay. Yunchen turned around in surprise at the voice. She and Huating shouted in unison, Sister Duan, long time no see. Li Duan gave a casual hum. She looked past Yunchen, gazing at the vaguely familiar turtle, and said, How about bringing it along on this ghost nest exploration? Look at that air wave's considerable offensive power, and its defensive capabilities are also quite good. It could protect against ghosts. Perhaps if they encountered a ghost, they could just throw this turtle out and use it as a powerful grenade. Either way, they had to search for fragments in the ghost nest. Once the ghost had taken care of the turtle and taken out the fragments, they wouldn't have to waste time dealing with it. The ghost already had several fragments, so one more wouldn't make a big difference. They could just search together. The researchers, dazed, actually found Li Duan's words quite plausible. Yun Chen and Huating were in a dilemma. They had to listen. The old turtle glared at Li Duan in shock. Suddenly sensing the wavering of Yun Chen and Huating, who held a decisive position, it stretched its neck. Ugh, ugh, ugh. It retched furiously, attempting to immediately expel the stubborn stone in its stomach and dissuade those extreme-minded humans from coveting it. Sooner or later, it would outlast all of them. Chapter 184. Li Duan's few words stirred in the old turtle an unprecedented urge to expel the stone. It had a premonition that these humans were capable of using it as a shield. The researchers in Xinjiang observed the location of the stone within the old turtle's body daily through equipment, and their progress was delightful. Huading arrived at a large city during these 2 days. Yu Yuan, having been asleep long enough under the influence of the wind and rain, was awakened by Xinjiang. Upon awakening, he reached the level of a megacity and began accumulating energy like other cities of the same level. At the same time, Su Longwei assigned channel numbers to each team and issued exploration missions. By the time the teams officially began their first underground exploration, the fragments within the old turtle had already moved to its chest, near its neck. It would not take long for them to be expelled from its mouth. The ghost nest exploration was scheduled to begin at night. During the day, ghosts mostly rested underground, though some occasionally lingered in buildings above ground. At night, ghosts all come to the surface to hunt. Unless they possess extra energy stones, not many ghosts remain underground. They must abide by the rules, and underground is relatively safe. Since Yun Chen would also be participating in this dangerous exploration, Xia Fengyan, deeply devoted to his daughter, quietly revealed some information. In many movies, when gang members fight, the older brothers are asleep. Some older brothers sleep deeply, while others sleep lightly. A deeper sleeper might need younger brothers to arrive at his house with drums and gongs before he yawn and slowly rise to react, taking longer to wash and set off. The other possibility is that the sleep is only relatively deep, but this older brother is more alert and has set an alarm to wake him regularly to check on his younger brother. It's possible that this older brother is becoming more concerned about his younger brother and adjusting the alarm time every so often. Xia Fengyan was just about to throw a blunt message in their faces. The ghost mother is awake only on the day of her cyclical appearance. The rest of the time, like Jiuzhou, she is in deep sleep. The ghost mother's appearance cycle may be getting shorter and shorter, like once every 7 or 5 days before, now every 4 days. The exploration team should be mindful of this, lest they stumble into the underground and stumble upon the ghost mother on her way to the surface. That would be a spectacular sight. The setting sun illuminated the city of Huading, and a host of dark caves suddenly appeared. Groups of humans, wearing uniform combat uniforms and masks, stood at different cave entrances, waiting to depart. Yun Chen was one of them. She sensed the tension in the air, causing her heartbeat to quicken even though she was normally a normal person. She looked toward the cave entrance, but fog obscured her view, limiting her visibility. It wasn't completely dark yet, and the slender figure of a ghost could be faintly seen on the platform. Several people nearby also saw the ghost and audibly swallowed, one of them seeming to back off. Confronting the ghost directly was more impactful than expected. One member of the team had a problem, impacting the entire group. Seeing their member's poor condition, the leader of the group decided to postpone their exploration of the ghost's lair. This was both the advantage and disadvantage of free movement. If a team failed to complete their assigned passage exploration for a prolonged period, the task would be assigned to another group. Yun Chen's group of 5 was gone, and the space suddenly felt much emptier. Her gaze drifted elsewhere. There was someone like her, alone. Even though she wore the same clothes as the others, she stood out from the crowd with her presence. Yuanchen stared at that spot for a long moment, a faint sense of resentment rising within him. Sister Duwan was a lone ranger, even in the city. She and Huiting wanted to chat with Sister Duwan, making every day akin to a chase game in the city. Yuanchen didn't actually spend much time in Huiting each day. She had to travel to several cities to deliver energy, leaving even less time to intercept Sister Duwan. Huiting knew exactly where Sister Duwan was, but every time they arrived, she managed to perfectly evade them. Later, after being pursued relentlessly by Yuanchen and Huiting, Li Duwan said, "Don't be so clingy with me. If you two want to be cheesy, do it by yourselves, don't drag her along." Yuanchen and Huiting were deeply hurt, feeling as if they had been spurned by their idol. They lived in the same city, yet they felt so far apart. Yuanchen, for a rare moment, felt melancholy for a few seconds. As the sunset faded from her peripheral vision, she gathered her thoughts. As the last ray of sunlight vanished from the sky, countless vines sprang from the ground, transforming into safety ropes that wrapped around each person. Following the prearranged order, they were lowered one by one into the underground space. The passageway in the stone wall continued to expand and contract, and the underground space was clear of ghosts. Yuanchen approached one side of the stone wall. She grabbed the vines around her waist and shook it vigorously twice. Her body swayed in the air, swaying closer to the stone wall. She instantly lunged forward, clinging to the wall like a gecko. The same was true for the others. Huiting's vines wouldn't actively assist the humans on the exploration team. They only served a supporting role. In the darkness, the faint light of their headlamps lit up one by one, like fireflies, their pinpoints of light lingering on the stone walls before flitting into different cave entrances. Sanxiang's innate golden-titled jade fragment could only determine the coordinate range of the 9 provinces' fragments, unable to pinpoint specific coordinates. The 3 fragments of the 9 provinces' fragments overlapped underground, encompassing the entire underground space. They had no choice but to cast a wide net. Yuanchen was currently assigned 3 passages, each numbered over 10,000. She stood in front of the cave, untied the vines, and glanced back at the central underground platform. The platform was a perfect square, no longer covered in the clusters of red crystals it once held. Numerous flat stone paths, like single plank bridges, extended from the 4 sides of the platform, connecting to the cave entrance. Beneath the single plank bridges lay a bottomless abyss, swirling with black energy. Yuanchen remembered that ghosts would fall, but it shouldn't have any effect on them. From the swirling black energy, a square pillar rose. It was this pillar that supported the underground platform, hovering in the black mist, as steady as a rock. Yuanchen withdrew his gaze and entered the passage. The interior of these passages resembled a human-made mine, lacking support structures like pillars. When Yuanchen had previously walked these passages, the walls had been covered in glowing red energy stones, but now they were gone. It was unclear if it was a problem with a particular passage, or if the entire underground space had been devoid of energy stones. Yuanchen mobilized her energy, flowing it throughout her body, and using her stealth to run extremely fast through the passages. The entire passage was flat and straight. After running for about an hour, Yuanchen noticed a change in the slope. She slowed down, and a fishy smell wafted through the breathing port of her mask. Is there a ghost? Yuanchen increased the concealment of his energy, hunched his body slightly, and reached for the fragments of the 9 states in his waist pack, poised to flee at any moment. The passage turned a corner, and the fishy smell grew stronger. Yuanchen adjusted the brightness of her headlamp, illuminating only the small area in front of her feet. She quietly approached the corner, peering out a little. Yuanchen froze. There was nothing ahead. She took a step forward and clicked her headlamp twice. The blinding light illuminated the changes in the passage walls clearly. 5 meters further along, the walls were the same contaminated soil from the ground. The fishy smell came from that soil. Yuanchen was wearing combat clothing, made of cloth. Only metal could withstand the erosion of the ghostly liquid in the contaminated soil. Trouble, she muttered to herself, pulling down the high-intensity flashlight hanging from her chest and flipping the switch at its base. The passageway was as bright as daylight, revealing the pitch-black scene beyond. The contaminated soil wall extended another 10 meters before stopping, a dead end. The black mud, pulsing like a tumor, completely blocked the passageway, leaving no gap. Yuanchen fired a tentative shot from her pistol, but the bullet sank into the obstruction, leaving no sound. The path ahead was blocked, so she had to turn back. The path back to the cave entrance was still safe. Yuanchen emerged even faster than she had entered. She scaled the rock wall and moved toward another passage. This passage, like the previous one, was blocked at the end, empty. The third passage was similar, except the barrier at the end was thinner. It would react to bullets, but would quickly repair itself. Yunchen exited the cave without finding anything. Silence reigned all around. A few glimmers of light clung to the stone wall, signaling that different teams, like her, had emerged from the passage. The glimmers quickly faded from the stone wall, and the exploration team entered the passage again. Lights flickered in the darkness, making the stars in the sky appear alternately bright and dark. Yunchen had completed her exploration mission, and was about to notify Su Longhui via intercom, when she caught a glimpse of light. It wasn't upwards, but downwards. Yunchen immediately looked in that direction, and, perhaps it was an illusion, something seemed to glimmer faintly on the square pillar. When Yunchen pried her eyes open to examine it more closely, she saw only black air surrounding the pillar, no light at all. Yunchen never doubted her own vision. There must be something on the pillar. She took a step forward. ZZ. Distance, still, please pay attention. The sunrise announcement came from the intercom worn on her chest. It was like the voice of the city's will, ringing in her ears. Yunchen calculated the time it would take to reach the pillar's location. She shook her head slightly. Not enough time. She would have to wait for the next night's exploration. Lights gradually appeared on the stone wall. Vines descended from above, a faint white glow imbued with the city's energy, like a guiding light in the darkness. Yunchen grasped the vines, and the branches bound themselves around her, leading her back to the city. Daybreak was drawing to a close. Last night, many teams went on an exploration mission, exploring nearly 3,000 passages. Most of them yielded nothing, with the passages ending in dead ends. Only 2 teams made discoveries. Intelligence is shared, accessible to all members of the exploration team. The first team summarized and shared their findings. The second passage we visited was different. This passage also had a barrier at its end, but it resembled a translucent black membrane, allowing for a glimpse of the scenery beyond and faint sounds. The leader of the first team said, "Behind the membrane is a city, shrouded in a thin fog." Judging from their conversation and attire, they were likely from Luo. I can draw a picture of the people and buildings I saw behind the membrane. Everyone was shocked. Didn't this mean that the Ghost's passage could monitor various cities? We've tried, and that membrane is difficult to penetrate. But can the Ghost easily pass through? He didn't finish his words, but everyone understood the unspoken meaning. The second team leader stepped forward. He looked remarkably young, and behind him were 2 other young members. They had also encountered a black, translucent mucus membrane tunnel, also a city. The young team leader, with a hesitant and uncertain expression, said, "There's also a city over there." The fog was so thick I couldn't see anyone, I only heard 2 people talking. Another team member added, "We couldn't understand what they were saying. We're not sure if they were from Jiuzhou. Maybe they were speaking a strangely pronounced foreign language. Maybe. Why didn't his mother come to his rescue when Xiaoming got beaten? What strangely pronounced foreign language? This is the Baiwa dialect." Su Longhui immediately shouted, "The ancient Jiuzhou dialect has 9 tones and 6 tones. Have you memorized what you learned during training?" Yunchen was delighted by the new information about the Baiwa. At the same time, she silently clutched her chest, as if Su Longhui wasn't scolding the team, but her. Of the 72 Jiuzhou dialects, she had only learned 5 so far. Some of these dialects are obscure, as so many people died in the apocalypse, leaving few who can speak standard dialects. Those dialects are geographically close, yet they sound like, are we really all from Kyushu? Yunchen thought he'd become much more cultured, but he still found himself in a cultural desert. A cultural desert after the rain. Chapter 185. After a tiresome night, the exploration team returned to their respective rooms and slept soundly, their sleep patterns strangely synced with those of the ghosts. As a half-human, Yunchen had more energy and needed no immediate rest. She stood in the shade for a moment, then walked towards the teleportation point. Zhejiang and Qiongyan needed her energy. A brown boo dropped onto the cobblestone path. Li Duan stood in Yunchen's way, her arms folded across her chest. Yunchen's eyes lit up, and the vines on his shoulders stood erect. One man, one city, they flashed, launching themselves from their position like a cannonball. Li Duan's face was as cold as ice, and she raised her arms. She pressed her left palm against Yunchen's forehead, preventing him from snaking and swaying, unable to touch her skin. Her right hand gripped the green vines tightly, preventing them from snaking and twisting like snakes, offering no protection for the young girl. Yunchen and Huading, TSK. Li Duan said speechlessly, "Let me get down to business." Each person and city immediately stepped back, listening intently. I heard you talking to Su Longwei. Li Duan was always direct on important matters, never leaving anyone in suspense. She said, I saw that thing too. Yuan Chen informed Su Longwei before Li Duan did, so she didn't submit duplicate information. Yuan Chen, the light on the square pillar? Li Duan nodded, and she asked Yuan Chen about the approximate time he saw the light. Yuan Chen remembered it was before the sunrise announcement. Watches and other items couldn't be used underground, as the magnetic field generated by ghosts would interfere with compasses, watches, and communicators. Li Duan glimpsed the flash of light shortly after the sunrise announcement, just as she was emerging from the passage. Hua Ting's vines couldn't see the scene on the square pillar. He only caught a glimpse of the conversation from the two people. Is the light moving? Yes, it should be. Yuan Chen and Li Duan spoke simultaneously, their voices similar in tone and pitch. They instinctively glanced at each other, their gazes meeting in midair. Li Duan didn't react. Yuan Chen suppressed his smug joy and raised his hand to pull out a stray hair. The vines glimpsed a red earlobe amidst the stray hair. Hooting, He had originally been genuinely happy for Yuan Chen because of their rapport. But now, he felt something strange. Is it an illusion? Hua Ting shook off his chaotic thoughts and asked, Do you think that light is a fragment of the Jiuzhou statue? Yuan Chen nodded. I plan to go down there tonight and take a closer look. What about you, Duan? The words from the square pillar, Hooting hesitated. He remembered that Yuan Chen had once been contaminated by the black mist that rolled up from the underground platform. Yuan Chen flipped his hand, the energy stone ring on his thumb gleaming faintly as he faced the vines. Hua Ting understood Yuan Chen's meaning. Even if she were contaminated, Xia Fengnian's heart stone ring could purify her. Li Duan, hearing Yuan Chen's question, lowered her eyes, and thought for a few seconds before saying, One of us can go. There's no need to risk repeating ourselves. They weren't the kind of people who needed teammates to look after them. Yuan Chen said, Then I go. She possessed concealment abilities unlike humans, and the ability to teleport fragments of the Jiuzhou statue, giving her a higher chance of survival. Actually, you shouldn't have gotten involved in this matter. You know better than I do how important you are to the current resolve of the cities of Jiuzhou. Li Duan suddenly spoke, her voice calm, simply stating a fact. You're suitable to be treated as a protected entity. If anything happens to you, Xia Fengnian will go mad, which would be detrimental to Jiuzhou. Shijiang and Qiongyan might run out of energy and be unable to maintain their city talents, leaving their city wills and humanity exposed to the ghosts, helplessly awaiting the day of judgment as the Dawn cult calls them. You are connected to so many humans and city wills. A single move could affect the entire system. Do you fully understand the consequences? Hooting instinctively glanced at the person next to him. Yuan Chen pursed his lips, and after a long silence he said, I know. Li Duan repeatedly confirmed, Really? Yuan Chen nodded vigorously. She couldn't stand still and become a mere object used to provide energy, as Sister Duan had suggested. She was a self-reliant person who considered the greater good, but she didn't want to completely sacrifice herself for it. Li Duan raised her hand in an okay sign, her dark eyes turning to Hooting. Did you hear that? This was her own decision and idea. It has nothing to do with me. If she gets into trouble because of taking a risk, don't come to me and say things like, It's all because she's learning from you. Hooting, So Li Duan said all that just to deflect any blame that might fall on her in the future. Yuan Chen was stunned. Sister Duan, aren't you saying all that because you care about me and want to dissuade me from taking risks? Stop thinking about those unrealistic things. Li Duan smiled faintly, patted Yuan Chen's shoulder, and passed her by, returning to her room to rest. That pat was a silent encouragement. Yuan Chen smiled and trotted to the teleportation point, his steps as light as a deer's. The vines watched her disappear from behind. The feeling grew increasingly strange. Yuan had become much colder towards him after seeing Sister Duan. Hooting cursed his own sour temper. After calming down, he dealt with matters within the city while using his underground vines to monitor the underground platform. The ghosts knew that Hooting had returned to the ceiling of their lair, but unfortunately, the fog obscured their view, preventing them from finding Hooting's vines as they had before. During the day, the underground platform sank significantly. Standing at the entrance to the cave walls, many ghosts, their pale blue faces raised, faced Hooting, eyes closed and deep in sleep. Given the opportunity, they would still try to drag Hooting underground. Hooting calmly shifted his focus, absorbing the energy brought by the city's human offerings. The city seemed to be flowing with light. Suddenly, he felt a tug at his consciousness. The already broad field of vision split again, revealing Huiding in white at Songlong Pavilion. Oh no! The Tea House brothers appeared from behind, arm in arm with Hua Ting, and asked, "You look so grumpy. Are the ghosts making you unhappy?" Hua Ting stumbled as they pounced on him, and with a casual reply, he walked into the stone pavilion. Xinjing, Zhou Yuan, and Zhongzhou were all there. Shi Jiang and Qiongya then appeared. The Tea House brothers followed at the back, whispering among themselves. The Tea House elder brother, his grumpy face reminds me of his old, deadly personality. The Tea House younger brother, I bet it has something to do with your sister-in-law. Is this the legendary Lovestruck? The Tea House elder brother, luckily, he's the city will, able to dedicate a consciousness to romantic relationships. Otherwise, how would he manage to handle everything else? Chafu's younger brother, you have to be understanding of someone who used to only admire his own beauty and despise everything else. Huiding, the ghosts are still watching me. They know I'm above them, and they always have a bad feeling. Shi Jiang and Qiongya sat across from Huiding, their figures, one tall and one short, like sisters. Shi Jiang slowly sat down and said, "Do you want to move? Fly lower and land over another city?" "No." Huiding shook his head. His situation was different now, and different from the other city wills. He could carry an entire city aloft, provided his vines could cover the entire land area. At present, his city's level was still low, and its aura's coverage was limited. The vines couldn't withstand the large-scale soil contamination outside the city's aura, making it impossible for them to carry the entire city aloft. Maybe they could hold out for a small area, and clean up the pollution once they were airborne. Now, due to the contaminated soil, the vines' reach was limited, and their wandering was equivalent to being half destroyed. After Huiding's explanation, the other city wills immediately understood why he was feeling down. There's no immediate solution to this problem. We can only wait for time to pass, for Huiding's level to rise, and for the city's aura to spread to more land. With that, here are the results of the first exploration of the Ghost Nest on Xinjing Road. The passages within the Ghost Nest likely utilize the corresponding Thousand Lakes ability, the 9 Provinces fragment. The Thousand Lakes city's innate ability to cross mountains and press seas allows passages to connect different cities, which is why the team can reach Luosi and Baiwei after just an hour's walk. Those two passages aren't essentially roads, but rather something akin to teleportation channels. Fragment abilities differ from the city's inherent abilities. The Thousand Lakes ability on the fragment doesn't rely on the Zhongzhou teleportation channel. It simply requires these excavated tunnels to trigger. Xinjing continued, the vision they saw was another fragment's ability. Ghost may possess 3 fragments of the Jiuzhou statue. They were currently certain that only the Qianhu and Huiding fragments were in Ghost May's possession. The identity of the remaining fragment was unknown. The intelligence obtained during this exploration of the Ghost Nest was sufficient for Xinjing to determine the identity of the remaining fragment. It corresponded to the fragment of Guishi's Jiuzhou statue. Guishi's city talent, known as 8,000 miles away, allowed him to monitor specific locations through his city talent. However, Guishi's city talent had a strange scope of application. It couldn't be used to monitor the situation in Jiuzhou cities, only locations outside his own country. Ghost May, however, used it quite effectively. The several city wills fell silent for a moment. Brother Chafu was the first to speak, asking Jiuzhou, "What's the point of giving Guishi this ability?" Xinjing calmly replied, "Jiuzhou cannot be questioned. Jiuzhou has its own plans." Brother Chafu immediately raised his hand and made a zipper gesture to his mouth, signaling that he would no longer speak in such a manner. Xinjing mentioned that over the past few months, they had found most of the Kyushu fragments based on the coordinates provided by Sanxiang. Besides the 4 Kyushu fragments held by Guimei and Old Turtle, they still needed 3 more, waiting for Sanxiang to reach the megacity and expand their sensing range. The conversation turned to Baiwei. The exploration team saw white fog. I guess Baiwei has imitated Zhejiang's talent and hidden himself. This might be why Hua Ting had been unable to find Baiwei previously. The Chafu brothers said, Baiwei needs to understand the talents of other cities in order to imitate them. Even if he regains his memory, he wouldn't understand them. Even we ourselves didn't understand how to use the talent before it was revealed. Xinjing glanced at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan said, "We've integrated the existing information and have a hypothesis." He looked at Qiongya, who was fiddling with her twin ponytails. "Your city followers passed through Baiwei. At that time, the Baiwei knew of your ability, and used it to break through the clouds and mist." Zhou Yuan spoke slowly, and with a rich charm. Later, when the misty fishermen spread throughout the 9 provinces, the Baiwei learned of Zhejiang's abilities. He then imitated the misty fishermen, by imitating the breaking through the clouds and mist. Even without the blessing of the orb, the misty fisherman seemed to be able to block the ghost mother's sensing abilities. We still can't figure out one thing. The situation was dangerous, and Baiyue's ability to switch between mimicry must have had downtime. Why did he switch from Chongyan Powu to Yanbo Gyatu? The two have comparable concealment abilities. Is there some difference between Chongyan Powu and Yanbo Gyatu against ghosts that they're unaware of? Or did Baiwei encounter some compelling situation? The Tea House brothers said, "Is there any way to find Baiwei in the fog?" Shijiang, what's Yanbo Gyatu's weakness? Shijiang glanced at him coldly. Who are you looking down on? The Tea House brothers were a little offended. They pretended to wipe their tears and fell beside Huiting. Huiting remembered the Tea House brothers saying that Baiwei was just as vain as he was. An idea flashed through his mind, and he said uncertainly, Yanbo Gyatu has white fog. Several city minds looked at him in confusion. White fog and sonic cloaking had similar effects. A suitable fog surrounding the city would be quite beautiful. Huiting lowered his eyes for a moment. Taking a little risk might make it look even better, so that's fine. The other city wills wanted to refute Baiwei, saying that he wouldn't do such a shady thing. Wait! They fell silent as they reflected on the other's equally conceited and narcissistic nature, comparable to Huiting's. That Baiwei guy could definitely do such a thing. Chapter 186. Unless Baiwei is willing to come out on his own, it will be difficult for them to detect him among the Baiwei imitating the misty wave fishermen. Yunshin returned to Huiting at noon and heard about this, feeling both amused and helpless. Can't the tea house contact Baiwei? There's a certain probability. Huiting's voice was soft. The misty wave fisherman takes a breath, and his shielding is relatively weak at that time. According to Shijiang, the so-called weak shielding when the misty wave fisherman takes a breath is only relative, but it gives the tea house an opportunity to contact him. The Tea House brothers were very dissatisfied with the idea of an opportunity. They frowned and agreed to the plan, and continued to try to contact Baiwei. It's good to know Baiyue's whereabouts. Yunshin opened her equipment cabinet, took out the black straight knife she had received from Li Duan, and began to take care of it. As she nursed the patient, she said, so that surveillance footage in the corridor is a Guisher ability. Will ghosts be affected by it? Hua Ting said, with the misty angler here, ghosts will only hear a few noises at most. The Gishi's talent only allows for fixed surveillance of a single location. It can't move. Its fragmented abilities are even more limited, so there's no need to worry about ghosts hearing everything going on in the city. But after discussion, the city will decide to quickly identify all the corridors monitoring the city, and to have humans avoid those areas as much as possible in the future. Yunshin relaxed a little. It was good that there wasn't a major impact. The man and the city fell silent, and the room was filled with silence. Outside the window, the white mist still hung. Vines crept along the edge of the table, observing the delicate profile of his beloved and the careful movements of her hands. Hua Ting asked Yunyun, don't you want to rest for a while? Yunshin hadn't stopped since returning from the cave. She had to explore the cave again tonight, and it was extremely dangerous, near the black fog pillar. Yunshin said, I fix this. Huiting volunteered, I can help you. Yunshin replied without even looking up, no need. It's just a small matter, it'd be done quickly, and I'm not tired right now. You won't let me help. Because Sister Duan sent you off? Huiting regretted this as soon as he said it, a wave of shame instantly filling the entire city image. Xia Fengyan, napping in the brick house, raised her eyelids and saw the city image turn pink. She muttered something, turned her back to the city image, and continued to rest. Yunshin, hearing Hua Ting's words, looked up at the vines in surprise. The vines were opening the window, preparing to jump from the first floor to their death. Yunshin quickly rose from his chair, grabbed the vine that was trying to escape, and said with absolute certainty, you're jealous. Hua Ting said firmly, no. Yunshin raised his eyebrows. You're still jealous of Sister Duan. Hua Ting stubbornly said, absolutely not. I would never do such a foolish thing. Yunshin pinched the leaves on the vine, which had curled up in shame. Then why did you ask that? Hua Ting, Yunshin couldn't help but burst out laughing. She hugged the vine and doubled over with laughter. Our little papa is so adorable. She's even jealous of Sister Duan. With such a possessive nature, what should I do? Hua Ting felt humiliated by Yunshin's teasing. He was incredibly thankful that he wasn't in human form at this moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't know where to put himself. Yunshin placed the vine on the ground and explained carefully. You see, in the beginning, Sister Duan's belongings and notes helped us a lot. She's like a teacher to me, and I admire her deeply. Hua Ting muttered, I know, I never thought. The vine lay limp on the ground. Yunshin poked it with his finger, but it remained motionless. Hua Ting said weakly, "It's embarrassing. Let me be alone for a while. Go get some rest." Yunshin poked the limp vine twice more. "I'm going to rest?" Hua Ting, "Yes, rest well. Don't tire yourself out." He watched her go up the stairs. The slender girl took a few steps and disappeared around the corner. Hua Ting withdrew his gaze, trying to calm his gloom. "Oh, I forgot something." He looked in surprise. The person who had come upstairs rushed over to him again, squatted before him, and said solemnly, "You haven't said good afternoon to me yet." Hua Ting said blankly, "Union, good afternoon?" Yunshin shook her finger. She lowered her elbows to the ground, changed to a prone position, and leaned close to the vine and whispered, "Another name." The vine suddenly stretched straight, and Hua Ting was speechless with shame. At Yunshin's urging, he whispered softly in her ear, "Husband, husband, madam, good afternoon." Yunshin's eyes curved into crescents. She spoke even closer than before, her lips close to the vine, saying, "Good afternoon, Popo." Soft lips pressed down gently, without any force, her breath warm and trembling. Like a dragonfly touching water, they separated at the first touch. The vine was Hua Ting. In terms of perception, it was not much different from his human form. He could clearly sense. It was a kiss. Hua Ting was completely speechless. His consciousness seemed to have ceased functioning due to overheating at that moment. He didn't even know how to react. Yunshin quickly went upstairs to rest. The vines on the ground were left with a look of surrender. The branches and leaves, including the small flowers that had just bloomed, all slumped to the ground like a puddle of water. In the brick house, Xia Fengyan stood up angrily. "Are you going to let the stones sleep?" He turned around and was suddenly horrified. Xia Fengyan saw that the flower buds had not only turned a deep pink, but also emitted hot white steam from the tips. What the hell had this child and his sweet baby done while he slept? Zizi! Only a few minutes until sunset. The white mist couldn't block the dim background of the sky. A notification came from the walkie-talkie of the exploration team. Yunshin was in high spirits. She had received her newly assigned channel number. Each member of the exploration team, who had explored their designated channel number, would be immediately assigned a new channel number. Tonight's expedition wasn't as crowded as yesterday's. Some had exhausted themselves and hadn't rested properly. Yunshin spotted Li Duan in the crowd. She raised her arm and waved vigorously, cheerfully saying, "Sister Duan, good evening." Her loud voice drew a lot of attention. Li Duan had been looking at him, but after Yunshin's greeting, she immediately looked away, a hint of disdain in her eyes. Yunshin didn't take it personally. She was in good spirits at the moment. With still some time before dark, she checked her equipment and returned to the intercom. Like the T-brand phone, the intercom combined the communication capabilities of the T-House elder brother and the T-House younger brother, thus enabling one-way line-of-sight communication. No matter how many times one witnesses the power of the city's will, it remains magical. Yunshin's gaze fell on the nearby tree. The hooting vines were watching her stealthily. At her gaze, the branches shyly retreated. When the official departure time arrived, the vines appeared on time, carrying the group underground. Yunshin was placed by hooting at the entrance to the target passageway. She untied the vines and gazed at the square pillar below the platform. During the previous exploration of the ghost nest, a light resembling a fragment of the Jojo statue appeared on the pillar. Both Yunshin and Li Duan had seen it. After discussing it, the two decided to send Yunshin over to investigate. The entire underground space resembled an arch. The hooting vines were farthest from the underground platform, so Yunshin couldn't place him directly on the platform. Yunshin had to cross on her own. The single plank bridge connecting the passageway to the underground platform was familiar to Yunshin. She skillfully crossed it and stepped onto the platform. After finding a fixed point, she attached a rope and slid down the platform's edge into the darkness. The pillar was quite thick and not far from the edge of the platform, making it easy to descend. Only after a close encounter did Yunshin realize that the pillar's surface resembled the surface of the moon, bumpy and uneven. It was also after close encounter that she noticed the pillar was slowly rotating. No wonder she and Sister Duwan were heading in opposite directions from the mission path, yet both could see the light. It wasn't the fragment that was moving, but the pillar itself that was rotating. Yunshin and Li Duwan checked and found the light was at about the same height. Based on her impression of the pillar's height from yesterday, Yunshin descended to a fixed height and began searching laterally along the pillar. She glanced down, her headlamp following her search. It was a darkness that swallowed up the light. Yunshin withdrew her gaze and moved along the square pillar. The light column surface was ridged and recessed, making movement easy, though physically demanding. After each lateral exploration, she would return to the platform and change her fixed point. Time ticked by, and Yuanchen suddenly stopped. She stared at the recess ahead. This one was clearly different from the others, flatter and smoother, indicating something had been placed inside. Yuanchen scanned the bottom of the recess, a distinctly darker color. The fragment had been there before, but now it had been removed. Did a ghost take it? Yuanchen remained calm. She returned to the platform and quietly pondered the question. The square pillar yielded nothing, but she still had some time. She should continue exploring the passage. Yuanchen returned to the tunnel she was supposed to explore, and was about to enter when ZZ. A notification came over the intercom. Team has found a fragment. Ending early. Back. Yuanchen was delighted. A team had found a fragment of the Jiuzhou statue. Soon, subtle sounds of movement could be heard in all the tunnels. Upon receiving the notification, everyone rushed back without hesitation. Coincidentally, the team that had found the Jiuzhou statue fragment entered his tunnel right next to Yuanchen's. They shared the same access platform. The team consisted of 5 people, and the leader held a glowing stone. The glow was unique, and Yuanchen immediately confirmed it was the fragment she had seen on the square pillar yesterday. She was delighted that the fragment was back in their hands. The team leader had discovered the fragment, but the rest of the team hadn't yet seen it. They approached, carefully lifted the stone, examined it, and then carefully returned it to the leader. The team leader saw Yuanchen and asked, "Do you want to see?" Yuanchen waved his hand, "Go up and see." The vines had already descended in front of each person, carrying the exploration team members to the city. A wisp of black gas rose from the endless darkness, already quietly clinging to the fragment. The black gas was much thinner than a hair, imperceptible to the naked eye even in bright light, let alone in this gloom. As the others passed the fragment around for inspection, the black gas moved swiftly through the air, reaching Yuanchen's side. It silently approached her drooping hands, slipping through the cracks between her nails and flesh, blending into the bloodstream of her arm, resting quietly. Yuanchen was completely unaware. The exploration team returned to Huading with the extremely easy-to-obtain fragment, and everyone was overjoyed. Xia Fengyan smiled with relief at seeing Yuanchen return safely amidst the crowd. He, too, hadn't noticed the black gas. The team leader handed the fragment to Su Longwei. Once the exploration team members had returned with intelligence, Su Longwei would send it to Xinjing for safekeeping. Recovering the fragment was easier than anyone expected. They had only been exploring for 2 days, and they had already achieved 1/3 of their goal, with no casualties so far. Someone chuckled. Who knows when the ghosts will realize we've taken their belongings? What do you mean by their belongings? This is clearly returning the property to its original owner. Haha, they definitely wouldn't expect us to go to their homes and retrieve the fragments. When the ghosts returned during the day, they'd be stunned. The ghost mother woke up and said, "Oh, I stole something." The first battle was a victory, and Su Longwei didn't stop everyone from celebrating and cheering. Underground, the ghost mother, sleeping on the undulating black air, a faint smile slowly formed on her lips. Chapter 187. The stone was delivered to Xinjing, and after confirmation, it was found to be a fragment of the Jiuzhou statue representing Huading. With Huading's mobility gone, the ghost nest should no longer be able to move, remaining fixed beneath him. This was a good thing. Huading was the only city with vines, and only he could observe a range beyond the city's aura. After receiving a fragment from the ghost, Xinjing's stern face brightened slightly, demonstrating a satisfaction with the exploration team's efficiency. The night the fragment was acquired coincided with the ghost mother's appearance period. The ghost mother was furious that humans had dared to rob her. The black aura was thicker than ever, and the ghost mother was rapidly taking shape somewhere in Jiuzhou. The black liquid seeping into the soil churned furiously, and the city auras of the various city wheels creaked as if unable to withstand the pressure. The misty angler and Chongyunpa muffled these subtle sounds. The sky was thick with dark clouds, and a dazzling white light flashed. Then, with a roar, a torrential downpour began. The ghost mother appeared near Xinjing and Yuhara. After receiving the information, the tea house informed everyone. However, everyone in the city was advised to remain silent. The ghost mother had keen hearing, and could detect even distant sounds. Tonight, the ghost mother was particularly violent, and the ghosts, influenced by her mood, were more frantic than usual. More and more ghosts encountered the city's atmosphere. The people in the city took cover, dimming all but 1 or 2 lights. Too many lights would attract the ghost mother's attention. Everyone tried to breathe as lightly as possible and minimize movement. On the nights the ghost mother appeared, most people remained in the same position until dawn. Thunder rumbled continuously, and the rain fell heavily. To ensure the effectiveness of the Misty Angler, the city had reduced its drainage, resulting in severe flooding. The accumulated water affected some electrical equipment. A faint hum of electricity emanated from some of Zhongzhou's lighted houses, followed by a crackling sound as the lights went out, plunging the city into darkness. Zhongzhou and Meng Ranlin hurried to have spare motors replaced. The city lights couldn't be completely dimmed. Among the ghosts, there's a type called dreaming, capable of weaving seductive dreams for humans in the darkness. Although among the more than 30 cities currently, only Xianan had experienced dreaming, no other city had. They weren't sure if dreaming could use their abilities through the Misty Angler and Changyanpawu. As long as the city lights remained on, dreaming wouldn't appear. Now that the lights were out, they needed to be repaired immediately. In these situations, it's better to be safe than sorry. The dim light of the doorway light disappeared. Wang Lijiu lay in bed, her legs numb, lying there like a dead fish. At night, even the city air couldn't block out the sulfur-like smell of polluted soil, tinged with the stench of dead fish and rotting shrimp. Over time, this odor could easily cause chest tightness, shortness of breath, and irritability. Wang Lijiu raised her remaining hands and pressed the quilt over her mouth and nose to block out the unpleasant smell. Her lifeless eyes stared straight into the empty darkness above. It was quiet all around, and such a quiet and depressing night could easily lead to negative thoughts. Wang Lijiu closed her eyes, resenting everyone around her. Why was her son dead and crippled, while those people were still alive and laughing so happily? This was the end of the world, everyone should be miserable, but why was she the only one suffering? This wasn't fair. Wang Lijiao's breathing grew heavier. The person she hated most right now was Meng Ranlin. Meng Ranlin had clearly promised her deceased husband to take good care of her and her son, but instead, she focused even more of her energy on Yun Zhongshu and her daughter, the strange mother and daughter. She had only said a few words about Yun Zhongshu, and she had told the truth. Yun Zhongshu was already crippled, and that man surnamed Xia had simply ignored her severely injured husband and let him die. Wang Lijiu was growing increasingly sleepy. She had heard that Yun Zhongshu's little Jinx had become a Huading city deity, and her hatred grew even stronger. She said there were no benefits to being a city deity, but she didn't see it that way. These city deities must have secretly taken on many benefits. She was certain those people didn't know how unlucky that little Jinx was to have landed her a city-loving vassal. That little bastard and her father weren't even human, but monsters like ghosts. Wang Lijiu wanted to tell the others this secret, but Meng Ranlin had locked her up here, preventing her from interacting with anyone else. Zhongzhou and Meng Ranlin were in cahoots, having long been bewitched by Xia, and they wouldn't tell the other cities about her secret about the inhuman father and daughter. Wang Lijiao's mind raced with thoughts, her negative emotions accumulating and growing stronger. Shh! A strange, deep voice, like that of a young man, reached her ears. Who? Wang Lijiu's eyes widened. She tried to utter a sound, but her limbs were uncontrollable. She felt like she was dreaming, yet also awake, her mind hazy. Shh! It was that voice again. I know your story. You're so pitiful. We're all fellow human beings. You've sacrificed just as much as they have, yet you live even worse off. The cities will talk big and promises fair treatment, but judging by their actions, they're not treating the city's loyalists the best. This is just the beginning. The class gap between humans will only widen. People like you won't even be able to be slaves. Who are you? Wang Lijiu's eyes remained wide open, but she could see nothing. Only that voice echoed in her ears. War, pollution, and uncontrolled planetary excavation. Humanity is so disgusting that we're here. Humans call us ghosts, and that's a good name. If you humans didn't have ghosts in your hearts, how could we ghosts even exist? Ghosts? Wang Lijiu was terrified. She opened her mouth wide, trying to scream, but no sound came out of her throat. Don't be afraid of us. We don't actually have any ill will towards humans. It's just that we eat humans. Just like you humans eat pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep when you're hungry. Wang Lijiu was still terrified. Are you still afraid? I can't help it. I completely understand your feelings. It's natural for herbivorous prey to be afraid of carnivorous predators. Our mother is tired of this endless stalemate. Actually, humans and ghosts can coexist peacefully, right? What a joke. Ghosts eat humans. Wang Lijiu's eyes welled with tears. Alas! How can you not believe me? I'm not like my other brother, who keeps deceiving people with a false facade. I only tell the truth. Jiuzhu won't wake up. You humans have no chance of winning. We don't want all of humanity to die. We do need humans for food and energy. There's nothing we can do about it. But our mother has a good idea, to start a human breeding farm. Only humans know how to raise humans best. Our future breeding farm will need many human owners, and these owners will receive the best human treatment here. We usually live underground and only emerge at night. We have no interest in human supplies. Those belong to the owners. We can also restore the function of your legs, so you can walk above ground again. This is also a benefit for the owner. Go to hell. Even if I were a beast, I wouldn't help you raise humans. Wamliji roared silently. TSK, humans are also troublesome. They're clearly not good people, so why are they pretending to be so noble? Don't you want to see your son? Did you know that if a human is eaten by a ghost, as long as their head is preserved, they will be transformed into a ghost by our mother, retaining their consciousness from before? Don't you want to see him again? He's only a teenager, and he misses his mother right now. As a new ghost, he can't compete with other ghosts for food. He misses you every day. Wamlijia's silent roar suddenly stopped. Mom, I'm so hungry. Mom, I'm so cold here. Mom, save me. Wamlijia burst into tears. Son, her son. That was her son's voice. It was her son, definitely her son. I want to see him. Let me see him. No matter how emotionally agitated Wamliji was, she couldn't move. Shoo, calm down. You can't see him yet. You have to help us with something. Wamlijiao gritted her teeth. What should I do? Become a pet owner? I can do that. Don't worry, it's not time yet. When the time comes, if anyone knows our conversation, you never see your son again. The voice grew fainter. Don't go. Don't go. Let me see my son. Wamliji wanted to scream, but she couldn't. All she could do was cry. In the room, the headlights slowly lit up with the sound of electricity. On the bed, Wamlijiao, haunted by a nightmare, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Outside the city, a dark mist swirled. A young man with a delicate human face but pale skin stood beside the ghost mother. The dark mist forming his lower body was denser than that of the other ghosts. What did the humans call you? The ghost rolled its eyes, looking at another ghost nearby. Wuming. What do they call me? Rumung. I like that name. Rumung smiled like a cute child. Wuming glanced at him, then looked away, looking around. All around was white mist, no city in sight. They had conquered every country on this planet, leaving only this stubborn Kyushu, still resisting. Rumung shook the black energy from the ghost mother and coquettishly said in an incredibly sweet voice, Mother, humans are so easy to fool. I've recruited so many owners today. The ghost mother said gently, Good boy. I'm mother's favorite child. Rumung cupped her face in her hands, reveling in the ghost mother's praise. After a moment, she suddenly looked at Wuming and grinned, her sharp teeth baring, You have to thank me. I have a reserve owner take care of your infiltration into the human realm. Wuming raised an eyebrow. This wasn't what Mother had ordered. The two red-headed ghosts behind him stood motionless in the thunderstorm. Wuming looked at the ghost mother, and as expected, she flew into a rage. With a single slap, she sent Rumung flying into the black energy. Don't do unnecessary things, you idiot. The ghost mother roared, issuing commands only ghosts could understand. Retract your unnecessary hints. You brainless fool who only gets in the way. Rumung was snatched back by the ghost mother again, slammed to the ground. It sat beside Wuming aggrieved, its earlier arrogance gone, whispering, I'm retracting, mother. I know I was wrong. Wuming waited for the ghost mother to calm down before respectfully asking, Mother, what did you place on the fragment? If Xia Fengyan had noticed. The ghost mother chuckled, I simply returned the drop of blood she left with me, intact. It had originally belonged to Yunshen, so how could Xia Fengyan have noticed? It was just that the drop of blood had been with it for so long, and while it appeared normal on the surface, it had no idea what had become of it within. A bright light appeared on the horizon, and the ghost mother and the other ghosts gradually faded. The cities resumed their normal operations. However, some of those who seemed to be carrying on as usual had other thoughts on their minds. Chapter 188. The veins on the back of her hand were clearly visible in the sunlight, their marks left by daily training and labor. What are you looking at? Huiding's voice brought Yunshin back to her senses. She continued to remove her left glove, muttering, I don't know if I've been overexerting lately, but my finger joints are a little sore. Should we ask Xinjing to call a doctor? Huiding's tone immediately grew tense. It's nothing serious. Maybe I used too much force climbing the square pillar yesterday. I think 2 days of rest will be enough. Do both hands hurt? No, just my left hand. It's okay. Yunshen reassured Huiding and walked to the city statue, channeling energy into him. Xia Fengyan was not in the brick house. He was attending classes at the makeshift school. Humanity's cultural tribute to the cities must not cease. Warm energy transformed into a stream, slowly flowing into the city statue. Huating was the city that absorbed and digested Yun Chen's energy the fastest. In the short time since waking, he had barely arrived in a large city before quickly returning to a megacity. Huating said, "The ghost mother went berserk last night. She was furious about us retrieving the fragment. Captain Su told the exploration team to wait a few days before heading underground. I trouble you to monitor the situation below." As Yun Chen was transferring energy today, she felt a bit tired from standing. She simply sat on the vine base of Huating's city statue. Huating adjusted the vines to make her sit more comfortably. Yun Chen felt that the energy flow within her body was particularly uneven today. It seemed to pause at certain points, but when she looked carefully, the pause disappeared. When she used her right hand to transfer energy to Huating, the resistance felt particularly strong. Using her left hand was much better. Usually, transferring large amounts of energy to several city wills was no problem, but today, after just a short while, Yun Chen's forehead began to bead with sweat. Soon, the tiny strands of hair on her forehead were damp with sweat. Yun. Huating called her name worriedly. "You look tired. Go get some rest." Yun Chen was truly feeling unwell. She didn't try to be brave, but instead followed Huating's advice and prepared to get up and rest. But just as she stood up, she felt a sharp pain in the fingertips of her left hand. Yun Chen was a person with great pain tolerance, but the pain in her left hand wasn't like physical pain. It felt more like a direct impact on her soul, a pain affecting her energy. The Jojo in her waist bag suddenly felt like shattered pieces. Her vision gradually blurred. Huating saw Yun Chen's figure stagger as he walked out, then slowly fall backwards. The vines caught her just in time. When Huating informed Xiaofengyan, he had Yun Chen lie face up on his vines. Her eyes were closed, her face pale, and she was drenched in sweat, as if she had just been pulled from the water. She was just as fragile as when he first saw her. Xiaofengyan walked out of the house, and closed the door behind him. Many people were standing in the open courtyard. Yu Chaojia, Zhang Yongfu, Qian Gaofei, Ning Rui, and others cast worried glances at him. Xiaofengyan said calmly, "It's nothing serious. The constant energy overload has exhausted her body's defenses. She probably sleep for a while." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaofengyan shooed them away. "Get out of here. Don't crowd around here. My daughter needs fresh air, not the second-hand air you're breathing out." Everyone had long since grown accustomed to Xiaofengyan's behavior and dispersed. As long as Yun Chen was alright, he was fine. Xiaofengyan watched them leave, his gaze shifting to the corner of the wall. "Why aren't you leaving?" Li Duan slowly emerged, removing her hood from her face. She casually asked Xiaofengyan, "Does it have anything to do with ghosts?" Xiaofengyan knew why Li Duan asked. Yesterday, Yun Chen had gone down into the cave, and the exploration team had just recovered the fragments. Today, Yun Chen fainted from exhaustion. She was usually full of energy, never showing any signs of fatigue. "I've checked this many times. Maybe it's just a coincidence." Nan has been working non-stop since the incident at Huating. Xiaofengyan had urged Yun Chen to get some rest. But Yun Chen always agreed with him on the surface, then turned around and toiled away like a hard worker. "My energy has been constantly overloaded, and now it's reaching its limit. It's not impossible that this sudden situation has occurred. It probably has nothing to do with them." "Oh!" Li Duan slowly took 2 steps forward and glanced at the second-floor window. Possibly should, Mr. Xia, you're using too many uncertain words. Ever since I intervened in Zhou Yuan's affairs and returned to Nanan's side, the discrepancies between what I know about them have become increasingly greater over time." Xiaofengyan's bright smile flickered with a hint of subtle bitterness. Because of this, he increasingly minimized his presence, trying to be a decorative element except when necessary to foster the father-daughter relationship. However, his actions in preventing the city from descending after Huating fell asleep, as well as his reminder to humans that the old turtle also had fragments within him, were still detected by the rules. He had helped humans, so naturally, the rules would also lend a helping hand to the ghosts. He wondered if the ghost mother had acquired other abilities now. Abilities that even he couldn't detect. Xiaofengyan examined Yun Chen's body numerous times, but found nothing amiss. It looked like a normal overexploitation of energy, forcing her body into a deep sleep. It was just like the sleep he'd taken her underground to absorb the energy stones, simply to restore energy faster. To help Yun Chen wake up sooner, Xiaofengyan removed many energy stones from his own body and spread them around his daughter's bed. After his previous remarks, Xia Fengyan didn't elaborate further. Li Duan stared at him for a long moment, then averted her gaze and said, I don't understand. Xia Fengyan, what? Li Duan, why are you two so dedicated? What does the life and death of humans have to do with you? Even without the city will, with your abilities, you can still avoid the ghosts. Isn't it better to let humans fend for themselves? Xia Fengyan's eyes twitched slightly. Hey, Li Duan, please pay attention to your human identity, and stop making such movie villain-like statements. If he hadn't been able to see human power, based solely on Li Duan's actions, he could easily have mistaken her for an unforgivable villain. Considering that Li Duan was someone Yunqian admired, Xia Fengyan said, if you continue to behave like this after Jiuzhou is restored, you'll be thrown into prison. I don't want my daughter visiting you every day. Li Duan waved her hand. Let's talk about the future later. Don't be so sure that Jiuzhou will wake up. Huiding, who had been silent the entire time, finally asked, why? Since Yunqian fell asleep, he hadn't spoken in front of humans since then, except to inform Xia Fengyan. When he spoke now, his voice was cold and emotionless, the perfect example of a city will, startling Xia Fengyan. His daughter's lover actually had two faces. Thinking about how he had 1,000 different personalities when facing 1,000 people, Xia Fengyan didn't think it was a big deal. Huiding had once been a major city, and after its demise, it had become a megacity again, regaining most of its memories thanks to human offerings. A city will, formed from human culture and the power of Jiuzhou, displays its personality in front of humans based on the fragments of memory it uses. This was true for all city wills, whether in Xinjiang, Zhouyuan, or Zhongzhou. After his rebirth, Huiding cared most about his memories of his time with Yunqian, and he consistently displayed the personality of that memory. Now Yunqian was overworked and dozing, his personality constantly blaming himself, unable to get things done. Huiding then displayed the personality he usually used to handle important city affairs in front of a few acquaintances. Xia Fengyan said, you sound much more pleasant when you speak like that. Yunqian doesn't like it. Huiding said this calmly, then asked Li Duan, why do you say that? It's going so smoothly. Li Duan put her hood back on and walked out the iron gate. After the misty fisherman and the cloud-breaking mist enveloped the 9 provinces, human survival, aside from the limited range of movement, was smooth sailing. This time, the retrieval of the fragments was far too smooth, as if the ghosts had voluntarily returned them to them. The ghost mother seemed to bring a great sense of oppression, but in reality, each appearance was just a mild warning, causing no real harm. Is it better for humans to avoid them? Li Duan disagreed. She was more inclined to believe that the ghost mother hadn't really taken any real action. The ghosts won't let us go this smoothly. Even if we're close to success, they deal us a fatal blow before dawn. Her power alone was limited, and all she could offer was a reminder from her experience dealing with the ghosts, knowing Wuming's cunning. Huiding listened, then asked seriously, Sister Duan, what do you think we should do? Li Duan paused, jokingly saying, if it were just me? With so many humans now, I don't know. While Yunqian slept, the cities continued to function. Huiding relayed Li Duan's warning to the city wills, and they kept a close eye on the situation in their respective cities. They did notice something amiss. Several humans in the city were behaving strangely. They would drag people to the edge of the city, where the city's aura was weakest, and speak cryptic words. The cities will keep a close eye on these individuals and, through Xian's abilities, mark them. These individuals seemed brainwashed, completely intent on joining the ghosts. They acted normally during the day, but at night, they became transformed. In Baozhu, one of the marked humans attempted to shout when the ghost mother appeared, but fortunately, he was stopped in time, preventing any further harm. The marked humans were gathered together and forcibly isolated from the outside world in a shelter established at the Longhuan Blessed Land in Xinjiang. Huiding had just sent a similar group of people away. Several months had passed, and it was December of 2033, with only a little over 3 months left until the annular solar eclipse. Yunqian still hadn't woken up. She had been absorbing the energy stone Xia Fengyan had placed there. Xia Fengyan said she was fine, saying it was normal for the stone to sleep for so long. Huiding, in human form, stood in the courtyard, the cold winter wind howling, and the white mist still lingered. He stood in front of the door, which the vines pushed open, and he stepped inside. Huiding, his robe fluttering, ascended the 2nd floor. The vines picked up a wash basin, filled it with hot water, and fetched a towel following him. On a large green bed draped with gauze curtains, Yunqian lay quietly on a mattress covered with red energy stones, her face as beautiful as a sleeping princess. Huiding undressed Yunqian, and the vines placed a dry towel in his hand. The princess didn't have so many scars. Yun looked more like a warrior woman. Huiting shook out the towel, waiting for it to dissipate some of the heat and become warm before gently wiping Yunshin's skin. He began with Yunshin's face, his movements gentle and meticulous. After wiping his face clean, he washed the towel again and began wiping his body. Huiting leaned forward, his long, dark hair falling from his back, landing in the deep cleft of Yunshin's chest. He reached out to retrieve the hair. He was halfway there when another hand held it in place. Huiting looked up in surprise, her voice half-voiced, Yun pausing abruptly. Yunshin was staring at him with a look of profound shock. She propped herself up on one hand, her nose touching Huiting's, her palm pressing down on Huiting's hair that had fallen to the edge of the bed, while her other hand lifted the quilt beside her to shield her chest. Yunshin had slept too long, his mind still half awake. She asked, slightly bewildered, I just slept, and we've already come to this? Huiting's clear eyes met hers, and the city within the masonry seemed to slowly turn pink. The other person's words echoed like thunder in his ears. He was startled by the voluptuous scene, and the longing he had been about to express was suddenly blocked. He stammered as he retreated. I'm not. Huiting had forgotten that Yunshin was still holding his hair. The more he retreated, the faster he was pushed back. He sank headlong into Yunshin's arms, mumbling his last two words, pervert. Yunshin calmly felt the weight against his chest and said, yes, I see. Huiting was overcome with shame. Yunshin raised his arms and embraced Huiting, saving the city's will from a shy man who had been tempted to jump to his death from the second floor. Popo, you're back in the megacity again. She pinched Huating's chin, lifted his face, and asked, how long have I been asleep? Chapter 189. Have I slept that long? Yunshin heard Huating's answer, zipped up his jacket, put on his waist bag, and muttered, I didn't feel anything at all. It was clearly just a dream. What dream? Huiting noticed Yunshin had finished dressing and turned back to ask. But the question was like stepping on a landmine, earning Yunshin a fierce glare. Huiting was at a loss. Had he asked the wrong question? Yunshin's mind was filled with anger at the thought of the dream, especially Huating's arrogant attitude. Her eyes twitched slightly at the thought. Yunshin took a deep breath. Let's go see Dad first. He must be worried about me. She glanced at Huating again. Huating walked upright behind Yunshin, yet a sense of caution emanated from him. He asked Yun what happened. Yunshin pressed his aching temple, and after a moment's pause, he spoke calmly, You said I had no aesthetic sense, poor taste, and wasted my beautiful face. Huating immediately retorted, I couldn't possibly say that to you. Yunshin, yes, you in my dream. Huating's gaze fell on Yunshin's clenched fist. After a moment's silence, he said, Yun, that was a dream. I won't make you angry. I know. Yunshin held Huating's hand, but the dream was too real. In the dream, she had been sent to Huating by Zhongzhou, but she had chosen a different path at a fork in the road, giving herself to the cannibalistic demon. The demon fed her like food, saturating her with various animal flesh. Just as he was about to attack her, Li Duan returned to seek revenge on the demon and rescued her. She followed Li Duan like a little tail, taking care of her and learning from her, practically becoming Li Duan's second, traveling from city to city, searching for Wuming's whereabouts. What about me? Huiting asked hurriedly, not having heard herself in Yunshin's dream. Yunshin happened to be opening the door, and she paused as she mumbled, You've been corrupted by ghosts and spirits, helping them do some bad things. The same goes for Chafu and Zhijiang. It was similar to Xinluo's previous situation, but she hadn't received Zhou Yuan's tortoise shell. Huiting muttered, This dream is truly unlucky. Yunshin nodded in agreement. Halfway through her walk, she turned back to glance at Huiting. Huiting's human form was handsome and youthful, and when he smiled, he was very gentle. But when his expression was completely blank, his features seemed a bit arrogant and cold. That was the Huiting Yunshin had seen in his dream. Whether contaminated by ghosts or purified, they remained cold and inhuman. Shi Xiaofengyan and Li Duan stopped in Zhongzhou, serving as bait. At night, the contaminated Huiting emerged as a mobile city for ghosts, destroying much of the city's will. Only Shenjing, Zhouyuan, Zhongzhou, Jiangyu, Tianfu, and Shuangyu remained in the city's will. Zhongzhou and Li Duan distracted Huiting and the ghosts, allowing her and Xiaofengyan to board Huiting. When the city's will is contaminated, its human form also changes. Huiting, a mesmerized and beauty-conscious Huiting, appeared before them in a filthy state, her white robe stained with the black of ghostly liquid and indelible traces of human blood. They had experienced purifying Chafu and Zhijiang before, but this Huating had a different will than the other cities. He possessed vines that could kill people, and he used them to help ghosts slaughter the inhabitants of various cities. But while they were purifying the cities, he watched quietly from the side, making no attempt to stop them. After the purification, Hua Ting recovered, but his personality remained the same, lifeless and demanding. After hearing this, Hua Ting waved his hands vigorously. Yun, it's so unlucky. How could I have become like that? Yunshin smiled, took his hand again, and said, it was just a dream. What dream? Xiaofingyan had long heard the two children making noise outside. He slowly walked out of the brick house, his gaze lingering for a moment on the clasped hands of the man and the city, and snorted. Huiting instinctively tried to withdraw his hand, but Yunshin held it firmly. Xiaofingyan was stunned. He walked over to Yunshin and touched her head. Was that a nightmare? Yunshin nodded and recounted the dream to Xiaofingyan. Xiaofingyan's brow furrowed slightly as he listened to the richly detailed dream, but he didn't let Yunshin notice. He patted Yunshin's head again and asked, it's just a nightmare. Don't worry about it. Do you remember what happened before you fell asleep? Yunshin thought for a moment, then slowly shook her head. I just remember Hua Ting telling me to rest, and then I fell asleep. Xiaofingyan looked at Hua Ting. Tell him about what happened recently. I'm going to Xinjing. Yunshin was puzzled. What's going on? Xiaofingyan smiled softly. The old turtle is there. I go get it. Hua Ting added, the old turtle spat out the fragments, but his health has deteriorated. We promised to keep him safe, so he's been sent to Xinjing for treatment. Yunshin sighed, a lot had happened during her slumber. She watched Xiaofingyan leave, and listened to Hua Ting's account. It was December 11th, 2033. With the exception of Baiwei, who had been unable to contact him, the willpower of all cities had reached the level of a megacity. After Sanxiang arrived at the megacity, her golden title Jade Falcon could sense all the Kyushu statue fragments. Cities close to her sensing coordinates had already retrieved all of them. 2 of the 3 fragments from the ghost nest had also been retrieved. Yunshin couldn't help but ask, did you recover the second fragment? Hua Ting nodded and said, Sister Duwan snatched it back from Wuming. The ghost set a trap for the exploration team in the ghost nest, and over 4,000 people died before the second fragment was returned. Sister Duwan was also seriously injured, but she's recovered now. The second fragment of the Jiuzhou statue that was recovered represents the returning scholar. Yunshin was horrified by these few words. She asked, what about the third fragment? The second fragment had such a tragic outcome, so what should be done with the third? Hua Ting answered irrelevantly, Sanxiang is a megacity. As a megacity, Sanxiang can pinpoint the exact location of the Jiuzhou statue fragment. The night the ghost mother appeared, Sanxiang said that she carried the Jiuzhou statue fragment, representing the 1,000 lakes, on her person, and that their ability to recover it on their own was minimal. Seeing that Hua Ting remained calm, Yunshin asked, is there any other way? Hua Ting smiled and nodded. Possessing the golden title and jade scroll, Sanxiang, who understood the fragments of the Jiuzhou statue better than any other city's will, had acquired a few more memories specially bestowed upon her by Jiuzhou after becoming a megacity. If the Jiuzhou statue was missing only one fragment, that was no problem. Simply use the remaining fragments to complete it, infusing it with the energy of each city's will. The remaining fragment, summoned by its compatriots, would fly back on its own. Why do I feel? Yunshin muttered, it feels like Jiuzhou has anticipated everything. Huiting said, there are only 2 fragments left of the Jiuzhou statue. Yunshin was stunned. Wasn't there only one missing? Suddenly, she realized that the other fragment was still with her. The contents of her waist bag had remained untouched. The hard stone was still inside. Yunshin opened his waist pouch and pulled out the same fragment of the Jiuzhou statue as before. He asked, send it to Xinjing? Hua Ting shook his head. Shengzhou said there's no rush. Let it stay with you for a while. He went on to explain that the ghost mother's appearance cycle had shortened from 4 days to 3 days. Ghosts, both when the ghost mother appeared and when she didn't, became extremely violent. If it weren't for Zhejiang and Qiongya's talents, enhanced by the orb, even the slightest breath a human made at night would be detected by ghosts. I wonder what the situation is like in Baiwei now. Yunshin then asked about other things she wanted to know. Hua Ting patiently answered them one by one. After answering, Hua Ting said, Yun, Zhongzhou wants you to go over there. Yunshin asked, what's the matter? Hua Ting, they're being secretive. They didn't tell me. Xinjing. As soon as Xiaofingyan appeared at the Xinjing teleportation point, the humanoid Xinjing approached him. Mr. Xia, are you here to pick up your pet? Xiaofingyan stared at Xinjing for a moment, then saw a hint of confusion in his eyes. He glanced at the people milling around and said, "Yes, I'm here to pick it up. It's doing well now, and will live longer than most creatures." Shen Jing led Xia Fengyan around. A glimpse of Xia Fengyan's furrowed brow caught his eye. He said, "Yunshen is awake. Why is Mr. Xia still so upset?" "Xia Fengyan, don't talk to me in such formal language." "Shen Jing, what do you want to ask, Mr. Xia? It's very quiet here." Xia Fengyan saw that this place was remote, and there was indeed no sign of human life around. He asked directly, "There is nothing in your cities that can turn back time. Is it a talent?" Shen Jing was stunned for a long moment, unsure what to say. He said, "Mr. Xia, if such a talent existed, Jiuzhou wouldn't have been forced to this point by the ghosts." Xia Fengyan also thought he was being fanciful. He snorted, "Who knew that your city could even extend the lifespan of living things?" Shen Jing said quietly, "Mr. Xia, extending lifespan is an exaggeration. That city talent merely restores a living being to its peak physical state. Few people, including the city will, know about this. I hope Mr. Xia can keep it a secret. Some of the city will's talents aren't meant to be made public, as they can cause unnecessary paranoia and panic. Those city talents are reserved by Jiuzhou for use when they're desperate. I'm not a big shot." Xia Fengyan narrowed his eyes and stared at Shen Jing. "I'm being honest with you. I hope you won't lie to me. What happened to my daughter's dream?" Shen Jing looked back at Xia Fengyan. "Mr. Xia, it's just a dream. We don't have the ability to turn back time." Xia Fengyan spread his hands. "I trust you for now. Give me the old turtle." Shen Jing led Xia Fengyan back to retrieve the old turtle, still very lively and determined to outlast every human, contained in its box. Xia Fengyan picked up the old turtle's box and headed for the teleportation point. Shen Jing looked at him in the moving crowd. Although his attire and appearance were striking, no human would notice him unless he wanted to. A teleportation light appeared around Xia Fengyan, and Shen Jing's voice, addressed only to him, suddenly echoed in his ears. "Mr. Xia, time travel doesn't exist. There is indeed a city will within the city will that can perform calculations. But calculations can't change what will happen in the future. We can't interfere with the results of our calculations. We can only make as much preparation as possible. The choices at the crossroads of fate are made by humans alone. Once a choice is made, no matter how much regret one feels, it cannot be reversed. Yunshen may have witnessed one of the hundreds of millions of calculations. Mr. Xia, only 3 people within the city will know about the calculations. Please keep this secret." "Not even Yunshen." Xia Fengyan remained silent for a moment, then responded before being completely transported. "Okay. Shen Jing, thank you." Chapter 190. Zhongzhou. Yunshen sat on a small wooden stool in front of the Zhongzhou city statue. From a distance, it looked like he was squatting before it, a slightly awkward posture. She took off her left glove, examined it carefully, put it on, and then took it off again after a moment. "Does your hand hurt?" Zhongzhou's voice was tinged with laughter. He wore a mask that obscured most of his face, revealing only the corners of his mouth raised high. "It's a little itchy, like a bug bite, but I can't see the wound," Yunshen said casually. She looked up at the towering Zhongzhou city statue. The scroll-like city statue slowly unfolded, and then slowly closed. When the scroll was fully unfurled, Yunshen's eyes widened. The shadowy image floating above the scroll, like ink, reflected in her eyes. It seemed to be a map. Zhongzhou, hands clasped behind his back, said with a smile, "This is a new ability I gained after Qianhu and Sanxiang became megacities. I just figured it out today." Yunshen suddenly realized, "Uncle Zhongzhou, did you call me here just to show me your new ability? What does it do?" Zhongzhou's eyes twitched. Uncle again. He had clearly suggested that Shen Jing call Yunshen's sister-in-law, so why did Yunshen still call him uncle? Just calling him Zhongzhou would be fine. Why did he need those 2 extra characters at the end? Zhongzhou sighed sadly, no longer bothering to correct Yunshen's address. He said, "This is the Jiuzhou Mountains and Rivers Scroll. With it, even without a teleportation channel, you can travel to any city in Jiuzhou." Yunshen's expression suddenly grew serious. "Baiwei is also fine." Zhongzhou nodded. "Baiwei is also fine." Yunshen asked, "Do you need me to leave now?" Zhongzhou's gaze fell on Yunshen's left arm, and before she noticed, he immediately left. He smiled and said, "No need to rush. It's not time yet. Zhouyuan will also need some time. Let Baiwei be on edge for another 2 or 3 days." Yunshen sometimes couldn't understand what the 3 city wills of Zhongzhou, Zhouyuan, and Shen Jing were thinking. They were like those small middle school cliques Sister Du Wan had described, often gathering together to whisper, sharing only their own secrets, and never sharing certain things with other city wills. When asked, their answer was generally, "It's not time yet." Yunchen asked, "So what do I need to do here?" Zhongzhou tilted his head, thinking for a moment. "Catch up with me?" Yunchen, Zhongzhou, stay for dinner tonight. Little Ming is worried about you, but old Xiao won't let him come to see you. It's cold outside. Go wait in his room. He won't be back until later." Yunchen agreed and walked beside Zhongzhou. In the evening, Ming Ranlin returned to his room. He saw Zhongzhou sitting pretentiously, and Yunchen sitting upright, even a little stiffly. He smiled and said, "You're here?" Yunchen, "Yeah." She noticed that Ming Ranlin had more white hair at his temples, and looked very old. She couldn't help but say, "Uncle Ming, take care of yourself." "It's nothing. I'm in good health. I just look older." Ming Ranlin moved the table out from the corner. He usually ate alone, ordering dishes from a covered bowl and eating from his hands, never needing a table. Cities now sprinkle water daily to maintain humidity, and even dry places like Zhongzhou are extremely damp. The wooden table had been sitting unused in the corner, and one of its 4 legs was moldy and rotten. Ming Ranlin hadn't expected the table to be in such a horrible state. He went to the corner, fetched an axe, and selected a suitable piece of wood. Yunchen stepped forward to help, but Ming Ranlin stopped her, telling her to just watch. Ming Ranlin raised the axe, and the handle flashed with a cold light. Bang! Yunchen shuddered inexplicably. The blow felt like a blow to her heart. She stared at the rotten table leg for a long time, slowly losing consciousness. It wasn't until Ming Ranlin installed a new leg that she clasped her left hand in a daze. She didn't know why she clasped her left hand, it just happened instinctively. The scene of chopping off the table leg was deeply engraved in her mind. If the rotten table leg isn't cut off, the entire table will quickly rot along with it. Zhongzhou said, "Actually, there are other methods available. Slowly chip away the rotten parts and replace them with new wood. It'd just be slower." Yunchen stared at the table leg for a moment and said, "That only works if the rot isn't too deep. This whole leg is rotten, so we just have to cut it off and replace it." Zhongzhou said, "What if there's still good wood inside? It's a waste of wood. It's not good. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself." Yunchen was intrigued by Zhongzhou's words. She squatted in front of the rotten table leg, picked up the tools on the ground, and chipped away the outer layer of rot. "It's really good inside." Zhongzhou smiled and said, "Yes, if you have enough time, doing something physically demanding isn't bad." The table was set again. It was already dark, time for the humans to rest, and the ghosts to work. Zhongzhou stretched exaggeratedly and said casually, "Dinner's ready." Yunchen glanced at Zhongzhou in surprise. "Uncle Zhongzhou, you sounded so young just now." Zhongzhou instantly slumped back in his chair, like an elderly man in his twilight years. He said weakly, "Huading and I are of the same generation." He repeatedly emphasized the word of the same generation. Yunchen's attention was drawn to the fragrant food. Zhongzhou had no choice but to sit down at the table and, like the others, pick up his chopsticks. Just as they were about to eat, Yunchen's jade hairpin and Ming Ranlin's earrings lit up furiously. They exchanged glances and answered the phone. Zhongzhou had also received the notice from the tea house. Baiwei has been discovered by ghosts and is now under attack. They're calling for help. Over 8 million people in Baiwei are waiting to be evacuated. Find a solution. Zhongzhou's chopsticks slipped from his hand. He lowered his eyes, caught them in time, and gently placed them on the table. He lowered his hands, tucked them into his wide sleeves, and moved his fingertips back and forth, finally stopping. Still can't be changed. Just like what happened with Yun Zhongshu, even if one thing changes, another is bound to happen. No matter what, this thing will happen eventually. Send me to Baiwei. I can use the fragment to bring humanity back. Zhongzhou said, "The fragment representing my ability can only transport 200,000 people. Baiwei has 8 million people. You can't do it alone." Ming Ranlin stood up. "I go too." Zhongzhou shook his head. "Only Hua Ting can go and take away over 8 million people at once. But it's too late for Hua Ting to reach Baiwei now." Yunchen remembered that Zhongzhou, after being empowered by the orb, could teleport cities. But Hua Ting would have to come to Zhongzhou before he could teleport. By that time, Hua Ting would have already flown to Baiwei. Besides, Zhongzhou didn't have the orb's enhanced talent, so he Tianyin, couldn't teleport cities either. Yunchen, Baiwei is being attacked by ordinary ghosts, not the ghost mother. What he lacks is energy. I send you to the main body of his city. You just need to provide him with energy. Leave the rescue to Hua Ting." Zhongzhou looked at the two men, who looked at him with surprise, and slowly stood up. My river fish and sky geese, Qianhu's mountain crossing and sea-pressing power, Sanjiang's golden inscriptions and jade-like stalks. The combined powers of our three are no longer simple teleportation. Zhongzhou raised his sleeves, and beneath the night sky, a scroll of light and shadow depicting the mountains and rivers of Jiuzhou floated in the air. The mountains and rivers of Jiuzhou are now shattered, but the beauty that Zhongzhou has always recorded remains. Though ghosts linger on this land, polluting it and forcing humanity into a corner. But this land has always been engraved with the name of only one country. Jiuzhou. This is the home of the people of Jiuzhou. The people of Jiuzhou can go wherever they wish. Looking at this vast land, is there anything that cannot be compared? Zhongzhou's words fell, and the scroll of light and shadows surrounded Yuanqin, enveloping her in a dazzling light. Then it transformed into a stream of light, weaving through the white mist and landing on Baiwei. The same light appeared around Huiding. Huiding's people had quickly teleported away to other cities, leaving only a deserted city, enveloped in light. The vast city vanished from its original location in an instant. All that remained was a void of darkness, and within it, a ghost nest that rose and fell. Crack! Crack! Though the air was empty, everyone heard the shattering sound of the barrier protecting them. Run! Baiyue's usually polite voice now sounded heartbreaking. The humans stared blankly at the surrounding white fog, which obscured the ghost's vision and blocked their path. Where to run? If the will of a city like Baiwei, which had always protected them, could no longer hold out, where should they run? Until a piercing scream rang out. The sharp sound, like nails slowly scratching a blackboard, was mingled with the roar of a wild beast. That wasn't a human cry of terror. It was the cry of surprise, the ghost's delight at finding its prey. The white fog obscured everything. All she could hear was people being pounced upon by ghosts, followed by shrill screams, and the sounds of the ghosts chewing with relish. This wasn't Baiyue's white fog. It had long since dissipated. Baiwei could only watch helplessly as the scene unfolded. His energy dwindled, and even maintaining a last bit of consciousness was difficult. The crowd continued to jostle, pushing the little girl in red away from her mother. The girl heard her mother calling her name, but all she could see was the adults' constantly moving chests. Like someone swimming upstream, she finally caught sight of her mother's pants. The next moment, her eyes widened as her mother's head fell to the ground. The head fell so quickly, it still retained consciousness. Seeing her, it mouthed to her. Hurry, run! Run! The girl didn't know where to go. She only remembered her mother telling her that the cities would protect humanity. Would she be saved if she just ran to the Baiwei city statue? People were constantly being grabbed by ghosts all around her. Her coat turned even redder, and the pungent smell of blood filled her nostrils. She was panting, completely disoriented in the white fog, and had no idea where to run. She couldn't run any further. The girl fell to her knees, the screams of her family and friends being torn apart by ghosts echoing in her ears. She covered her face with her hands, the wet and sticky stain so thick she couldn't tell if it was blood or tears. She didn't dare look at the ghost as it drew closer. Being torn to pieces by those sharp claws, was this her next fate? A sudden sinking sensation lingered on her shoulders, and a hint of warmth reached through her blood-soaked clothing. The girl turned and saw a pair of eyes, glowing faintly red in the night. The other person's smile was faint, yet as warm as the daylight, as if it were glowing. No, it was actually glowing. The girl's eyes widened as a blinding light flashed behind the suddenly appearing figure. Then, a vast city suddenly appeared, hovering low in the sky, its aura enveloping them. Dark shadows descended from the sky. Only when they got closer did the girl realize they were vines. The vines gently wrapped around her, and the girl was terrified by the unknown. The person holding her shoulder said, "Don't be afraid. That's the city's will, here to save us. His name is Hua Ting." The vines carried the girl to the skyward city. You? The girl frantically tried to grab the person who had comforted her, asking them to escape with her, but they had vanished. Forced from the city's aura, the ghosts began to attack the city that had robbed them of their prey, just as they had attacked Baiwei. Chapter 191. After leaving the girl, Yunqin used his energy to conceal himself, avoiding the surging tide of ghosts. She took a few steps before she saw the silhouette of Baiyue's towering city statue in the mist. The Baiwei city statue's light dimmed, on the verge of slumber, but he still struggled to exude the city's aura, his full attention focused on it. Yunqin approached her, and she placed her left hand on the city statue. A faint voice suddenly rang in her ears. "Who are you?" Huiding City Favored One. Yunqin tilted his head slightly, showing her the glowing City Favored One symbol behind his ear. Baiwa still had the energy to taunt her. "TSK, you're his city favored one." Yunchen knew now was not the time to satisfy his curiosity. As she explained her identity besides city favored one, her left fingernail turned a deep crimson. A red glow of energy slowly emanated from her fingertips, just as the red light was about to touch the Baiwa city statue. "Does your hand hurt?" "Actually, there are other methods available. Slowly remove the rotten parts." Zhongzhou's words suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Would Zhongzhou say something like that for no reason? Perhaps, just as Xia Fengnian reminded them that the old turtle had fragments of the Jiuzhou statue within him, Zhongzhou was reminding her of something. Is it her hand? Her body? Her energy? Or is she overthinking? At this juncture, overthinking isn't a bad thing. Caution is crucial in everything. Huiting's vines evacuated the entire population of Baiwei in a flash. Casualties in other areas of Baiwei were minimal, with the most severe being in the area where Yunchen appeared. The situation was far better than they had expected. Baiyue's current situation isn't so critical as to require immediate energy replenishment. Using energy stones to replenish his energy is also possible. The red light at Yunchen's fingertips dimmed, and the jade hairpin above her head lit up. She contacted Hua Ting. "How long can you hold out? With the current ghostly onslaught, we should have no problem making it until dawn. Huiting has accumulated more city energy than any other city will, and he has 2 human-shaped energy stones with him." Yunchen said, "Please transport some energy stones, or have Dad come over to replenish Baiyue's energy." Huiting immediately used vines to deliver the energy stone stocks available in every city, along with Xia Fengnian, who looked puzzled. After delivering the people and supplies, Hua Ting asked, "Hasn't your body fully recovered yet?" He remembered that Yunchen had been transferring energy to Baiwei before he fell asleep, and suddenly felt unwell. He couldn't help but worry. "We talk about it in the morning." Before hanging up, Yunchen asked, "Does Zhongzhou have any other talents?" "What?" Hua Ting was stunned for a moment, not understanding Yunchen's meaning. "Nothing." Yunchen hung up and asked Xia Fengnian to help place the energy stone on the Baiwei city statue. Xia Fengnian took Yunchen's question to Hua Ting in, wondering why Yunchen asked, "What's wrong with Zhongzhou?" "Zhongzhou is fine. Maybe my perception is wrong." Yunchen pressed her chest, feeling the rhythm of her heartbeat. She said, "Ever since waking up, I've been feeling restless. It's more noticeable when I use energy." Yunchen initially thought it was the anxiety of her sleeping too long and not being able to control her current situation. Even after Hua Ting told her everything that had happened, the emotion didn't subside. It reached its peak after meeting Zhongzhou and watching Ming Ranlin chop off the rotten table legs. She suppressed her emotions well, keeping them from anyone else, not even Hua Ting. But just now, when she tried to channel energy to Baiwei, that anxious, palpitating feeling returned. Yunchen pressed her left arm, and she remembered something. Before she fell asleep, her hand had been very painful. Xia Fengnian had examined her, but he hadn't warned her, so she should be fine. A large hand descended from above her head. Xia Fengnian said, "I don't claim to be absolutely right. Stones, like them, rely heavily on instinct and intuition." Xia Fengnian said, "If you feel something's wrong, trust your feelings." Yunchen nodded. "Uncle Zhongzhou is a bit mysterious." Xia Fengnian asked why, but Yunchen didn't elaborate. Wuming used the energy stone to disguise the attack on Zhongzhou, and Zhongzhou had evacuated the humans beforehand. Even Ming Ranlin didn't know how Zhongzhou had discovered this. They asked Zhongzhou, but he said he had forgotten the specific details. Then, when Yunchen went to retrieve the relics thrown outside the city, she was teleported away the moment a ghost appeared near her. Ming Ranlin wasn't in Zhongzhou at the time. The city will's power could only be used within the city's aura, and Yunchen wasn't within it. The only possibility is that Zhongzhou guessed she would encounter ghosts outside the city and teleported her the moment she left. By the time she retrieved the relics, she had already teleported to Huiting. It was as if they had anticipated her danger. Yunchen shook his head. It must have been a coincidence. If the city will truly possess this kind of foresight, and could still be driven to this point by ghosts, then how pitiful the human race must be. She returned her attention to the Baiwei. Baiwei, though only a megacity, could still absorb the energy from the energy stones, though its replenishment rate certainly wasn't as fast as her transmission. When Baiwei encountered an energy stone for the first time, he curiously absorbed its energy, saying, "It sparkles like jade, so beautiful. I put more of it on display." Once the energy within the energy stone is depleted, it transforms into ordinary white stone. Baiwei even expressed his reluctance to absorb it, arguing that it would make him look ugly after absorbing it, detracting from the quality of his city image. Unless Yunchen and Xia Fengyan could remove the energy stones he had absorbed in time, he could reluctantly continue absorbing them. Yunchen and Xia Fengyan, what a despicable city's will. Huiding, upon hearing Baiyue's request, flew back from other areas of Baiwei. The vine sorted out the city's leftover garbage and sewage, mercilessly pouring them down from above. At the same time, a portion of the vines protected Yunchen and Xia Fengyan, preventing them from being splashed by the garbage. The Baiwei city statue instantly transformed into a pitiful speck emerging from a garbage dump. Huiding spoke softly, "Alright, you don't need the style anymore. Quickly absorb the energy stone." He lowered the city's height a few more inches, its aura now encompassing the main area of the Baiwei city statue, allowing the sounds to be heard by the Baiwei. His tone was like someone comforting a disobedient child. The vines enveloping Yunchen and Xia Fengyan loosened, and they both heard an extremely angry voice. "You actually defiled me." Baiyu gritted his teeth. "You're just jealous I'm better looking than you. You and I are irreconcilable," you cuckolded, stinking Huating with 0 aesthetic points. Huiding retorted, "That's better than you, a stinking upstart who only cares about gold and silver. You, a narcissist who only wears white, and I think you were attending funerals every day." The more energy Baiyu absorbed, the more the city's aura revived, and his voice gradually gained strength. "Calling me a upstart?" He sneered, his voice becoming very gentle. "Aren't all these big cities developed within 100 years? I'm a nouveau riche, aren't you? Huating, 1 year more than you." Baiyu, in an even gentler voice, tinged with a hint of laughter, said, "You piece of shit." Huating also replied gently, "Why don't you reflect on yourself with such words?" Baiyu, hypocritical. Huating, rude. The humans in the city were dumbfounded. The tense and gloomy atmosphere, already caused by the ghostly attacks, was completely extinguished by the sudden bickering between the two city minds. Tensions between the two cities escalated, and the ghosts outside the city auras screamed incessantly, as if adding fuel to the fire. Yunchen and Xia Fengyan, Sometimes I really wonder if the real reason Jojo is dormant is that it doesn't want to see these annoying city minds. Chapter 192. Huiding and Baiwei exchanged barbs for over an hour, each using the same derogatory term to disparage the other's appearance. Xia Fengyan's impression of his daughter's lover was completely changed. It was a good thing that Huiding never argued back. With this attitude, he'd be ready to fight after just a few words. Yunchen hadn't expected the two city wills to argue so fiercely. Pressing her temples, she cried out helplessly, "Huiding, stop it." Huiding immediately stopped, the vines draped over Baiwei clinging obediently to Yunchen, as if the city will's eloquent words were merely an illusion. No matter how Baiwei provoked him, Huiding ignored him. Baiwei was horrified. When had Huiding become such a good kid? More and more white stones accumulated around his city image, and Yunchen and Xia Fengyan added a new batch of energy stones. Xia Fengyan didn't channel energy to Baiwei. He tried to avoid interfering in Jojo's affairs whenever possible. Baiwei wanted to continue arguing with Huating, but Huating ignored him. He snorted coldly and focused his attention on Yunchen. Baiwei was about to ask Yunchen how he had trained Huating. The next second, he appeared on a steep, misty peak. Before him stood a stone pavilion perched above a gurgling stream. In the pavilion, several city spirits awaited him. Baiwei lowered his eyes and unhurriedly extended his hands, which were as white as the finest porcelain and jade. He slowly walked back to the stream. Before he could admire his own beauty, a devastating shout echoed from the pavilion. "Oh, Baiwei, how come you're just like Huating? The first thing you do when you arrive at our Songlong Pavilion is to check your appearance." The younger brother of the tea house was speechless. The older brother of the tea house showed his disdain directly. He said, "I don't understand you too. You're clearly the city's will, yet you're so obsessed with your appearance, even making the city look fancy." Baiyu lost interest in admiring beauty. He spotted Huiding, seated beside the tea house brothers, and instantly transformed into a spirited male peacock. He removed his folding fan from his waist and waved it gracefully, his eyes flickering with charm. Just as he was about to approach to compete for beauty, Shinjing said calmly, "Sit down." Baiyu froze and sat down obediently. Zhongzhou, imitating the tea house brothers clinging to Huiding, placed a hand on Zhou Yuan's shoulder and whispered, "Shinjing is the real culprit." Zhou Yuan lowered his eyes, staring for a moment at Zhongzhou's hand, then quietly removed it from his shoulder, and sat a little further away from him. "Zhongzhou, Over there?" Shinjing was already questioning him. "When Huating came looking for you, were you deliberately avoiding him? How could that be? Am I the kind of city that would delay important matters?" Baiyu said righteously, "Even though I really don't want to deal with such an ugly thing flying over my head, I also know I have to contact everyone. At the mention of ugly thing, Hua Ting's eyebrows raised, and the tips of his drooping fingers twitched slightly. The other city wills expected Hua Ting to refute Bai Yu, but he simply smiled and shifted his gaze outside the stone pavilion. Bai Yu, my question aside, is this really Hua Ting? The younger brother of the Cha family grinned, the real deal. The older brother of the Cha family nudged Hua Ting with his elbow and teased, a city with a family is different. Wait. Bai Yu wondered if there was something wrong with his ears, or with the Cha brothers' mouths. What exactly was a city with a family? The T brothers kept him on suspense, offering no answer. Shen Jing continued the previous topic. Do you know why a city mind passes by without revealing any trace? Bai Yu explained with a wry smile, I can't actively control the strength of the talent I imitate. Bai Yu's city mind, the best of all the families, allows him to imitate any city mind he encounters. For example, a Cheongya city mind once accidentally passed through his deserted city aura zone and was detected by the city aura. His imitation falls into two categories. The first is when he has only seen, but not understood the situation. In this case, he can completely imitate the other city mind's talent, but only the appearance of the encounter, unable to truly master the imitated city mind. The second category is when another city mind has explained its talent to him in detail, and he has seen its use, allowing the city mind to use it as a substitute. Only then can he achieve a complete imitation. His complete imitation encompasses not only the city mind's talent, but also the exact aura of the city mind whose talent he imitates. When Hua Ting passed by and was discovered by the Bai Yu humans, Bai Yu was still imitating the Cheongya city mind's talent, breaking through the clouds and fog, to enhance human safety from ghosts. He did want to draw the other party's attention, but his imitation of the crossing clouds and pouring mist technique was so powerful that the Baiwa people couldn't even step out and draw their attention. Later, with the crossing clouds and pouring mist technique's duration about to expire in half a month, Baiwa saw the misty angler again. The ghostly cry was terrifying, so he conveniently replaced it with the misty angler. After Baiwa finished speaking, the other city wills were unsure how to respond. Xin Jing and Zhou Yuan knew the general abilities of many city wills' city talents, but only the city wills themselves knew the specific uses and limitations of these talents. They hadn't expected Bai Yu's talent to be so. Pitfalls. Qiongya, standing by silently, asked, Did Chongyan Po show any flaws when facing the ghosts? Baiwa turned around and saw the lovely, pigtailed city will, who seemed to be unrelated to the city. Qiongya. Qiongya saw the confusion in Bai Yu's eyes. You said Chongyan Po's validity period wasn't due for another 2 weeks. With the potential for ghosts to discover you, why did you switch to Misty Angler in advance? Why? Baiwa approached Qiongya and curiously plucked the shells and white gauze adorning her pigtails. No reason, I just wanted to switch. Qiongya stared coldly at Baiwa for a moment, then suddenly raised her hand, grasped her wrist, and forcefully twisted her fingers. Baiwa's smile faltered, and he whispered, Qiongya, you shouldn't bend your fingers this way. Even the city will would break them. Qiongya reason? Baiwa's eyes wandered. Under Qiongya's constant questioning, exuding the aura of someone who could literally break his fingers, he finally muttered, The fisherman in the misty waves is much more impressive. The misty white air, the ethereal air. Can't you even understand that? The other city wills. It was actually the reason Hua Ting had mentioned. Luckily, Baiwa only appeared unreliable on the surface. The fact that he could protect over 8 million people speaks volumes about his strength. Due to the ghost attack, Yunchen and Hua Ting came to the rescue in time, minimizing Baiwa casualties. Shen Jing asked, How did the ghost find you? Baiwa frowned. There was a strange human who, instead of hiding when the ghost appeared, deliberately rushed out and shouted, attracting a red-headed ghost. The ghost with 2 red heads screamed, and then a massive wave of ghosts attacked him. The human who had deliberately shouted had perished and the ghost died, leaving Baiwa no one to ask. Several city wills immediately thought of the humans in their cities, who had been isolated in another dimension. The Baiwa people were now on Huading, and Zhou Yuan reminded Huading, check on those humans. Huading replied, no problems at the moment. After bringing the people into the city, he kept a close eye on their every move, even while arguing with Baiwa. This was Baiwa's first time meeting with the other city wills, and he had many unclear information. By the time he understood everything, it was already late at night. The ghosts continued to attack Huading. Huading mentioned that Yunchen felt uncomfortable when transferring energy, and several city wills were extremely worried. However, they didn't understand Yunchen's condition and couldn't offer any useful advice. The brothers of the tea house prepared to dismantle Songlong Pavilion. By the way, Hua Ting stood up and looked towards Zhongzhou. Yunyan asked me, besides teleportation, do you have any other city talents? Shinjing and Zhou Yuan paused. Zhongzhou's narrow eyes behind his mask blinked slowly twice. Why do you ask? Without waiting for Hua Ting's reply, the T brothers spoke in a gravely serious tone. Huading, Baiwei, the ghost mother has appeared on the right side of the sea and is now rapidly moving towards you. Isn't today the ghost mother's appearance period? Has the cycle shortened again? The ghost mother's ability to accurately determine the direction of Hua Ting and Baiwei must be due to the ghosts attacking Hua Ting. What should we do? Let Hua Ting go first. With only 3 months left until the Golden Ring solar eclipse, they don't have time to put Baiwei to sleep and allow him to return to the megacity. Huading looked at Baiwei, who was leisurely fanning himself. Can you imitate my talent? With these words, the city wills realized that they could allow Baiwei and Hua Ting to leave that place together. Baiwei didn't need to remove all the soil. As long as he could preserve the main body of his city statue and prevent it from being destroyed and dormant by the ghost mother, it would be enough. Could he do that? The fragments of the Jiuzhou statue, representing Baiwei's abilities, could not imitate Hua Ting's wandering movements. Baiwei closed his folding fan, narrowing his eyes slightly. Are you provoking me? Huading described his innate abilities to Baiwei in detail, and their figures faded from Songlong Pavilion. The soil suddenly began to stir violently. Yuanshan heard Hua Ting's warning. The ghost mother has appeared, and Baiwei is imitating the wandering movement. As he finished speaking, a vast number of pale green vines burst forth from the earth, some exposed above the surface, many more buried deep within. The locations of the city statue copies in several areas shifted accordingly, and the city auras gradually connected. Baiwei cursed, Huading, your city talent is too energy intensive. Just growing those tentacles isn't enough energy. Tentacles? You sound so disgusting. They're actually lovely plants. The energy stones were no longer enough to replenish Baiwei's energy for her wandering imitation. Yunshan asked Xiaofengnian for help, believing that even if he intervened, it would be better than her channeling energy to Baiwei. Xiaofengnian agreed, but his worry grew. He had no idea what was wrong with Nanan's body. A rich red energy filled the air, and the ground shook with increasing force. Pale green vines gradually floated, pulling the entire city with them. Baiwei let out a soft cry, and a loud tearing sound echoed from the ground. Immediately, the entire city, like Huading, floated in the night, the moonlight its canvas, vines morphing into drooping black shadows. Baiwei said quietly, I never thought I'd see the day I cuckolded myself. The ghost mother is coming. Huading didn't bother to argue. He waved his vines, reclaiming Yunshan from Baiwei, leaving only Xiaofengnian. The Baiwei people rescued in Huading had been teleported to other cities via teleportation points. The two cities soared simultaneously, avoiding the sight of the ghosts below, adjusting their course, and flying toward the sea shrouded in white fog. The black fog swirled behind them, chasing them, and the ghost mother's increasingly tall figure loomed in the mist. It paused briefly on the shore, unimpeded by the water. The black energy submerged in the water, its movement even faster than before. Huading and Baiwei had never anticipated this. Run separately. Huading moved at top speed, leaving only a shadow in the air. Baiwei was much slower. Unlike Huading, his abilities were enhanced by the orb. The swirling black energy from behind was approaching. Baiwei had heard from other city minds about the terrifying power of the ghost mother's attacks, and was prepared to be slapped to death by her. Since there was only one person in the city, Xiaofengnian, who was not afraid of ghosts, Baiwei simply stopped and faced the ghost mother head-on. The vines were lifted high by the wind from the ghost mother's charge. The next second, the ghost mother and Baiwei passed by. Baiwei was surprised. The ghost mother hadn't noticed him at all. She was chasing Huading. She knew Huading's direction. Why? Baiwei was puzzled. He had clearly imitated Huading, and should have shared the same urban aura as Huading. Huading was pursued by the ghost mother all night. At dawn, the ghost mother reluctantly vanished. Before vanishing, even in the white mist, she still managed to strike a powerful claw in Huading's direction with pinpoint accuracy. The sharp wind from the powerful attack severed many of Hua Ting's vines. After a night of intense pursuit, Yunshan sat exhausted on the ground. The ghost mother couldn't catch up with Hua Ting, which was a good thing. But why? Did the ghost mother know Hua Ting's location so clearly? Chapter 193. The mist beneath the morning sun was like white gauze. The two cities flew through the strangely colored mist, each returning to its original position. Baiwei appeared, and Zhongzhou established a transmission channel for them. Qianzhong pointed out the location of the Lanhuan blessed land for them, allowing them to retrieve their city culture. After receiving intensive cultural offerings from humans, Baiwei, already just one step away from becoming a megacity, reached the level of a megacity. Now, all 35 city wills in Jiuzhou have awakened, each reaching the level of a megacity. Zhou Yuan no longer waited, and the tortoise shells formed from the scrolls of famous books were distributed to each city will, ensuring sufficient energy to awaken Jiuzhou. Having placed the tortoise shells he had obtained in the masonry house. With a few days' wait, they would transform into a large amount of city energy. Yuanqin curiously touched the tortoise shells, but felt nothing. The tortoise shells appeared to be tangible, but after being placed on the land of the city will, they became nothing more than a shadow. The old turtle used to leave the fish tank for a stroll every day, but after the shell appeared, it stopped leaving. Its two green eyes kept peeking at the shell, fearing the cities would strip it of its own shell for energy. One day, just as it poked half its head out, it felt a flick from above. "Look again, and I strip your shell off too." The old turtle glared fiercely at the baby-faced young man who had hit him. After Xia Fengnian finished bullying the old turtle, he went to find Yuanqin for a routine checkup. By the window, Yuanqin sat in a chair, her left hand extended and placed on the table. Xia Fengnian covered her hand, infusing it with energy, which circulated through her body over and over again. Both father and daughter's hands were very fair, making their crimson nails stand out even more vibrantly. Xia Fengnian gradually stopped sending energy and shook his head, saying, "Same as before, no problem." Yuanqin withdrew his hand. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Dad, should I really trust my intuition?" She began to wonder if she was one of those hypochondriacs who, despite being perfectly healthy, constantly believe they're seriously ill. Xia Fengnian said seriously, "Trust yourself." Yuanqin nodded and said, "I'm going to Shenjing. It's time to deliver the fragments." Shenjing held all the fragments of the Jiuzhou statue, save for the fragment representing Qianhu in Guimei's hand, and the fragment representing Zhongzhou in Yuanqin's hand. Now, the wills of each city were fully accumulating energy. As long as energy was poured into the fragments of the Jiuzhou statue, once it reached full capacity, the last fragment would automatically return due to attraction. This only worked when a fragment was missing. If too many fragments were missing, the city wills would be unable to inject energy into the Jiuzhou fragments. Yuanqin arrived in Shenjing. She exhaled a breath of hot air, and white steam rose in the air. Shenjing is a northern city, and even in winter, the temperature was much lower than in Huading. "You're here." Yuanqin heard the voice, and turned to look. Shenjing had stood beside her without her noticing, looking down at her. Yuanqin reached for her waist bag, about to hand him the fragment. Shenjing said, "Follow me." His coat swayed as he walked in front of Yuanqin. There were many soldiers on duty along the road, and Yuanqin couldn't help but take a second look. Those soldiers were simply standing there, yet they instilled a deep sense of security. Shenjing entered a room, and Yuanqin immediately followed. There were small rooms within the room, which reminded Yuanqin of Jijiang. Her city seemed just as hidden. What was Shenjing going to show her? The fragments of the Kyushu statue? "We're here." The lights flickered on, illuminating the dim room. Yuanqin paused. There was a stone in front of him. It was a very ordinary stone, similar to the ones he picked up at the foot of any mountain, and not much larger. It had two irregularly shaped chips. Yuanqin asked, "Is this the Kyushu statue? Are you disappointed by its appearance?" Shenjing stood with his back to Yuanqin, so Yuanqin couldn't see his expression as he asked this question. "It's different from what I expected." Yuanqin chose to answer honestly, "A little disappointing. I thought it would be more majestic." As soon as the last syllable of the word "wind" fell, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed from the ordinary stone before him. The light flashed by, and Yuanqin, keeping his eyes glued to the Kyushu statue, didn't miss it. She explained in surprise, "It just lit up." Shenjing's voice tinged with a smile. "Jiuzhou likes its children to possess excellent qualities, and honesty is one of them. You've made Jiuzhou happy." Yuanqin was even more surprised. "Is Jiuzhou awake?" "She's just retaining some of her responsiveness." Shenjing shook his head. He asked Yuanqin about the fragment that would represent Zhongzhou. Yuanqin took out the fragment and placed it in Shenjing's palm. The tip of her left finger pricked. The anxiety that had always accompanied her slowly faded after Shenjing placed it in the crack in the stone. Now, only one crack remained in the Jiuzhou statue. Yuanqin felt a sense of relief. Could it be that her anxiety wasn't about her physical condition, but rather the pressure of keeping the Jiuzhou statue fragment safe? Before leaving the hut, she waved goodbye to the Jiuzhou statue. The Jiuzhou statue lit up again, this time even brighter and lasting for a long time. Under Shenjing's astonished gaze, a corner of the light from the Jiuzhou statue extended, enveloping Yuanqin. Yunshin felt as if enveloped by a stream of warm water. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she slowly fell forward. The light enveloped Yunshin, causing him to slowly fall to the ground. The stream of light moved closely against Yunshin's body, stopping at his left shoulder. The light pressed down inch by inch, and it felt as if something beneath Yunshin's clothes was being pursued by the light, rapidly wriggling away. Finally, the light stopped at his elbow. Shinjing saw that Yunshin's body was covered in a faint layer of light, except for his left forearm and below, where the light could not reach. The light lingered for a moment, finally dissipating into a speck of light. Shinjing seemed to hear a long sigh. He looked at the Jojo statue and whispered a question, but received no answer. Yunshin opened his eyes. Xiaofengyan and Shinjing were beside him. Yunshin was momentarily confused as to what was happening. She waved at the Jojo statue, it flashed, and then she fainted. Shinjing described what the Jojo statue did to her after Yunshin fainted, but he had no idea why. Jojo wouldn't do something like that for no reason. Xiaofengyan looked at Yunshin's left forearm, and said gravely, Nan, your feeling is correct. Something is wrong with you, but we don't know what it is. Jojo tried to help you, but failed. Yunshin rolled up her sleeves. Her left arm looked normal. Was it a ghostly act? When had she been attacked by the ghost? The abnormality seemed to have started when they recovered the first fragment. Then, when Huiting was being pursued by the ghost mother, she was able to locate him the entire time. Was she connected to her? 99% of the time, it's their fault. Xiaofengyan comforted Yunshin. Now we know there's a problem. We just need to keep an eye on it. It's a ticking time bomb. I don't want me to be the one to make the mistake when Jojo is awakened. Yunshin raised his right hand and jokingly said, Can we chop it off? Shinjing, He glanced at Yunshin in horror. He sensed Yunshin wasn't joking. She was serious about her suggestion. Xiaofengyan was dumbfounded. What nonsense are you talking about? How could they just chop off a hand without even knowing what the problem was? Yunshin muttered, You even took your head off before. Xiaofengyan roared, I'm completely stone, you're half stone. You have human weaknesses. Of course, Yunshin also had the advantages of stone. As long as the injury wasn't fatal, with enough energy and time, she could slowly recover from any injury. Even if she lost a limb, she could slowly grow it back. However, due to the limitations of human bloodline, Yunshin couldn't grow new limbs as quickly as Xiaofengyan. Without external assistance, it would take at least over a decade to regain full limbs. Yunshin scratched his head. Can't I grow new hands? To dissuade Yunshin from this outrageous idea, Xiaofengyan said unhappily, You only have 2 arms and 2 legs. Treasure them. If you lose one, there won't be a spare to replace it. Do you want to be a one-armed man? Yunshin, one-armed men are pretty cool too. Xiaofengyan, ? He understood why Yunshin chose such a radical solution. Awakening Jojo and restoring it to its original state was Yun Zhongshu's hope, and it was also one of the things that had kept them together as father and daughter. The more crucial the moment, the more Yunshin wanted to avoid letting her down, especially when it came to her. Xiaofengyan took a deep breath, puffed out his cheeks, and angrily raised his hands, pinching Yunshin's cheeks and pulling. Yunshin cried out in pain, slurring his words. Bao bao, nigga shinmo. Xiaofengyan, child, promise your father that you won't harm yourself unless it's absolutely necessary. Xiaofengyan didn't set a final rule. He knew sometimes choices had to be made. However, when presented with other options, he hoped Yunshin would put his own safety first. Yunshin, okay. Father and daughter returned to Huiting. A white shadow approached, and Yunshin felt a weight on her body. Huiting pressed down on her, examining her anxiously. Shinjing said you fainted again. He also said you wanted to cut off your hand. Huiting hugged Yunshin, then pulled away after a moment, hands resting on Yunshin's shoulders. Don't do this. We can find other solutions. She had much love. Yunshin agreed with a bright smile. The tortoise shells of the famous scrolls gradually disappeared from the cities. In their place, a vast amount of city energy remained within the city wills, waiting to be mobilized at the critical moment. The ghost mother had not appeared since she failed to catch up with Huiting that day. The ghosts that had once roamed wildly at night had become much more docile, giving the cities ample time to prepare. The quieter the ghosts, the more uneasy they became. Even so, their plan had to proceed. The city wills were full of energy, waiting only to be infused into the Jojo statue. There was no need to be told how to do this. Once the city wills accumulated enough energy, they would naturally devise a method for sending energy to the Jojo statue. When infusing the Jojo statue with energy, each city needed to remain in its original position. Pillars of light emerged from the statues representing the wills of each city, piercing through the mist and cascading down like a magnificent waterfall. Points of energy from each city poured into a building in Xinjing. Xinjing gazed at the fragments of the Kyushu statue representing the wills of each city, each one lighting up as energy poured in. He flickered a smile, but the next scene instantly faltered it. The Kyushu statue gained energy, and its light shone brightly. The light was intermittent, as if deliberately cut into fragments, incomplete. Between the illuminated fragments representing each city, there was a dark, unlit streak. After a moment's reflection, Xinjing understood. Kyushu was a single entity, but currently, the cities were connected by teleportation channels, but not geographically, causing the Kyushu statue's energy to flow intermittently. They needed bridges to connect the cities. Chapter 194. January 2034. A heavy snow blanketed the northern cities of Kyushu. Crunch, crunch. The iron plates pressed against the snow, making a creaking sound as they were trodden on. As more and more people stepped on the pedals, carrying heavy objects, they began to move. The snow beneath the plates suddenly rustled, and a thick, black liquid gushed out from the polluted soil beneath, staining the snow black and white. A sulfur-like odor filled the air. The passing humans were accustomed to this scene, their expressions obscured by masks. After moving the items to their designated locations, some stayed to help while others returned to the city to carry materials. From above, a bridge connecting the two cities' closest urban areas was rapidly taking shape thanks to the concerted efforts of a densely packed human population. This scene was not limited to this area. It was repeated in every city in Kyushu. Led by the city's dependents and soldiers, every human in the city who could help, regardless of age or gender, volunteered to participate in the bridge's construction. The bridge's only requirement was to break through the contaminated soil separating the cities. Every time a bridge was built between cities, one dark mark on the Kyushu statue disappeared. Xinjing watched the gradually fading dark marks on the Kyushu statue, his expression remaining solemn. Time. What they lacked most was time. March 20th was the predicted date of the annular solar eclipse. The ghost would surely make a major move that day, and they had to awaken Kyushu before then. It seemed like there were only 2 months left, but in reality, humans only had one. They could only act during the day. This time, the cities could not help much in the construction outside the city's aura. Their city energy was trapped within the Gyojo statue. Once they retreated, they would need to regenerate it, and they wouldn't have a second chance to build it all up. The city followers of each city had limited access to city energy outside of their city aura, and their own labor was still the most crucial factor in bridge construction. They could only use city energy to assist during the most challenging moments of the bridge's construction. Now, the city's will was entirely dominated by megacities, and they couldn't use energy stones to replenish it. Aside from human offerings, Yunchen was the only one who could replenish their energy in significant quantities, but she currently didn't dare to use the energy within her body at will. They still hadn't resolved the problem the ghost had left behind with her. Baozu. Yunchen stood on the shore, wearing a raincoat, the rain pelting her face. She glanced down at her hand. Xia Fengyan saw through her thoughts and said coldly, "You're not like your father. Your hand can't grow back if it's cut off. Don't always think you can take on everything yourself. Trust in the strength of your compatriots." As he finished speaking, a faint whistle blared through the white mist. The dark silhouette of a large ship emerged from the white mist, and the fleet stopped some distance from the shore. Many people disembarked from the ship, shouting things like "Let it go." From the water, the heavy rain drowned out the shouts, and Yunchen, too far away, couldn't hear clearly. She raised her hands to her forehead, shielding herself from the rain, and finally, with her eyes half closed, she could see the scene ahead clearly. The ropes hoisted the massive object, weighing tons, and amidst the roars of the crowd, it slammed heavily into the sea, connecting to the ground of Baozu. It was a green vine. Just as the vine touched the ground of Baozu, Yunchen received a call from Pei Xiangmin. The other party said, "It works, it's connected." Yunchen immediately waved his flag vigorously, sending raindrops flying. The people on the boat saw this, hugged each other, and jumped in the water, cheering loudly. Xia Fengyan saw Yunchen wiping the rain off his face and smiled. "Are you relieved now?" Yunchen nodded happily. Before the bridge plan was drawn up, they thought the most difficult part would be the steep terrain of Lesau and Tianji, forgetting the Pearl in the sea. In terms of straight-line distance, the Pearl was closest to Dongjiao. But even at this closest distance, before the apocalypse, travel was by ship and airplane. Now, airplanes have been abandoned as a means of transportation, primarily because the magnetic field created by ghosts is so strong that planes would be unable to take off. Cars and boats have become the main means of transportation, but when fleeing from ghosts, humans still rely more on foot, and the noise made by most vehicles would attract the attention of ghosts. Back to the issue of bridge construction. The terrain issues of Luosi and Tianji were easier to resolve than they had anticipated. Connecting the Pearl to Dongqiao became their biggest challenge. The ocean also suffers from ghost pollution, though not as severe as on land. However, ordinary building materials cannot withstand the corrosion caused by the pollution. Huiding's vines might be able to do the trick. Growing vines of this length doesn't require much energy, and the vines can withstand the corrosion for a while. They were currently testing whether Huiding's vines, when they reached the Pearl from Dongqiao, could eliminate the dark marks on the Jiuzhou statue where the cities were separated by the polluted land. It proved to be possible. Everyone was naturally overjoyed to have solved a difficult problem. Their joy didn't last long. After the fleet on the sea refueled, they continued on their journey. They needed more vines to reinforce this special bridge across the sea. The Baiwa people also helped, producing vines. The fleet left, and the shore became quiet again. The rain had subsided considerably. Xiaofengyan asked Yunchen, "Do you still want to watch here? It will be almost dark when they arrive in Dongqiao. Night is a ghostly time, and the fleet will probably stay in Dongqiao to rest, then transport the vines back the next day at dawn." Yunchen knew this, so she said, "Let's go see Uncle Ren." The father and daughter appeared in Baovu. One reason was that Yunchen wanted to see for himself whether the vines could connect Dongqiao and Baozhu. Another reason was that Ren Peijun, the Baowu city patron, was not interested in taking charge of these matters. Rendayo was attacked and was in critical condition. Huiding and Baiwe possessed vines that could aid humans, and these two cities were the first to build bridges connecting to the surrounding cities. People from these two cities traveled to other cities to provide assistance. Baiwe had no city lovers, and Yunchen had been helping out in Luosi when he had time. After Baozhu's incident, Ren Peijun suffered a breakdown, and Yunchen rushed over immediately. Yunchen and Xiaofengyan headed into the city. The air ahead trembled, and Baozhu's tall, imposing figure emerged. As she spoke, her dignified image vanished, and she came across as a withdrawn, often bullied, pitiful figure, the complete opposite of her Qiongya humanoid form. Yunchen. Baozhu called out Yunchen's name, lowering her eyes, not daring to look at Xiaofengyan, who was a complete stranger to her. Xiaofengyan's lips twitched slightly upon seeing Baozhu like this again. After learning that city wills could adjust their personalities at will, just like he did, he was less receptive to the few that still maintained overly individual personalities. This included Baozhu. Qianhu was idiotic, but at least he could talk normally to people. Baozhu's personality affected communication. Xiaofengyan was the only one who felt this way. Baozhu was shy around ordinary humans, but that didn't hinder communication. Only around him did she retain a sense of fear. Xiaofengyan didn't understand. Could such a friendly stone like him be so terrifying? He glanced at Baozhu, and she was so frightened that she almost lost her balance. "Dad! Dad!" Yunchen shouted helplessly. She didn't understand why Baozhu was afraid of Xiaofengyan. Xiaofengyan snorted and averted his gaze, and Baozhu breathed a sigh of relief. Yunchen said, "Is Uncle Ren feeling better today?" Baozhu, "Yes. He's awake. Peijun is so happy." Yunchen asked in surprise, "Is Uncle Ren awake?" Today was a flurry of good news. Rendayo, who had been in a coma since suffering a serious injury, also woke up today. The conditions were limited, and the makeshift ward was very rudimentary. Yunchen and Xiaofengyan entered the ward. Ren Peijun was lying on the bedside, sobbing quietly, not even noticing them. Rendayo offered a weak smile to comfort Ren Peijun. He only looked up when he heard noises outside the door. "Mr. Xia Xiaoyun, why are you here too?" They came to help. Ren Peijun wiped his face with his arm, his usual bright smile on his face. "Dad, you've been lying in bed for too long. You don't know a lot of things." Rendayo whispered, "It wasn't that long ago, and the injury still hurts." Ren Peijun glared at him, and he fell silent. Yunchen couldn't help but laugh. She sat down on the chair Ren Peijun had brought out, and told her the good news that the vines could connect Baozhu and Dongqiao. Great! Ren Peijun wanted to give Yunchen a bear hug, but then she realized she hadn't washed it all in the past few days, and could even smell the grease on her hair. She paused, raised her arms, and said with a wry smile, "Thanks for coming to help. Thank you for all the hard work." Yunchen said nothing, but simply embraced Ren Peijun's raised arms and hugged her tightly. "What are you doing? Being so sentimental. I wipe my snot all over your clothes when I cry." Ren Peijun's screams were so loud that everyone else in the ward burst into laughter. After sitting down, Ren Pei-jun exchanged a few words with Yunchen, her voice gradually fading, and she fell silent. Rendayo asked worriedly, Pei-jun? Yunchen, she's asleep. For the days Rendayo was in a coma, Ren Pei-jun had been by his side, never closing a wink. Alas. Rendayo asked about his attacker. Baoju said he committed suicide. The man stabbed Rendayo in the left chest, then, after seeing him collapse, slashed his own throat with the same knife. He didn't have time to ask any questions. Rendayo, luckily my parents gave me good health, so my heart isn't on the left side. Otherwise I'd be dead. Yunchen asked, Uncle Ren, I heard the attacker was an acquaintance of yours. Did he show any signs of abnormality before attacking you? The attack took place within Baoju's urban atmosphere. Baoju said there was nothing unusual about the attacker, and she wondered if Rendayo noticed anything. Xiao Lu, he was also a child I watched grow up. Rendayo sighed. No, he wasn't. He was usually very normal. It was only that day that he suddenly stabbed me. No one could have predicted it. What was the purpose of the other party's attack on Rendayo? Oh right, Rendayo suddenly said. He was cleaning his knife and wiping it with a rag. I figured his breath was really bad that day, so I was just about to ask him. Xia Fengyan suddenly interrupted. Can you still smell me? Yunchen was stunned and looked at Rendayo. Rendayo was also stunned. He sniffed hard, but could smell nothing. No wonder you only noticed us after we entered, Xia Fengyan said. If Rendayo had a normal sense of smell, he would have noticed Xia Fengyan's arrival when he was outside. Xia Fengyan wasn't human. His scent, like Wu Ming's, had a unique odor to Rendayo. After being attacked, Rendayo lost his special sense of smell for some reason. Yunchen murmured, was it a ghost? It was as if she didn't dare to freely use her energy because of the problem with her hand. Rendayo, who could identify Wu Ming, has now lost this ability. The ghosts knew that the more intense the conflict between them and the humans, the less Xia Fengyan would be able to intervene due to the rules. With Rendayo around, humans had become lax in their usual mathematical auditing methods. The only way humans could actively identify Wu Ming had vanished. Everyone was completely focused on building bridges connecting the cities, with no time to worry about anything else. Will Wu Ming take advantage of this opportunity to infiltrate the humans? Another homework assignment? My brain is so swamped from work, how can I have the energy to do homework? This is embarrassing. Keep quiet. We're all out of the city right now. Wu Ming might sneak in at any moment. This is all for everyone's safety. Upon hearing that the review process would be tightened again, everyone complained bitterly, while others calmly tried to persuade their companions. Everyone understood that these were special times, and no matter how exhausted they were, they had to grit their teeth and endure, though a few complaints were inevitable. Hands covered in blisters could lift heavy objects, but they couldn't hold a pen. The review questions were easy, and they could easily get through them. But for those who had worked all day without rest, their minds became muddled as soon as they stopped working, unable to function at all. Many handed in their answers and left, while many others sat on the ground, pens in hand, and dozed off. Wake up! The person monitoring the middle-aged woman woke her from sleep. Ah, did I fall asleep? The middle-aged woman gave an embarrassed smile. The other person didn't embarrass her, but said understandingly, the questions are easy. Finish quickly and go to bed. It's almost night. The person then turned and left. A hint of a smile crossed the middle-aged woman's eyes, and she rolled her eyes, glancing at the sinister-looking person next to her. Humans successfully bewitched by the dream spell will be enveloped by a faint black aura, visible only to ghosts. The middle-aged woman saw the human writing down the answers on a piece of paper. She coughed forcefully twice, attracting his attention. She silently mouthed, Master. The other person's eyes widened, and following her instructions, he wrote the answer to the question in her hand. The middle-aged woman slowly strolled into the urban atmosphere of Tianji. Each city reported its review results. Did you find anything? No. Everything is normal. Don't let your guard down. Women could be lurking among us at any moment. The city connection plan continued apace. The ghost mother seemed to have vanished completely. She hadn't been seen since chasing Hooting that night. The ghostly liquid in the polluted soil, always aggressive, seemed to lose its vitality as the weather grew colder, attacking less frequently when it saw anything resembling a living being. The ghost's quietness was terrifying. For the first time since Kyushu was shrouded in mist, humanity enjoyed such a peaceful life. A temporary peace and tranquility hung like a sword of Damocles over everyone's heads. Time does not stop for anyone or anything. On the morning of March 13, 2034, the last dark mark on the Kyushu statue vanished. The city energies of the 35 city wills gradually touched each other within the Kyushu statue, instantly erupting in an incredibly dazzling light. A beam of light shot forth from the Kyushu statue, piercing the white mist and soaring into the sky. Everyone saw the beam of light, and their faces, worn by their recent hard work, were illuminated by the light. They eagerly anticipated the return of the final fragment of the Kyushu statue. Suddenly, the beam of light dissipated. What's wrong? Why? Did something happen? There was an instant uproar. The Tianji Bridge is broken. How could the Tianji Bridge be broken? The bridges between Tianji and Luosi were the ones they had spent the most time and effort to build. The ghostly liquid from the contaminated soil has reappeared. It's frantically attacking the Tianji Bridge, and that's why it broke. What should be done? Yunshin gritted his teeth. Humans alone would definitely not be able to rebuild it in time, with only a few days left before the annular solar eclipse. She went to help? She was still unsure if there was a problem with the energy within her body. But whatever happened, it was better than Jiuzhou, where the energy couldn't be integrated like in the inner cities. Yunshin was ready to risk it all. She raised her foot to help Tianji, but Hua Ting stopped her. They've found a solution. Tianji. A plain-looking middle-aged woman stood at the broken bridge, looking down at the scene below. Humans, like ants, were busily lining up, obeying orders. Tens of thousands of people, the strong hands of soldiers, the aged hands of the elderly, the energetic hands of the young, the tender hands of children. One after another, they joined hands in pursuit of a common goal. Even with the ghostly liquid attacking them, even with fear on their faces, no one retreated at this moment. As the people on both sides of the team touched the broken bridge, a dazzling beam of light appeared in the sky again. A human bridge? The middle-aged woman smiled sarcastically. Humans always do such foolish things that only impress themselves. It really worked. The middle-aged woman glanced at the white light on the horizon. She leaped from the broken bridge, her body flipping over and her head plunging into the contaminated soil, her eyes reflecting the shock of the humans. Before she completely sank into the earth, she murmured, "Mother, you still need to do it yourself." Brother Chafu's communication blocker suddenly picked up this incoherent sentence. At the same time, they received news of a strange middle-aged woman committing suicide by jumping from a bridge in Tianji. Brother Chafu immediately shared the news with everyone. The sudden change occurred as the news spread. A graceful figure slowly approached the edge of Huiting's urban atmosphere. That familiar, dependent, gentle, and smiling face suddenly appeared before Yunshin and Huiting. "Chenner." The figure called softly. Yunshin suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth. "Wuming, don't talk to me like my mother." Wuming smiled, touching its now perfectly human face. "Sure enough, with a face like this, you can't attack directly. A mother's gift is always so practical." Yunshin was furious, but powerless. She couldn't do it. She couldn't attack Wuming, who bore Yin Zhongshu's face. Huiting's thoughts raced, and she was about to call Xiaofeng in. Wuming's cold eyes turned to him and whispered, Huiting, don't do anything. If you don't want your city followers to die right now." As soon as it finished speaking, Yunshin cried out in pain, clutching his left arm, and fell to his knees with a grim expression. She controlled her twitching fingers and made a gesture. Huiting informed Xiaofeng Yin. "Ah, what a nuisance! Why won't you just listen?" Wuming leaned against the tree trunk, saying worriedly, "Yunshin, Ting, would you consider joining us?" "Get lost." Yunshin panted, trembling as she lifted the clothes on her left hand with Ting's help. Under the skin of her entire left arm, it felt as if giant insects were swimming, constantly protruding bulges beneath her skin. Ting looked at Wuming with cold eyes, and vines emerged from the ground to bind him. Wuming remained unmoved, smiling. "Ting, haven't you considered this? When you, born as a city will, develop feelings like love, something only human, you are no longer a qualified city will. Do your fellow city wills truly still consider you a fellow citizen? Or are they simply playing along, using you as a tool to attract outsiders' help and awaken Jiuzhou? What a pathetic city will. After we contaminated the vines you left underground, you've noticed it yourself, right? Those emotions you possess more than other city wills. Don't listen to its nonsense." Yunshin pressed Ting's hand. Huiting ignored Wuming, his gaze fixed anxiously on Yunshin, whose pain was clearly growing stronger. The vines tightened, reaching a point where they could suffocate a human, yet Wuming remained unchanged. In this form, it was neither fully human nor fully ghostly. It had evolved. Wuming turned his gaze to Yunshin, a broad grin spreading across his face. "Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Little Yunshin, you, as a studious person, must have heard this saying that has been passed down through the ages in Jiuzhou, right? What do you think humans will do to you and Xiaofengyan, who are not of our same kind, after Jiuzhou awakens? Even if you provide countless assistance to Jiuzhou's awakening, once Jiuzhou awakens, you will be useless yet threatening tools. In Jiuzhou's history, it's not uncommon for humans to kill their own heroes, let alone you, a race that essentially originates from the same place as us. Humans fear ghosts. When ghosts are no longer a threat to them, will they fear you, the energy stones? Wuming chuckled. Hooting blocked his mouth with vines, but his voice still echoed from all directions. Yunchen trembled with pain, unable to stand. Yunchen. Wu Ming called out Yunchen's name. We should be on the same side. Gui Mei needs your energy, too. Mother admires you greatly. If you return to Gui Mei, you will be treated like a princess. Yunchen snorted softly. Some ghosts, after consuming humans, possess their memories. Do you know what those hypocritical humans say about you behind your back? A monster that brings disaster, a freak with energy, a hypocritical bitch, a slut who even seduces the city's will. Wu Ming recited the harsh, piercing words one by one, then laughed. There's no need for me to lie about this. Are such filthy, disgusting humans worth your continued support? Yuan Chen lowered his head, his shoulders shaking. Wu Ming's lips strained into a smile, but the person in front of him suddenly raised his head, looking at him with a determined gaze. There are so many people in the world. If I had to care about everyone's opinion, life would be too tiring. What I do is simply because I want to do it. It has nothing to do with anyone else. The people of Jiuzhou will never waver in their resolve because of some nameless person. Wu Ming's smile faded, and his eyes grew cold. The pain Yunchen had just gotten used to intensified again, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Her left arm turned pitch black, the energy within her body churning in agony. A muffled groan echoed from the side. Yunchen, face pressed to the ground, tilted his head, his eyes widening. Hua Ting half knelt on the ground in agony. The tail of his white robe gradually took on a tinge of black. Just like the Hua Ting she had seen in her dream. Yunchen recalled that she had once used her left hand to channel energy into Hua Ting. Was that the reason? Hua Ting's energy was contaminated by her? I'm fine. Hua Ting comforted Yunchen, but the corners of his eyes were tinged with a strange red, tinged with pain and contamination. His clothes were turning black at an accelerating rate. The beam of light in the sky suddenly became distorted, a faint hint of blackness mingling with the pure white. Wu Ming. Xiaofengyan approached furiously. Isn't this Mr. Xia? Although Wu Ming was tightly covered by vines, his hearing and vision were unaffected, and he was fully aware of everything around him. You should know that at this moment, even if it's your daughter's business, you can't intervene. Of course I know. I'm a very disciplined person. Xiaofengyan dropped the sack he was carrying. The sack fell to the ground, and with a clang, an axe, a chainsaw, a bone cleaver, and other tools tumbled out of the sack. Wu Ming's smile froze. Xiaofengyan smiled. The rules forbid me from helping, but do you mind if I want to abuse my daughter? He half crouched on the ground, examining Yunchen's arm. The blackness had only spread to the elbow joint, the limit of what Jiuzhou had been able to control, and slowed down the contamination. This kind of contamination, even he couldn't cleanse it. This arm had to be amputated. Xiaofengyan whispered, Nan, this will hurt. He handed Yunchen a stick to chew on, and with his other hand, he picked up the axe. A hand reached out from the front, trembling, and pressed against the back of Xiaofengyan's hand. Xiaofengyan looked over, and saw Yunchen slowly shaking his head. Anyone could chop off her hand, but Xiaofengyan couldn't. He had already endured the pain of watching Yun Zhongshu die. Yunchen couldn't let him bear the pain of hurting his own daughter with his own hands. Xiaofengyan's breath suddenly became choked. He couldn't understand why his wife and daughter, both so kind, had to endure so much more pain than others. Dad, let me do it. Hua Ting stumbled to his feet, his white clothes half-stained black. He controlled the vines to reach for the axe. Yunchen struggled to his feet, his whole body trembling violently. She waved away the vines with her right hand, stuffed the branch into her mouth, and forcibly mobilized the energy within her body, raising the axe. At Xiaofengyan and Hua Ting's simultaneous cries of no, the energy amplified her own strength, and she swung the axe blade, gleaming coldly, down with force. Blood splattered. A charred arm rolled to the side from the impact. Yunchen's mouth opened wide, the branch falling from her mouth, the pain rendering her speechless. Her vision darkened. With each blur and sharpness of her vision, Yunchen could see a new change. Hua Ting's clothes returned to white. He looked his best in white. Black simply didn't suit him. The pillar of light in the sky ceased to distort, its radiance growing ever stronger. Jiuzhou seemed to be slowly rising within it. Yunshin felt someone bandaging her arm as her consciousness faded. The ring on her right finger continuously channeled energy into her body. When Yunshin's vision returned to normal, the sky was already tinged with crimson. Wu Ming was still bound to the tree by vines. Xia Fengnian said that no matter what method was used, Wu Ming could not be killed. It had lost even the weaknesses of its previous human form. The pillar of light in the sky remained, its scattered light transforming into specks of light, drifting like snowflakes to different cities. Yunshin, supported by Hua Ting, watched as the specks of light and snowflakes fell into the city's atmosphere. They didn't know how long it would take for Jiuzhou to awaken. All they could do was wait. The sky darkened, and the ground beneath them shook. Yunshin and the others looked down, only to discover that the points of light that had drifted into the soil had converged into a single beam, pulling something along. Slowly, something appeared on the other side of the beam. It was the fragment of the Jiuzhou statue, emitting the same dazzling light. It must be the fragment representing the 1,000 lakes in the Ghost Mother's hand. It had indeed been pulled back by the Jiuzhou statue. The sky grew darker, and the light and the fragment of the Jiuzhou statue it was pulling stood out against the night sky. Everyone watched the fragment with anticipation. If only it entered the beam of light and returned to the Jiuzhou statue, Jiuzhou would awaken. The ground shook violently again, and Yunshin felt a deep sense of unease. The black air that permeated the land swirled wildly, and the trembling ground that had begun in hooting spread across the entire Jiuzhou. A pale arm suddenly burst forth from the bubbling black soil. That arm was immense, like a mountain standing between heaven and earth. Every human could see it. The delicate, graceful arm was covered in black meridians, its fingers tipped with sharp black claws. It thrust forth from the ground. It chased the fragments in the air, its massive thumb and index finger gently grasping them, making the fragments seem infinitesimal. The veins gradually bursting across its arm showed its strength. Everyone watched with bated breath. No, they cried frantically in their hearts, no. Crack! The Ghost Mother's hand crushed the fragments of the Jiuzhou statue. And with it, humanity's hopes. Ha ha! Wu Ming, tied to the tree, laughed wildly. It easily broke free from the vines. Its lower limbs transformed into black mist, dangling in the air like a feather. It gazed down at the despairing humans below with contempt. Your Kyushu will sleep forever. Chapter 195. Behind Wu Ming, an imposing black shadow filled the space between heaven and earth. The Ghost Mother, hundreds of times larger than before, stood behind Wu Ming, her eyes slightly closed, a swirling mass of black energy swirling around her. The black energy formed a long black robe, which she draped over the Ghost Mother. The Ghost Mother raised her arms, her sleeves falling, and black energy poured out like a waterfall. The black energy obscured the bright moon in the sky, its light vanishing, leaving only darkness between heaven and earth. The Ghost Mother simply floated there, motionless, yet she instilled a profound sense of oppression upon the humans. Everyone stared blankly at the Ghost Mother piercing through the white mist, their breath involuntarily catching. The Ghost Mother waved her arms. A hurricane arose. The white mist retreated continuously, faster than the receding tide. The ghost screamed, instantly shattering the sonic barrier that pierced the clouds and mist. Without the misty Angler and Changyanpu, the wills of the major cities of Kyushu suddenly emerged. The Ghost Mother and the ghosts saw the humans clearly. The humans also saw the giant face of the Ghost Mother and the tens of thousands of ghosts clearly. The destruction of the Kyushu statue fragments was a shocking blow to everyone. Their minds were still buzzing, and they couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. All along, their goal had been to collect the fragments of the Kyushu statue, inject energy into it, and thus awaken Kyushu. They firmly believed that if they did so, Kyushu would awaken. The ghosts shattered their hopes. They easily shattered their last hope. For Kyushu to awaken, the Kyushu statue must be complete. Now, the Kyushu statue can no longer be complete. Was that ghost telling the truth? Will Kyushu slumber forever? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The human's eyes trembled. Look, the remaining Kyushu statues are still within the pillar of light. The pillar is intact. They still have. The Ghost Mother smiled, her sharp claws digging into the pillar of light, her nails crackling and burning. It didn't react at all. 2 fingers gripped the tiny Kyushu statue and, before the human's eyes, pulled it outward. The strands of light seemed delicate, yet they could withstand the Ghost Mother's immense power. But the human's confidence wavered at the sight of the Ghost Mother's movements. Could the Ghost Mother really destroy the entire Kyushu statue? The moment the human's confidence wavered, the pillar of light trembled violently, and the rays that had been holding on instantly shattered like fragile spider silk. The Ghost Mother lowered her eyes, toying with the Kyushu statue. She opened her palm, then slammed it shut. A sharp, unpleasant sound of crushing. The ghost mother's palm fell, and powder showered down. Muffled sobs echoed through the city. Someone was already organizing a retreat plan. When they formulated the plan to awaken Jiuzhou, they already planned a corresponding retreat. Especially when they realized Hua Ting's movement speed could outrun the ghost mother, they became even more certain of its feasibility. If possible, they hoped to never have to use it. The soldiers began organizing a small-scale retreat, a replay of the evacuation of humanity from the city before the apocalypse. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Are we really leaving? Are we really going to give up like this? The cities could not answer humanity's questions. The ghost mother and Wuming in the sky took into humanity's despair and panic. They had the demeanor of a winner, calmly giving the bereaved time to grieve. But ghosts are still ghosts after all. They may imitate human forms, but at their core, they are still beasts, unworthy of the public. The ghost mother finished teasing her prey and decided to kill Huading, who could carry the people away. She raised her hand lightly, and her index finger landed with a feather-light blow, yet the impact was as heavy as a mountain. Yuan Chen and Huading sensed something was wrong. Huading had already taken off at top speed. The ghost mother's attack range was too great. There was no way he could dodge it. The humans who had just moved to Huading stared wide-eyed in horror, their eyes reflecting the pale, vast hand that obscured the sky. The timid ones had already closed their eyes and screamed. They didn't want to die. They didn't want to die here. Bang! The sound of metal clashing. The expected devastating attack didn't land on them. Some opened their eyes a fraction. A glint of metallic light seemed to flash in the air, and they caught a glimpse of it. Their eyes widened in horror at the sudden change. Every city in Jiuzhou was covered by a semicircular, translucent silver shield. It was this sudden appearance of the silver shield that saved Hua Ting from the ghost mother's attack. The ghost mother was stunned for a moment. It felt as if she were about to enjoy a delicious meal, but 35 shields appeared, covering up all the food she was about to eat. She roared, her claws slashing at the silver shields. The ghost mother, who could destroy the Jiuzhou statue, was powerless against these shoddy silver shields, which looked like children's toys. What is this? Yunshin murmured. Huading whispered, the iron walls of Tianfu, and the golden city, and hot springs of Shuangyu. The relationship between Tianfu and Shuangyu is similar to that between Qianhu, Sanxiang, and Zhongzhou. The city talents of Qianhu, Sanxiang, and Zhongzhou can generate new talents, and so can Tianfu and Shuangyu. This indestructible city wall capable of blocking the ghost mother's attacks and protecting all city wills is their city talent. The situation immediately reversed. The beleaguered party became the ghosts. Human morale soared. Though seemingly imposing, Tianfu and Shuangyu were secretly just as beleaguered as the ghosts. They frantically contacted Huading. Brother, help, help, help! Send your wife here quickly. The city's energy is running out. Maintaining a shield of this strength requires a significant amount of city energy. Tianfu, as the primary initiator of this ability, was already reaching its limit. Yuanshin arrived just in time to replenish the energy, preventing the shield from breaking. Ah! Great! We're finally saved. Tianfu spoke lazily, each word drawn out. He lay on the ground with his arms spread wide, his chubby face filled with despair. Yuanshin, This was her first time seeing Tianfu in human form, and how should she describe him? He didn't look like someone capable of using such a gift. I'm sorry to disappoint you by behaving so unseemly in such a tense situation. Tianfu slowly rolled over, giving Yunshin the impression of a tortoise struggling to turn over. Tianfu said, although Jiuzhou has granted me this ability based on my city's culture and history, I'm not a particularly motivated city will. Actually, as a city will, there are many things I don't want to do. Just watching human life every day is overwhelming enough, and the amount of information I have to process is overwhelming. Adding to that is a real hassle. Do you understand what I mean? Tianfu struggled to prop himself up, looking even more like a man without an arm than Yunshin. Yunshin nodded, slightly bewildered. Ah, talking so much is exhausting. Tianfu fell back to the ground, muttering, I've got enough energy for now. Go to Shuangyu first. I call you if you need more. Yunshin's annoyance was greatly dispelled by Tianfu's miraculous appearance, and after meeting Shuangyu, his annoyance vanished even further. Tianfu and Shuangyu looked like brother and sister, both with chubby, round faces. Shuangyu had neat short hair. When Yunshin approached, she was standing on the rooftop with one hand on her hip, her other index finger pointed at the ghost mother. The kettle, like a spirit, cursed at the ghost mother. You idiot, you idiot! What a stunt! Jiuzhou and I are your fathers, and sooner or later, we kick your ass. Shuangyu had sensed Yunshin's arrival. She vanished from the rooftop, reappearing only a foot away from him. You must be Huiting's wife, aren't you? Shuangyu was practically nose to nose with Yunchen. She took 2 steps back, examining him intently for a moment. She rubbed her chin and said, no wonder, no wonder. You're such a pretty girl. Huiting always liked her uglier face. The harsh sound of metal clashing emanated from the city's atmosphere again. The idiot attacked the shield once more. At the same time, her furious roar echoed. Yunchen looked warily towards her. Shuangyu's face darkened, and she rushed back to the rooftop. You idiot! As Tianfu grew lazy, Shuangyu was as lively as she was. After Yunchen came into contact with the wills of these 2 cities, he had the illusion that there were no problems in Jiuzhou at all, and that their plans were proceeding smoothly. Shuangyu saw Yunchen's thoughts. Before she left, she smiled and said, humanity is still alive. Tianfu and I must have a strong will to survive to inspire our talents. So many humans haven't given up. Yes, they couldn't give up. But humanity was still alive. But what if Jiuzhou couldn't wake up? The appearance of the protective shield boosted the confidence of many humans, but when asked what to do next, everyone was lost. They were simply confused, without the despair they had just felt. Even if Jiuzhou couldn't wake up, the cities could still protect them. At most, they could live in hiding from the ghosts as before. Everyone thought this way. The flame of hope still struggled to burn within the human body. Women loathe humans, just as humans loathe cockroaches. In the eyes of ghosts, humans were like cockroaches, occupying places that didn't belong to them, and they couldn't be driven away. The people of Jiuzhou were the worst of these cockroaches. The ghosts first landed in Jiuzhou, and now the entire planet is overrun by them. Jiuzhou is the only thorn in their side, a thorn they can't gnaw at. First, there was the powerful will of Jiuzhou, then the annoying will of the city, and then the invincible people of Jiuzhou. When it came to destroying the wills of other nations on this planet, Mother didn't even need to intervene. Wuming would just have to act, and those nations would fall on their own. And that damn place, Jiuzhou, even after Mother had attacked it several times, was still blocked. Wuming sensed a shift in the aura of the humans in the city below. They were no longer desperate, but had new hope. That's how Jiuzhou is. Even after falling, it still manages to rise again and again, remarkably. Don't do it again. Wuming heard his mother's voice in his mind. Again, they will. Wuming understood his mother's meaning. Mother had been able to shatter the Jiuzhou statue months ago, but she held back until now, only taking action in front of the people of Jiuzhou, to give them hope before shattering it. Only in this way would their despair become more complete. Wuming had never imagined that the Jiuzhou city will possess such a city-like talent, restoring hope to a humanity that should have been devastated. No matter, it would allow the people of Jiuzhou to experience new despair. Wuming said, Mother, leave it to me. The ghost mother, behind him, slowly returned to a half-closed state. Wuming stared at the humans below, who were completely oblivious to the ghosts, a soft laugh escaping his lips. It opened its mouth wide, fangs bared, and let out a silent roar. A moment later, a ghost condensed from the black air. Rumung appeared yawning, gazing disdainfully at the lights of the human city. He said unhappily, Don't you know I feel sick just looking at electric lights? Wuming said, Here's your chance to show off in front of Mother. Rumung was startled, then his smile widened. So it was time for the reserve owners to make their appearance. Perhaps some, temporarily at ease, had forgotten about the ghosts in the sky, but many more kept their eyes fixed on the sky. A new ghost suddenly appeared beside Wuming. Judging by its lively expression as it spoke to him, it was clear this ghost was no ordinary creature, at least on Wuming's level. At this moment, with the sudden appearance of a new ghost like this, what were they planning to do? Human, I know what you're thinking right now. A remarkably clear voice echoed through the air. Wuming's voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. Covering their ears wouldn't help. Is it the black energy? Someone noticed that after the ghost mother appeared, a faint black energy permeated the city's atmosphere, unable to dispel it. What was the ghost trying to say? No matter what it said, they wouldn't waver. You and I both know that March 20th is a crucial day. On that day, our clan's power will reach its peak. At that point, your ridiculous little toys will be nothing. In Zhejiang, Ji Luoshan couldn't help but sneer at this. You can't even destroy a ridiculous little toy now, so why are you pretending to be so powerful? Zhejiang's expression was extremely solemn. She contacted Chafu. Can you stop him from talking? Chafu's brother said no, saying he tried before Wuming started talking. Seeing this, Ji Luoshan put away his inappropriate smile and continued to listen to Wuming. Whether I'm telling the truth will be revealed on that day, but when that day comes, you won't have any chance of survival. What does this mean? Mother, I'm sorry to trouble you again. A thick black aura emanated from the ghost mother's lips. The aura spread outward, and the center, like a movie theater screen, rapidly flashed different black and white images. Dried, blackened blood, clustered human remains, various body parts hung on hooks and transported on conveyor belts, ghosts feasting on them. The scene froze. Humans, intensively housed within towering walls, chains around their necks, naked as animals, numbly devoured the fodder thrown by their captors. The scene scrolled, then froze again. In the slaughterhouse, the same uniformed humans, each with a different face, calmly handled the human food for the ghosts, as if they were handling pork. The sounds of vomiting echoed from various cities. Of the tea house, Yu Chaojiao was the most vomiting. He hadn't eaten anything to begin with, and all he vomited was bile. With a bitter taste in his mouth, he pointed at the slowly disappearing scene in the air and asked in disbelief, what was that all about? How could someone do such a thing to their own people? That wasn't just ordinary murder, it was sheer disregard for human beings. Chu Jiansheng also vomited. He wasn't a good person. He had organized internal conflicts within the tea house and hurt people before, but seeing such a heartless scene was unbearable for him. Yu Qingxiao said flatly, they think they're not dealing with human beings, but just two-legged sheep. The tea house brothers, who never looked serious, clenched their fists, their faces filled with uncontrollable anger. Even though they weren't from their own country, they were still furious at seeing the ghosts do this to a group of humans. Yu Qingxiao said, I have a bad feeling the ghosts want to divide and disintegrate us from within. Chu Jianzhang looked at Yu Qingxiao in disbelief. Are you saying the ghosts are trying to use this offer to persuade humans to switch sides with them? Yu Qingxiao acquiesced. No one would be tempted. Chu Jianzhang forced a grim smile. Even someone like me, with my inherent lack of conscience, can't accept that. Yu Chaojiao and the tea house brothers were silent. Yu Qingxiao whispered, quick, disperse everyone who's gathered. After the scene ended, aside from the slow drift of black air, there was no other sound in Jiuzhou. Wuming enjoyed the silence. It knew it needed time for humans to digest, time for them to struggle, and time for them to make a decision. It was almost time. Wuming spoke slowly. Our food is humans. It was humans before, and it will only be humans from now on. In various cities, people realized something was amiss. If we really kill you all, without the delicious people of Jiuzhou, we'd be in great trouble. The city will, its followers, and the relevant officials were dispersing the large numbers of people gathered in the cities. The talents of Tianfu and Shuangyu depended on the intense will to survive unleashed by the human community. No wavering was allowed. How can a country's people grow to their most delicious state? Only the people of that country know best. Hurry! 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 The humans who had been bewitched by Wuming and were immobilized must be quickly dispersed. Humans possess a strong herd mentality. When they see those around them making a different decision, even those with less resolute resolve may waver. So, we will leave behind a portion of humanity as keepers, to help us raise humans. As soon as the word keepers was uttered, some people seemed to have activated some kind of mechanism. Instead of being pushed, they violently pushed others away. Their eyes were bloodshot, and a hint of hatred flickered in their eyes towards those who had urged them to enter the room. The voice in the air was no longer the only one speaking. Ruming's voice joined in. Keepers will be our clan's most trusted helpers. We have no need of human wealth and treasures. The keepers will receive all of this as a reward for their assistance to our clan. Is it shameful to join our clan? It's simply the law of the jungle. It's the best choice you can make at this moment, free from the constraints of outdated thinking. It's all about survival. Without life, everything you say is false. Only your own life is truly within your control. What's wrong with making other choices to survive in this world? Yeah, someone murmured. What's wrong with choosing a path to survival? Why don't you let us listen? There are other ways to survive, aren't there? We've all struggled to survive until now. If you want to die, why should you drag us down with you? Riots broke out in various cities, and the situation was about to be brought under control, but Wuming delivered another drastic measure. Unfortunately, we have limited positions for owners. Those who wish to join our clan. Night fell, and the lights of the city flickered. Hands rose one after another. Everyone stared at each other in silence. Many of those who raised their hands dared not meet their gazes, but some also looked down on those who didn't adapt. Wuming said, very well. You will be the first breeders in Kyushu, and the breeders we value most in the future. Ruming said, come on, leave your city now and join us. Each one, regardless of the resistance, rushed forward, even if it meant bloodshed, to embrace the light they believed in. They stood upright beside the ghost, their postures as if they were kneeling on the ground. The city's will, its followers, and its principles were wrong no matter what they did. Violent suppression would undermine everyone's faith, but doing nothing would also. Ghosts waited outside the city's aura. They were known for their predatory nature, but upon seeing their future owners, they unexpectedly smiled kindly. The man-eating ghosts spoke the truth. Some of those within the city's aura, who had previously been skeptical, began to waver. The silver shields surrounding the various cities' wills were crumbling. The humans, sensing this shift, became even more uncertain, and a vicious cycle began. The shield flickered more intensely. Seeing it was about to disappear, Wuming and Rumung prepared to wake the ghost mother. A bright light appeared on the horizon. "Damn it!" Rumung cursed. This rotten sky, which never brightened earlier or later, suddenly brightened at this hour. Until the appointed day, the ghosts could not violate the rules and appear during the day. They vanished from the land, carrying with them the vast number of humans who had joined them. The ghosts left behind only devastation for the remaining humans. Only darkness remained underground. What should we do with these troublesome humans? Share them and eat them. TSK, 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 you should have seen their angry, betrayed expressions. Crunch, crunch. Chewing sounds, chuckles. Those who betray even their own kind are of no use. Their flesh reeks of awful stench. After the sun rose fully, silence returned to the underground. Above ground, the sun shone brightly, but even though it warmed their skin, it couldn't dispel the chill within them. With daybreak, the ghosts returned underground. But daylight would eventually fade, and the ghosts would return again. Could they be as lucky this time as they were yesterday and escape disaster? They knew it all too well, which was why they were standing here. The sunlight was blinding, and the squares of every city were packed with people. Looking down from the sky, it was a sea of black. Hooting can take most of the people away, but some will have to stay. I don't need to tell you what will happen to those who remain tonight. Hooting is now like the ancient flood, when Yuhua and Fushi built the great ship, so that only those who boarded it had a chance to escape the flood. Considering the future survival and development of humanity, the list is as follows. Someone in the square shouted, "It's unfair. Why should you, the city's loyalists, draw up the list? You must have put your own names on it first." The person being questioned was Ling Shiqing, a member of Qianhu City's loyalists. He shook off his fat and grinned. "Indeed, I'm terrified of death and desperately want to seize this opportunity to board Noah's Ark. But I've lived my entire life cautiously, groveling and humiliating. I don't want to have to bow down and flee before a ghost. I'm a human being, a member of the city will. Even this awkward fellow values me so much. How could I abandon him at this moment?" Ling Shiqing opened his always narrowed eyes and looked at the person who had just spoken. "None of us city will followers will take up any of the places available for departure, including those from Hooting. We live and die with Jojo." After he said this, only the chirping of birds filled the square. Ling Shiqing smiled and asked, "Does anyone else have any questions?" The room was silent. Ling Shiqing remembered something and quickly said, Don't misunderstand me. I didn't mean to impose any moral pressure in what I said just now. This is our own decision. Everyone should obey the arrangement. As the saying goes, we need to leave behind a spark of hope. If everyone's okay with this, I have Qianhu share the list. Those selected will stand on the left, and those not selected will stand on the right. Those left on the right are mostly the elderly, the weak, and the disabled. It's a cruel thing, but there's nothing we can do about it. A middle-aged man with Mediterranean hair in the left team weakly raised his hand. Ling Shiqing, what's that? Haiyang said, can I choose to stay? Give this spot to someone else. Ling Shiqing was surprised. Of course you can stay, but the spot can't be transferred to someone you designate. Haiyang waved his hand. It doesn't matter who I give it to. I don't need it anyway. Damn ghosts. I don't want to hide from them anymore. The worst that can happen is death. After cursing, he rubbed the smooth center of his head with a wry smile. Isn't that what they say? My father is bald all over, so there's no point in passing on my genes. It's better to get rid of them sooner rather than later. Mediterranean's bald head shone brightly in the sunlight. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at his words, breaking the gloomy atmosphere a little. Then I stay too. Me too. Take me with you. Hey, Ling Shiqing said, interjecting, don't get carried away. If the spots are gone. Those who raised their hands interrupted him. Don't just be the heroes. Let's all be the heroes together. More and more people were raising their hands to stay, causing Ling Shiqing great distress. Besides Qianhu, similar situations were occurring in other cities. They had thought there wouldn't be enough space in Huading, but they didn't expect so many people to choose to stay. No, There's no need to add to the unnecessary sacrifices. The people on the designated list were forcibly sent to Huading. Insignificant particles, mixed in the dust of the various cities' wills, lit up with a faint, unnoticed light. Yunshin stepped on a glittering speck of dust, unaware of it. She stood before the magnolia-shaped city statue, pouring nearly all her energy into Huading, enough to last him for a long, long time. Huading looked at her tenderly. "I'm sorry." Yunshin grasped the wide sleeves of Huading, bowing his head and mumbling an apology. She was the first person on the list, and she chose to stay. "It's okay." Huading's cool fingertips tentatively touched Yunshin's cheek, then his full palm covered it, gently cupping her face. If possible, Hua Ting extended her thumb, wiping the tears from Yunshin's face. "I want to stay with everyone too. You've done my part. Yunshin, I don't want you to suffer like Dad." "Well, I certainly won't become like Dad." Hua Ting grabbed Yunshin's right hand, placed it on her face, and said, "The cities will conceal its own memories." Yunshin burst into laughter. "Then you must keep your word." Hua Ting nodded gently, still smiling. Yunshin's hand slipped into Hua Ting's hair, gripping the back of his head, and pulling him toward her. She stood on tiptoe, watching him, his eyes filled with only her reflection, and placed a gentle kiss on his lips. This was their first kiss. It would also be their last. Yunshin let go of Hua Ting and turned to leave. The particles clinging to the soles of her shoes shone brighter. White clouds floated beneath the blue sky, a vast city rose into the sky, and lush green leaves swayed, blown to different cities by the wind. A leaf landed on a shoulder, its emerald green accentuating the crimson of the dress. "Bad luck." Baiyu flicked his finger, flicking the Huading leaf from his shoulder. He followed Yunshin, smiling broadly, and asked, "Why did you stay in Baiyu? Is it because Baiyu is the most beautiful of all the cities?" Yunshin hesitated. Xia Fengyan, enjoying the cool breeze nearby, said, "Because you're still imitating wandering. If something goes wrong, you can still take the rest of the people with you." TSK. Baiyu flicked out his folding fan, fanning him irritably. "Don't tell me a reason I know." Forcing most humans to retreat was only part of their plan. They had another desperate one. Known only by a few people and the city's will. The fewer people who knew, the higher the chances of success. Speaking of which, their plan's success rate was 10%. Baiyu waved his folding fan gently. "This is your final meal before execution. Eat well." Today's meal was exceptionally sumptuous, but most people found it bland. The sun set over the horizon, and as black air swirled across the ground, the heavy weight weighing on everyone's hearts fell. It had finally arrived. A dark shadow shaped the ghost mother's form. Wuming, just as he had yesterday, floated beside her. It was startled at first when it saw the sparsely populated city, then laughed. "Do you think you can just let Hua Ting take the people away? Where can he go? We are all one people in this world." No human paid it any attention. Wuming said, "Before Mother arrived, you still had a chance to surrender and save your lives. Aren't you resentful of being left here all alone?" One human muttered, "You blame your father." "Who's lonely? I stayed here of my own free will." Wuming saw that the remaining humans were all tough. It didn't bother to talk anymore. It just needed to wait until its mother woke up and destroy the city wills one by one. "Wuming, you wanted to recruit me, right? Hua Ting abandoned me, and I think joining the ghost camp is a good idea." Yunshin spoke in a normal voice, knowing Wuming could hear. Wuming forced a strange smile. "Yunshin, I don't know what you're thinking. Do you think I believe such foolish words? I know you won't." Yunshin sighed, and looked at Xia Fengyan behind him. "Dad, I still have to ask you for help." Xia Fengyan lifted Yunshin's collar. A flash of red light appeared under his feet. As if walking on invisible stairs, he walked step by step to a certain point in the air, out of the range of the city's aura. Everyone witnessed the scene. Yunshin drew the straight knife from his waist, and cut a gash in his remaining left upper arm. To the ghost, the dripping blood was incredibly sweet. All the ghosts were seething, frantically trying to pounce on Yunshin. Yunshin was too high up for them to reach. Wuming took a deep breath. He wasn't one of those low-level ghosts. He wasn't controlled by his appetite. However, even the ghost mother couldn't resist the human blood mixed with the energy stone. Black air swirled in the air, and Wuming's figure appeared before Yunshin. But Xia Fengyan brought Yunshin to a lower level the moment it approached, narrowly avoiding the sharp claws of countless ghosts. Wuming waved away the low-level ghosts, and, influenced by the sweet scent, he continued to pursue, his altitude steadily decreasing. The father and daughter in front finally stopped, and Wuming suddenly realized something was amiss. It looked forward. Li Duan, a short distance from the city wall, smiled at it through the sniper's scope, and pulled the trigger. Wuming, shot in the head, fell backwards from the impact. It saw Li Duan and Xia Fengyan on the city wall, laying the bleeding Yunchen on the ground and quickly bandaging him. It was immortal, and they knew this better than anyone else. This was completely futile. As Wuming fell, he couldn't understand the purpose of these three people's farce. It heard a loud roar through a megaphone. Wuming has been killed. Wuming's eyes widened, understanding. The purpose of this farce was only one. To boost human morale. They didn't care if it died or not. They just wanted humans to witness the exhilarating sight of it being shot in the head by Li Duan and plummeting from the sky. Damn it! Wuming fell a distance before regaining control of his body. He quickly ascended into the sky, a rapidly rising white mist obscuring the city's view of the outside world. He could still hear the voices broadcasting from the cities before the fog enveloped him. Wuming is dead. How shameless of humans. Wuming turned to look at the ghost mother, who was still taking shape, and they were powerless against the white mist. Really? Wuming is dead? Isn't it immortal? Of course it is. Didn't you see it fall from the sky just now? But it seems it will be resurrected. It's not resurrected. That's just the ghost's cleverness. They deliberately created another ghost with the same name to scare us. You mean, we humans killed a ghost? That's right. Even Wuming can be killed. If we hold on a little longer, maybe we can find a way to deal with the ghost mother. Sometimes, all it takes is a small opportunity to boost human morale from low to high. No one wants to die, not even the frail old man. As long as someone tells them that hope lies here, they will risk their lives to capture it. A silver shield flickered outside the will of each city. Even if they voluntarily stayed here, they wouldn't want to die like that. The silver semicircle stopped flickering, completely remaining outside the will of each city. All right. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Yunchen, who was weak, but had still rushed here to provide him with energy, and apologized. Swearless will cannot create human faith out of thin air. It can only strengthen their existing faith. Reaching the same strength of faith requires a bit more energy. Yunchen waved his hand, indicating it was okay. As she lowered her hand, the thin mist surrounding the city dissipated. They also saw the ghost mother waving her hand above the city. The ghost mother reappeared. It smelled the sweet scent in the air and frantically attacked Jiangyu, where Yunchen was. It was impossible for a city's will to be targeted with such intense force. Yunchen, despite his injuries, repeatedly teleported back and forth between cities, constantly attracting the ghost mother and distracting her attacks. For the first half of the night, the ghost mother was toyed with. In the second half, the ghost mother regained her composure and angrily targeted a single city. Bang, bang, bang. The pounding continued. If this continued, Tianfu and Shuangyu, as well as Yunchen, who supplied them with energy, would be unable to withstand it. The scene Jiangyu predicted would unfold showed no sign of happening. As expected, this plan had only a 10% chance of success. Xinjing said, concentrate on protecting the area and relocate humanity to the vicinity of Tianfu Shuangyu. This meant abandoning the city wills of the outermost circle, allowing them to be attacked by the ghost mother and plunged into a deep sleep. The city wills themselves didn't care, but the humans living within them were unwilling to be relocated. The Jiosho statue is gone. Can you awaken from this slumber? Lu Xiu stared at the old man, who looked at him kindly, but he didn't answer the old man's question. Even city wills like Xinjing, Zhou Yuan, and Zhongzhou weren't sure of the answer to this question. Lu Xiu said, you die if you stay here. Then die. The old man said casually, I was born on this vast grassland. My soul belongs only here. Nothing can make me leave my home. Many humans held their own beliefs, and Lu Xiu knew he couldn't persuade them much. The silver shield slowly receded like a wave. The ghost mother, scenting her prey, rushed over. One palm strike shattered the city's aura. A second palm strike shattered the city image. Blood splattered on the withering blades of grass, whose tips, unable to bear the weight, fell. The brothers from the tea house said, Guisher, Lu Shui, Qing Tang, and Longdo have lost contact. The so-called loss of contact meant that the wills of these cities had fallen into a deep slumber. As the time drew closer, a new will fell into slumber every day. The protected area continued to close in on Tianfu and Shuangyu, and the tea house constantly informed everyone which wills had lost contact with them. Until one night, the sounds from the tea house ceased, and the tea card telephones on the city's followers ceased to function. Yu Chaojia embraced Yu Qingxia and wept bitterly. The tea house fell into a deep sleep. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and everyone held their breath. No matter what offers Wuming made, they remained unmoved. At the last hurdle, Hua Ting unexpectedly returned. He had been forced back by the humans in the city. Knowing that the number of dormant city wills was increasing, they threatened Hua Ting with suicide to send them back. Wu Ming applauded this touching scene. It said, "You have one last chance to surrender." It wasn't that the ghosts didn't want to eliminate the remaining city wills directly, but their will was too strong, and the protective shield, which had become stronger after shrinking, could not be broken. No one paid any attention to Wu Ming. The people in the city were weak, but they were incredibly determined. Wu Ming said, "Tomorrow is the last day. Your death has come." Still, no one paid any attention to Wu Ming. Wu Ming smiled and said, "You still have a chance to become owners." A human chuckled, "Are you going to give up your human identity and become a slave to your ghosts?" Wu Ming said, "You're still human, but..." The man laughed heartily. "You said we only have 1 day left, so what's your advice? Wouldn't it be better to die standing? We people of Jiuzhou will never live on our knees." A faint red light emanated from this man. The humans didn't notice, but the cities will did. That was the scene Jiang Yu had described, now appearing. The tiny red dot slowly rose, like the rising sun. It was originally inconspicuous, yet it shone with brilliance. Jiang Yu closed his eyes and spread his arms. The city's gift, unwavering in its determination, connected the beliefs of all humans and the city. He suddenly opened his eyes and addressed the nameless and ghost mother in the air. "In our history, Jiuzhou has never bullied or enslaved others, and we will never accept bullying or enslavement. In ancient times, there were foreign invasions. More recently, there were humiliations by foreign powers, and now there are disasters caused by ghosts. We, the people of Jiuzhou, have persevered through every national catastrophe, and this one is no exception. The backbone of us Jiuzhou people has never bent. We will die standing. Even if we fight to the bitter end, and even if the last Jiuzhou person disappears from this world, we will never kneel down and beg for our lives. We Jiuzhou," Jiang Yu spat out word after word, "would rather die than surrender. Yes. They Jiuzhou have weathered countless storms. Even if they fall, they will grit their teeth and get up again. No matter how powerful the enemy, the people of Jiuzhou will never surrender. Even if hope seems slim, they will fight to the bitter end. Even if they die, they will tear a piece of flesh from the enemy before dying." More and more red points of light emerged from the human body, luminous as stars, constantly joining the initial red point. While the human remained completely unaware, the ghosts and the city will all saw the red light grow increasingly dazzling. A country is never simply represented by a single object. The image of Jiuzhou does not represent Jiuzhou. It is merely a form of Jiuzhou's existence. The true Jiuzhou exists in the hearts of every Jiuzhou person who loves her. Amidst the vast expanse, a long-lasting bell seemed to ring, striking heavily on everyone's heart. A vast expanse of red light, emerging from the human body, gathered in the sky and dispersed across Jiuzhou. The dormant city will awaken once again at its peak, and deep within the red light that nearly covered the entire sky, seemed to be hiding a pair of eyes. Humans swept by that gaze felt as if they had returned home, their fatigue washed away, and a warmth like springtime. Ghosts and ghost mothers swept by it felt as if they had fallen into an icy cellar, freezing cold and unable to move. Jiuzhou, awaken! Chapter 196. Women cried out, "Impossible! The Jiuzhou statue is shattered. How could Jiuzhou possibly wake up? That's not Jiuzhou, that's definitely not Jiuzhou. But what was that terrifying aura? That aura, more terrifying than any national will they ever encountered. What on earth was that?" The countless ghosts below were so frightened by that aura, utterly hushed to silence, even without their mother's command. What kind of being was that? "Mother, is that Jiuzhou?" For the first time, Wu Ming, like a bewildered child, looked at his mother for help, hoping for a denial. As soon as his gaze fell on the ghost mother, his body froze. The ghost mother's ever graceful and elegant smile vanished. The black energy that should have swirled around her was now, as if in slow motion, practically frozen. The black energy represented the ghost mother. The night was supposed to be the domain of the ghost mother's release of that energy, but now it seemed to be under immense pressure. Damn it! Wu Ming realized the seriousness of the situation. Using the ghostly communication method, he whispered to the ghost mother, "Mother, should we retreat?" However, the ghost mother seemed not to hear him. No, even if mother disagreed with him, she would never remain completely indifferent. Wu Ming quickly understood why. From the city will of Jiuzhou came two voices, each with a mocking tone. The elder brother of the Chafu family said, "Wu Ming, are you now going to persuade your mother to take you with you?" The younger brother of the Chafu family said, "You're whispering in front of us two brothers. Are you looking down on us?" Wu Ming was horrified. The city wills, reawakened by Jiuzhou, had not only reached their peak state, but their innate abilities also seemed significantly enhanced. The Chafu, gifted with the ability to terminate communications, could now hear their conversations using their own species' communication methods. They had once only been able to make their voices heard within the city's atmosphere, but now, like it, they could be heard by all living creatures. Is this the power that the city will possess after Jiuzhou's awakening? Wu Ming suppressed the turmoil in his heart. The situation was now beyond his ability to handle, and he kept glancing at the ghost mother. Only after the ghost mother spoke in the Chafu did she realize that Wu Ming had secretly spoken to her. He stared intently at the red light forming in the sky, ignoring the group of jumping minions. The inky night was now tinged with crimson. The crimson that filled the sky, and the slowly rising crimson light on the people in the city, resembled an hourglass. The sand above flowed downward, while the sand below flowed upward. The two had not yet connected. The ghost mother charged forward without hesitation. As it moved swiftly, hurricanes rose from the ground, roaring and screaming towards the cities teeming with humanity. At the same time, a vast swarm of ghosts swarmed towards the city auras, covering the outer reaches of each city aura like a tide. Everywhere one looked, the ghosts' hideous, twisted faces filled the air, as if they were part of a ghostly headquarters. Their attempt to sever the connection between humanity and Kyushu was futile. The ghost mother had reached the weakest point in the hourglass in her eyes. She swung her arms with all her might. The red light dispersed as its arm left its position, slowly returning to its original position. No matter what the ghost mother did, she couldn't stop the two red lights from approaching. The ghost mother decided to ignore the damned red light. She would kill these annoying ant-like city wills and humans. She raised her hand viciously and slapped it down, the air crackling with her movements. If this strike had landed, it would have destroyed the entire city well within its reach. However, it didn't have that chance. The red light emanating from Jiuzhou and the red light from the human finally made contact. Instantly, an immense force erupted from the surface of the city's aura, instantly sending all the ghosts flying. The ghosts flew to different directions, like scattered flowers. The ghost mother was also struck by some invisible force. She raised her arms to block the attack and took several steps back, leaving a deep scratch on her body. The air made a subtle sound. The ghost mother suddenly looked up, a black aura swirling violently around her. She saw the crimson hue in the sky fade, while the red light emanating from the humans coalesced into a vast mass. A massive figure faintly rose to its feet. She couldn't discern its exact form, but every casual movement carried a conflicting aura of gentleness and harshness. The ghost mother saw the figure wave its wide sleeves. Alarm bells blazed within her, and as she prepared to move, an invisible wave of air rolled in front of her, impinging on her abdomen. She looked down, her abdomen dented, and then, a tremendous impact toppled her to the ground. The ghost mother's enormous body crept to the ground, dizzy and dazed. As her vision blurred, she caught sight of the red figure moving in her direction. Everywhere its toes touched, a ripple of red light rippled. In a moment, the pollution faded, the mountains and rivers recovered, and spring blossomed. The ghost mother raised her arms, attempting to rise. The next second, a dent appeared on her right cheek. Another overwhelming shockwave. The left side of her face sunk into the soil, and no matter how hard she struggled, she could not lift herself from the ground. The red figure stood before the ghost mother, no longer moving. The ghost mother could only see what seemed to be the figure's feet. Her eyes rolled, and she strained to look upward. The red figure's sleeves trailed like meteors, and her palms met in the air. Slowly, a cloud of black mist appeared. In the swirling black mist, a platform supported by square pillars, and a complex passageway resembling an ant's nest could be vaguely seen. That's... The ghost mother's eyes widened. Their nest. Anyone who attempts to invade Jiuzhou should leave Jiuzhou. The red figure flicked its fingertips, and the ghost nest flew out of Jiuzhou, bound for an unknown destination. The ghost mother was furious. The swirling black energy around her transformed into sharp arrows, piercing Jiuzhou at an incredible speed. The black energy pierced through Jiuzhou's body, condensed from red light, striking nothing. Faced with an enemy you can't hit, yet they can hit you, what should you do? The ghost mother faced this dilemma. No matter how powerful or cunning she was, she couldn't defeat an enemy she couldn't reach. She could only be struck to the ground repeatedly by an invisible force. The people in the city watched in amazement. A red light emerged from the humans, yet they could see nothing. If it weren't for the city's will, they wouldn't even know Jiuzhou had awakened. They couldn't see Jiuzhou's appearance. They could only see the ghosts surrounding them, screaming as they were blown away by an invisible force. The ghosts, unable to kill or injure themselves, hunted them as prey, lying on the ground, unable to move, as if in fear and terror. They only saw the soil, already tainted by the ghostly fluid, suddenly clear of all its blackness. The environment outside the city was like hitting fast forward, returning to the vibrant life of spring. They could only see the incredibly powerful ghost mother before them, falling to the ground again and again, her body and face covered in mud, looking so vulnerable. Is this the power of Jojo? Is this the mighty power of their country? Is this the feeling of being protected by a powerful nation? Many humans couldn't help but cry tears of joy, like children who had found their home again. They wanted to see Jojo, wanted to know where Jojo was now, wanted to know what Jojo looked like. The city couldn't help but laugh at the humans' question. They pointed their fingers at the human's chest, where their heart lay. Jojo is right here, and has never left you. What Jojo looks like depends on what you imagine it to be. Whatever you imagine Jojo to be, that's what it looks like. As the words fell, the humans saw points of light surging from the surface of the city will's body. Not only the city will, but the entire city was glowing. All city wills closed their eyes, their lips moving as they relayed Kyushu's words to humanity. Ghosts are inherently immortal. Kyushu severely injured the ghost mother and temporarily repelled them within Kyushu's borders, but they are now spread across the entire planet and will eventually return. Kyushu alone is far from enough to completely eliminate the ghosts. This planet once had 4 nations with their own unique civilizations and histories. Over the years, only Kyushu has preserved a nearly complete cultural legacy, while the other 3 have become a thing of the past. It is this long history, and the culture passed down through generations, that have nurtured the virtuous and indomitable people of Kyushu today. It is precisely because of these people that Kyushu has become even more powerful. Only nations with a rich history and a rich cultural heritage can contend with the ghosts. To completely drive the ghosts from this planet, humanity must return to the peak of its civilization's prosperity. Only by recovering the lost history of the other 3 ancient civilizations, and awakening them to join forces with Jojo, can the ghosts be truly suppressed. They had only achieved a temporary victory. They must not let their guard down. But for now, they could relax. At least within Jojo, Jojo can keep everyone safe and secure. A long, distant bell rang across all of Jojo. Soon, dazzling beams of light erupted simultaneously from all 35 cities in Jojo. From the center of each city, the beam shot up into the sky, radiating outwards. The beams from each city connected with those from other cities in Jojo upon their return. Instantly, the light shone brightly, blinding everyone's vision. A halo of light enveloped the entire Jojo. Within the halo, ghosts vanished, their bodies nowhere to hide. Outside, countless new ghosts scrambled towards the halo, sending ripples of light through the air. On the surface of the azure planet, a rooster stretches its neck and crows loudly, its figure gleaming brightly under the light cast by the city cluster. Chapter 197. After the rain, the wind subsided, and spring arrived. After commemorating their fallen compatriots, the people of Jojo were busy with post-disaster reconstruction. The cities could help with building repairs, but planting, breeding, and rebuilding factory equipment were tasks humans had to handle themselves. Yunchen was the busiest of the bunch. To help the city return to its former state as quickly as possible, she assisted in every one of the 34 cities except Huading, serving as a temporary supporter of each city's will. Today, Yunchen woke up early again. Nienan, who had been entrusted with the care of Zhang Yongfu and others, laid down beside her shoes. Hearing her getting up, he looked up, twitched his ears, and barked. The vines dangling by the window moved. A branch wandered over to the small wooden table beside the bed, picked up the clothes, and gently dressed Yunchen. Yunchen felt like a porcelain doll. She said helplessly, "Broken, I can dress myself." She had long since adapted to the loss of her left arm. Aside from certain tasks requiring both hands, it hadn't significantly impacted her daily life. Huading had already dressed her. "All right." Yunchen slapped the vines in frustration. Huading's human form didn't appear. It wasn't that he didn't want to interact with Yunchen in human form. His current level was that of a large city, and he couldn't manifest in human form. His city was like a cracked foundation. Repairing it while awake would take a long time. Jojo thought that was too much trouble, so he put him to sleep and only woke him up after the foundation was repaired. Now, with Jojo's protection, the cities will play only a supporting role. Jojo didn't allow Huading to awaken to become a megacity, but instead upgraded him from a medium-sized city. It was a beautiful excuse to give the young couple a chance to bond. Jojo only saw humans as her beloved children, while the city wills were all despised little scoundrels, who were often disobedient. For example, Xinlua. After Jojo woke up, she beat him up again. Xinlua's screams from the beating brought back many painful memories, for the city wills. The usually troublemaking brothers of the tea house became unusually quiet, never again mentioning to Jiuzhou the idea of waking up the other 11 brothers and sisters. Yunshin heard these amusing stories from Hua Ting. Unfortunately, humans couldn't see Jiuzhou. She was half energy stone, half human, and only occasionally could a faint red hue be seen. That seemed to be Jiuzhou. Yunshin often couldn't help but imagine what Jiuzhou would look like in human form. No matter how much she thought about it, she felt that the appearance she could imagine didn't match the feeling Jiuzhou gave her. After Yunshin finished washing up, the vines wrapped around her right wrist, and they left the house together. Under the shade of a tree, Xia Fengyan lay on a recliner, eyes closed, listening to a radio program on Kyushu history. Old Turtle slept at his feet, nodding with interest, as if he found the radio program quite interesting. 1949. After Kyushu awakened, the ghosts were driven out of Kyushu, and the magnetic field and other environmental conditions affected by the ghosts returned to normal. Humanity, realizing the importance of Kyushu culture, joined forces with the city's will and mobilized all its talents to launch a comprehensive radio program. Different programs were broadcast at different times each day, allowing everyone to learn while working. Xia Fengyan heard the noises in the room and, without even raising his eyelids, asked cheerfully, "Which city are you going to help this time?" Yunshin said, "Good morning, Dad." Before answering the question, "We're going to Baozhou today." Baozhou, Xia Fengyan muttered. He was torturing the city while that was afraid of him, and torturing himself too. He said, "Then I won't go with you, Dad." Yunshin nodded. Xia Fengyan promised her that even after Jiuzhou recovered, he would stay with her for a while. She cherished this time very much. If Xia Fengyan hadn't insisted that she do nothing, she would have dropped everything she was doing and stayed by his side. Yunshin's mind wandered again as she thought about this. She subconsciously said, "Dad, I still..." Snap. A snap of fingers. "It hurts." Yunshin's eyes widened, her right hand covering her forehead, and she angrily looked at her old father, who had tapped her head. Xia Fengyan lay down again and said leisurely, "Your in-laws have drugged you into submission, exploiting you all day long, and you're still willing to do it. I have to keep an eye on your parents' family, lest you get eaten alive by hooting soon after you leave." "What? What in-laws and parents' family?" With a bang, Yunshin felt the heat surge from her feet, rising all the way to her head. She stood up and shouted, "I'm going to Baozhou." The vines that remained in place looked calm, unfazed by Xia Fengyan's words. Yunshin casually glanced at the brick house. White smoke billowed from there. The main source of the smoke was the pink-tinged hooting city image, and her eyes had become mosquito-repellent. "Yunshin, Dad." Xia Fengyan, What a sultry little bastard. What could he have said to make her imagine such a fantastic idea? After a brief rescue, Hua Ting returned to normal. Vine clung weakly to Yunshin's shoulder, refusing to reveal what Xia Fengyan's words had brought to mind. This morning's farce had delayed Yunshin considerably, and she hurried to the teleportation point, heading for the pearl. The Kyushu light and shadow map emerged from the void. After clicking on the desired city area, the map shattered into points of light, enveloping the person like stars, transporting them to their desired city. The teleportation was so brief that it felt almost imperceptible. For 2 or 3 seconds, her vision went dark, and when it reappeared, she could see the scenery of another city. The city before Yunshin was Zhouyuan. She was slightly stunned. Wasn't that the pearl? How had she ended up in Zhouyuan? "Come to the city statue." Zhouyuan's gentle voice echoed in Yunshin's ears, and she hurried to the Zhouyuan city statue. Zhouyuan stood by the statue, waiting for her. He was still dressed in a black robe with gold thread trim, understated yet luxurious. Yunshin stared at Zhouyuan's left, where a red light seemed to emanate. Zhouyuan smiled faintly. Jiuzhou just left. Yunshin suppressed her disappointment. She guessed that Zhouyuan had been the reason for her presence. She asked, "What's the matter with you coming here?" "Don't be disappointed. Jiuzhou is always here for you." Zhouyuan first comforted Yunshin softly, then said, "Brother Xia has been helping us all along. Jiuzhou will repay the favor. I present Jiuzhou with a thank you gift." Zhouyuan gently raised his hand, as if to pull something out of thin air. Yunshin smiled. "Dad won't ask for any thanks." She paused. In Zhouyuan's palm lay a severed arm, charred as charcoal. It was the arm she had severed. She hadn't paid any more attention to the arm after it was severed. "How could it be here with Zhouyuan?" Zhouyuan said, "Brother Xia cares most about you right now. He surely appreciate this thank you gift." He stepped forward, approached Yunshin, and gestured for her to extend her left arm. Yunshin trusted Zhouyuan and followed his instructions. Excuse me. Zhou Yuan rolled up Yun Chen's sleeve, revealing his fair left upper arm. He placed the charred limb against it. He radiated city energy from his palm. An incredible scene unfolded. The charred limb, as black as charcoal, had shed its outer layer of black. The atrophied muscles had grown back, the skin had become whiter, and fresh blood flowed from the cut. Yun Chen was speechless with astonishment. It hurt a little, she heard Zhou Yuan say. His palm brushed across the cut end of her left upper arm again. In an instant, the intense pain of the severed arm returned. Zhou Yuan seized this opportunity to reattach his now normal left forearm. The pain subsided, and Yun Chen's left hand was as good as new. Zhou Yuan stepped back, keeping a distance from Yun Chen, and smiled. This is my thank you gift to Brother Xia. Hua Ting won't cry anymore. Yun Chen had been hesitant about whether to ask Zhou Yuan what this ability was. After hearing the latter part of his words, she realized Zhou Yuan didn't want her to ask, so she changed the subject. Yun Chen, did Hua Ting cry? Zhou Yuan nodded. Yes, after your hand was broken, he felt very guilty and cried bitterly at Sanlong Pavilion. He probably didn't want you to worry. Then this? Yun Chen held up his intact arm. How do you explain it? It's a miracle. Zhou Yuan smiled politely and said, when Jiuzhou awakens, many miracles will befall us, some big and some small. Since you still have something to do, I won't keep you here. Yun Chen thanked Zhou Yuan, said goodbye, and headed for the orb via the teleportation point. Ren Peijun was waiting for her. It's bad you're late. Yun Chen was about to explain why she was late when Ren Peijun excitedly interrupted her. Yun Chen, a miracle just happened. Ren Peijun shook Yun Chen's arms vigorously. Those injured will be healed in a short while, and many people with ailments from old injuries will be healed. Ren Peijun's voice trailed off as she realized she was holding two hands. Two hands. Ren Peijun stammered, your hand. Yun Chen said, that's a miracle too. Wow. Ren Peijun happily hugged Yun Chen, even more excited than Yun Chen himself had been when he saw his arm heal. Great. Except for Yun Chen himself, who didn't care about the broken arm, everyone else seemed more concerned. Even Li Duan was the same. She had privately asked Xia Fengnian many times when Yun Chen's hand would heal. Of course, she showed no concern or care in front of Yun Chen. Xia Fengnian told Yun Chen this secretly. As talented as Li Duan was in combat and exploration, she was clumsy in socializing and interacting with others. Her childhood experiences had left her with a thorny shield, preventing anyone from entering. Yet, she would still treat the world with the utmost kindness. The letter Yun Chen left in the well. The writing was immature, riddled with typos, illogical, and completely lacking in grammar. But that didn't stop Li Duan from feeling his sincerity. She was a very pure person. Because you were kind to her, she was kind to you. There were no other factors involved. She was just like that. Ren Peijun's blunt reaction reminded Yun Chen of the awkward sister Duan, and she couldn't help but sigh. Are you unhappy? Ren Peijun pinched the soft flesh of Yun Chen's cheeks with both hands. Just smile when things are good. Why are you so sullen all day, like an old lady? Yun Chen muttered, it's all because of Sister Duan. What's wrong with her? Ren Peijun knew that Li Duan was Yun Chen's idol, and she knew how much Yun Chen wanted to get to know her and repay her, but she kept avoiding her. Yun Chen said, Sister Duan is leaving Jiuzhou. Ren Peijun was shocked. Huh? Why? Yun Chen said, she feels Jiuzhou is too stable now. She feels uncomfortable here, and wants to go out and explore more. Ren Peijun's eyes twitched slightly, and she commented sincerely, she's truly an amazing person. Others seek stability, but Li Duan is always looking for excitement. Ren Peijun added, she doesn't need to be so anxious. Jiuzhou originally planned to wait until you and Hua Ting had recovered before sending you out to search. It's okay for you to tell her. Gishi's city talent is the ability to see thousands of miles away. After Jiuzhou's recovery, her talent came in handy, allowing her to randomly observe what's happening outside of Jiuzhou. The ability to see thousands of miles away revealed traces of human activity, suggesting there might be survivors outside of Jiuzhou waiting to be rescued. As a powerful nation, Jiuzhou never hesitates to assist smaller neighboring nations when it has the means. This was true before the apocalypse, and it will remain so afterward. The city's will, and its followers all knew of the rescue plan to be implemented. When Ren Peijun mentioned this, Yun Chen deadpanned, mimicking Li Duan's response. By the time you learn a foreign language and are ready to go, I'd be halfway to the grave. Puff! Ren Peijun let out an immoral laugh. Yun Chen looked at her with resentment, and Ren Peijun quickly consoled her, you still have Huading. Let him teach you. He's the only one in the city who knows every foreign language. With such a good teacher, you learn quickly. Yuan Shen was definitely not stupid. On the contrary, she was a very intelligent person. While she quickly learned all kinds of knowledge, she simply lacked the aptitude for foreign languages. The harder she studied, the harder it was for her to learn. At first, she thought Huiding was too gentle and not strict enough with her, so she went to Chafu and Jijian to teach her, but it was no use. The Chafu brothers, with their big mouths, quickly spread the news to all the city wills. None of them considered it a problem to not be able to learn the language of a country other than Kyushu. Hua Ting casually said, just have them learn Jiuzhou dialect in the future. Ren Peijun clapped her hands and cheered when Yunshin said this. That's right. If we really rescue someone and bring them to live in Jiuzhou, don't we have to take into account their habits? She felt indignant at the thought of that scene. Then why save them? You're just putting yourself in such a difficult position. Adapt to the customs of the land you live in. That's basic respect. Otherwise, leave Jiuzhou and live with the ghosts. Baoju suddenly appeared and nodded vigorously. That's right. Yunshin laughed, agreeing that Ren Peijun's words made sense. She no longer dwelled on her lack of language talent. Yunshin was injecting energy into Baoju, while Ren Peijun was called away by Ren Dayo to do some work. Yunshin and Baoju were the only ones left in the forest. The cicadas chirped incessantly, and Yunshin remembered something. Baoju, I want to ask you something. Baoju appeared in human form, shyly standing before Yunshin. Just ask directly? Yunshin asked, why are you so afraid of my father? On this matter, Yunshin was just as confused as Xiaofingyan. Baozu froze in place, her eyes drifting for a long moment before she whispered, don't be sad when I tell you, okay? Yunshin nodded. Baozu whispered softly in Yunshin's ear. The sky darkened. Yunshin returned to Huiding, a bright smile on her face. The vines, in delight, twisted around her intact left arm. Zhou Yuan had not told Huiding about this. Yunshin pushed open the courtyard gate. Xiaofingyan smiled at her, then, throwing the old bastard aside, appeared in front of Yunshin in a flash. Has it recovered? Xiaofingyan felt Yunshin's arm up and down in disbelief. After confirming it was the right arm, he said with relief, Jiuzhou still has some conscience. He returned his gaze to Yunshin's face, only to find her smile somewhat strange. What's wrong? Were you bullied? Xiaofingyan asked hurriedly. Yunshin's nose stung. She shook her head. Jiuzhou has recovered. We've done what Mom wanted. Dad, go do what you want. The air fell silent. Yunshin's ears rang again, with Baoju's words from that afternoon. The city will sense the emotions of others, and Baoju is the most sensitive to this. Yunshin, I'm sorry to tell you this. Mr. Xia makes me feel so miserable. He's still alive, but he's also dead. The day Yun Zhongshu died, Xiaofingyan had already buried himself with her. The only thing he still held onto was Yunshin. Baoju said the pain she felt wasn't even a 10,000th of the pain Xiaofingyan was hiding. Letting Xiaofingyan stay with her was too selfish. The sadder Yunshin felt, the brighter his smile grew. Dad, I now have a lover like Popo who loves me, close friends like Brother Yu and Peijun, and elders like Sister Duwan, Uncle Yongfu, and Sister Qingxia who care for me. I'm 18 now, no longer a child who needs care. Xiaofingyan stared at Yunshin intently, the smile fading, replaced by lingering sorrow and longing. Yunshin was his and Yun Zhongshu's child. From the moment Yun Zhongshu became pregnant, they had eagerly anticipated their birth. He hoped to clear all obstacles for her, and provide the best environment for her growth. The character Chen means treasure. Ashu and I love you more than anyone else. Xiaofingyan held Yunshin in his arms, whispering softly, I'm sorry, I'm not a good father. Yunshin sobbed and shook his head. The next morning, when Yunshin was awakened by the phone call, Xiaofingyan was gone. He had left a letter under a photo of the three of them in the brick house. Yunshin opened the letter, and answered the phone at the same time. On the other end of the line was Meng Renlin. He told Yunshin in a horrified tone that Yun Zhongshu's grave had been dug up, and the ashes that had been left there were nowhere to be found. Even Zhongzhou didn't know who did it, and asked her to tell Xiaofingyan quickly. The letter unfolded, and the first sentence on it was, Nan, Jiuzhou's recovery is something your mother must be eager to see with her own eyes. So I'm taking her on a trip. Tell old Meng not to make a fuss. Yunshin, Uncle Meng, don't worry. It was Dad who did it. Meng Renlin, The phone snapped dead. Yunshin could imagine Meng Renlin's utterly speechless expression. Speaking of Meng Renlin, he's looking pretty good lately. Back then, Wang Lijiao, bewitched by her dreams, insisted on becoming a pet owner, and even injured Ming Ranlin for it. Now those humans have vanished. Without Wang Lijiao, a moral burden to Ming Ranlin, he's visibly younger. Yunshin continued reading the letter. Xia Fengnian told her not to always rush in front of Jiuzhou's work. She was so exhausted that no one cared. Yunshin chuckled. Actually, the city will was very polite, and wouldn't bother her unless necessary. Xia Fengnian also instructed Yunshin to use her energy to adjust her appearance and figure to her desired form before she turned 20. At 20, her appearance would be fixed, and would remain unchanged, regardless of whether she lived hundreds or thousands of years. Xia Fengnian wasn't sure of Yunshin's exact lifespan, but at least 1/5 of it, so at least 10,000 years or more. Hua Ting, noticing Yunshin's strange expression, couldn't help but ask, "What did Dad say?" Yunshin replied, "I inherited the longevity gene." Hua Ting asked, shaking her branches, "Did Dad say anything about me?" "Let me see." Yunshin flipped down the letter, and the last line mentioned Hua Ting. "It was about you." She didn't read it, but handed the letter to Hua Ting. Hua Ting read the letter excitedly. "Tell that brat Hua Ting, you're 18, but not yet 18. If he dares to attack you, I come back and smash his city statue to pieces." The numerous exclamation marks, and the noticeably heavier handwriting tell you how excited Xia Fengnian was when he wrote this. Hooting, Why did Xia Fengnian always feel he was a frivolous city? After Xia Fengnian left, everyone in the city wills treated Yunshin with extreme caution. They told her not to do this or that, and told her to rest, and take a break to recover. They probably thought Yunshin would be heartbroken if Xia Fengnian left like that. Yunshin was indeed heartbroken, but she was also happy that Xia Fengnian could finally do his own thing. She didn't wallow in sorrow. Shenjing ordered all city wills to give Yunshin a month's vacation. During this time, no one was allowed to bother her, and each city was to find its own way to deal with energy issues. Compared to her previous busy schedule, Yunshin was so bored and hooting that she was practically mushrooming. Training to walk the dog, the same old routine every day. She loved to get involved in other urban activities, but the people in Huading were obedient to Shenjing's orders, and all they had to do was give her a month's rest. Yunshin decided to try something new, and give the courtyard a thorough cleaning. She warned Huading a day in advance not to use vines to clean the courtyard, and Huading dutifully complied. Yunshin donned an apron and a dust cap, and with a feather duster in one hand and a rag in the other, she began cleaning from the inside of the masonry house outwards. The vines hopped after her. Yunyun, do you remember what happened that night? What? Yunshin had no idea what Hua Ting was talking about. She stood in the yard, hanging the quilts she had brought out to dry on the line. The sun was especially bright today. You kissed me. Huading felt a little aggrieved when he spoke of it. Why didn't you do it later? I've been waiting for you. Cough, 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 cough. Yunshin coughed violently, nearly falling headfirst into the quilt. Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? That day was a special occasion. She thought she'd never see Hua Ting again, so she kissed him like that. And, what does I've been waiting for you mean? Yunshin kept muttering to herself. If he really wanted it, wouldn't he take the initiative? She patted the quilt hard, then the sheets, saying calmly, who would kiss each other every day? There's no surprise at all. Yunshin walked into the house. Hua Ting said, so that's how it is. Then, Yunyun, can I not be surprised? Yunshin was stunned. She realized what Hua Ting meant, but before she could reply, she heard him softly say, Madam, can I kiss you? Yunshin felt it for a moment, absolutely certain that Hua Ting hadn't yet reached the megacity. She chuckled, with what? She pointed to the large iron gate of the courtyard. With this? She heard a soft laugh, and out of the corner of her eye she saw something swaying nearby. The vines perched on the wall by the window awoke, their dark green branches approaching her affectionately, lingering briefly before her eyes. Buds suddenly blossomed. The fragrance was intoxicating, and the delicate blossoms trembled slightly, placing a gentle kiss on her lips. Chiu. Chapter 198. Madam. A soft voice called out. Sunlight streamed through the window, scattering across the floor, coating the seemingly messy yet perfectly organized vines with a thin layer of gold. Slender branches from the corner stretched all the way to the center of the room, entwining to form a large, soft vine bed, lush and vibrant with greenery. A white figure crouched beside the bed, half sitting on the ground, its long hair reaching the floor. It reached out to wake the occupant, but paused mid-stride, switching to a gentle call. Wake up! The cocoon formed by the quilt remained motionless. Madam Yunyun, Teacher Yunyun. Huading switched between several addresses. A painful groan escaped from beneath the quilt. I feel like I just fell asleep. Hua Ting folded his hands and leaned over the edge of the bed. The vines forming the bed beneath his arms immediately swayed with the force of ocean waves. Time to get up. Ah, that's too much. The quilt flew back, and Yunshin sat up with a jerk, tugging at his hair and saying weakly, I want to sleep for another 10 minutes. Hua Ting whispered softly, you told me to wake you earlier, and I'd do it by any means. Yunshin, Okay, I remember. After the month of rest mandated by Xinjing passed, she enthusiastically traveled to various cities to help, and before she knew it, she hadn't slept for weeks. Although she was an energy stone, she also had human blood in her, so a week or two without sleep was no problem. But after weeks of sleeplessness, once the excitement of returning to work wore off, exhaustion took over, and she could fall asleep while standing. She was ordered back to Huiding to rest before leaving again. Yunshin acted very composed most of the time, but the occasional childish moments made everyone laugh and cry. For example, she was very concerned about her height. When people mentioned height during a conversation, they would often turn around and see her standing quietly in the background. Also, she felt uncomfortable without work, which was why, after her month-long ban, she had been helping out relentlessly, exhausting herself. In reality, Yunshin only needed a good night's sleep. But she refused to stop even after returning to Huiding. Even though she was exhausted and could barely get up, she still insisted on getting up early for her daily exercise routine. Huiding had always let her do what she wanted. But today, Yunshin woke up a long time later, still drowsy and sleepy, clearly not getting enough sleep. In fact, even Yunshin herself didn't understand why she had resorted to such a frantic, almost irrational work spree. Huiding, however, knew exactly. Why was Yunshin running around to various cities? Why did she choose to stay awake despite exhaustion? She wanted to see if she could run into Xiaofingyan. She could control herself from stopping Xiaofingyan from doing anything, but she couldn't control the longing for her father. It was difficult for outsiders to judge or interpret the relationship between them. All Hua Ting could do was ensure that whenever Yunshin returned, he would be here waiting for her. No plans for today, Hua Ting stood up, his white robe falling gently. He placed his hands on Yunshin's shoulders and let her lie back. You can rest a little longer. Yunshin grabbed his hand. But I still have a lot to do. Hua Ting said softly, there's a lot to do. There's no rush today. Yunshin, She still held onto Hua Ting's hand, preventing him from pushing her back onto the bed. Huiding and her remained in a stalemate for a moment. Even though they rarely argued, they would always give in. In Yunshin's sight, Hua Ting slowly lowered her eyes, and the pressure on her shoulders lessened. After Hua Ting withdrew her hand, her shoulders drooped, like Nian An's ears drooping when he was upset. Yunshin couldn't bear to see Hua Ting so aggrieved. She would always remember the dirty, shabby little city who had reached out to her in her time of need. In front of him, many of her principles were vulnerable. Compromise, just take a day off. The rustling of fabric brought Yunshin back to her senses, and she was surprised to find Hua Ting sitting on the bed, just like her. I'm so tired, I need to rest. Huiding cupped one of Yunshin's hands, leaning forward slightly, her cheek against the back of his hand, and whispered softly, Yunyun, will you rest with me? Huiding's eyelashes fluttered, their tails brushing against the back of Yunshin's hand, sending an itch deep into her heart. How could she possibly refuse that little bastard? As soon as Yunshin agreed, the white fabric enveloped her entire field of vision. Her waist tightened, and the world before her eyes changed drastically. Beneath her was not only the bedding, but also Huiding. She pressed down on Huiding. His long black hair flowed like a waterfall, and he lay on this pure black canvas, his white clothes, his fair skin, his eyebrows, and eyes a picture, breathtakingly beautiful. Yunshin had been a little sleepy, but now she was completely awake and still feeling the heat. She had no time to wonder whether Huiding's actions were accidental or intentional. She swiftly rolled off him, facing the wall with her back to him, and said in a muffled voice, sleep. Hua Ting's sweet voice replied from behind, okay. Yunshin closed her eyes, but her mind and senses were sharper than ever. The human forms of the city will mimic humans, able to feel heat, cold, pain, bitterness, and sourness, but they were also very different from humans. They didn't experience physiological reactions like breathing, sweating, or excretion. Of course, they could imitate humans if they truly wanted to, but few city wills would do so. When the human forms of the city will appeared, humans wouldn't notice them unless they actively allowed them to, just as their main forms were visible only to those they wished to see. Yunshin was different. Half energy stone, the city will's concealment tactics were useless to her. She could sense a strong presence behind her. Huiding's vines often accompanied her to sleep. Her bed was covered in them, and she never felt uncomfortable. This was the first time a human form had slept beside her like this. The dizzying scene flashed repeatedly in Yunchen's mind. Soft black hair, a slightly open collar, a suggested lingering sway at the neckline. Can't sleep? The sudden question from behind startled Yunchen. Unsure of why, he buried his head in the quilt, feeling guilty, and attempting to suffocate himself. Huiting said, I can tell you a bedtime story. Yunchen replied, I don't want to hear it. After a long silence, there was another soft rustling of fabric. Huiting seemed to be getting up. The humanoid is making you uncomfortable here. I switched to the vines. Yunchen spun abruptly, and grabbed the fading figure's clothes. With such force, he ripped them loose. She said, I'm not uncomfortable. Huiting's human form solidified again, retaining the appearance of loose clothing. He half lay, half supported, letting Yunchen pull at his clothes, staring at her with his eyes downcast. Yun, I'm here, you're so nervous, you can't rest properly. Huiting expressed the emotion he sensed, and he caught a glimpse of the expression that flashed across Yunchen's face. It was the look she wore when she was ready to throw herself out. He saw Yunchen reach out, his index finger pointed in his direction, hooking it twice. He leaned over, his ear close. Her breath was warm and her words were like stones on fire, rolling through his heart, burning him beyond words. She said, Vines don't make me fantasize, but your human form always makes me fantasize. With a bang, Huiting's computer crashed. In the masonry building, a city over 3 meters high billowed like white smoke, which took a long time to dissipate. Hua Ting lay face down on the bed, her face buried in her arms, revealing only her beautiful, moist eyes, her gaze evasive. Sometimes she glanced at Yunchen, then her gaze shifted. Yunchen, in turn, covered her face, her toes curled up from the blunt words. She pretended nothing had happened, closing her eyes and feigning sleep. Her unsteady breathing betrayed her inner restlessness. The atmosphere was awkward. Yunchen had no idea what Hua Ting was thinking. She secretly opened her eyes a fraction, intending to see Hua Ting's reaction, then immediately turned her back to him. When her eyes opened only slightly, her thick, long eyelashes obscured her vision. An index finger reached out towards her. Yunchen's eyes widened immediately, meeting Hua Ting's eyes, as clear as a stream. His gaze was fixed on her, no longer shyly avoiding her. His index finger reached out to hook a strand of hair around her face, gently tucking it behind her ear. His finger then traced down her cheek, neck, shoulder, arm, and finally the back of her hand. Huiting's hand rested on Yunchen's, and with a slight pressure, he lifted her hand. They lay sideways on the bed, facing each other. Yunchen watched as Huiting guided her hand over his face. Huiting's gaze dropped, her lips moving. Yunchen's ears buzzed as he could hear nothing he was saying. He continued to guide her hand, forcing her to touch places she rarely touched. The slightly open collar of her outer robe opened wider with his movements. Thankfully, she had an undershirt underneath, protecting the beautiful view. But Yunchen's fingertips still pierced the delicate, protruding collarbone. Her hand, restrained, lingered in the perfectly defined indentation of her shoulder blade. The chirping of cicadas outside the window suddenly intensified, but it couldn't drown out the words rushing straight into Hua Ting's ears. I am your little broken city. When the city's will speaks to you alone, it's like someone whispering in your ear. You can do anything you want to me. I can. The midsummer heat surged, transforming the cool room into a furnace. The heat radiating from her fingertips scorched Yunchen's prideful willpower. She grasped Hua Ting with her backhand. The branches snaked upward, and with a gentle flick, the soft white gauze curtains covering the bed fell, thin layers upon thin layers. In the hazy scene, vines lifted Hua Ting's long hair, then snatched up a strand of Yunchen's hair, weaving the two together and securing them with the branches. Hair entwined, fingers intertwined, the cicadas chirping intensified with the rising temperature. Cautious, shy, yet eager for further contact. More vines extended from either side of the bedposts, intertwining to form the green cocoon that once protected the city statue. All other scenery was completely obscured. Only the city statue within the masonry house, like a blooming magnolia flower, was a gradually deepening pale cherry color.